lady was taken aback and asked the young man to calm down, since they were both not on the battlefield after all, but he only growled loudly in response. Daylin froze for a moment, unsure of what to do. Daylin was puzzled because every day she had to fight with a rabid dog. Using her magic, she thus calmed him down. A moment later, he fell on her with a crash. Daylin sighed heavily as she managed to suppress his attack this time too. She congratulated him on how he managed to calm down a few seconds faster than last time. Daylin hoped he would get off her sooner rather than later. But without waiting for this, she pushed him away herself. The lady sighed heavily as she knew that it had all started again. She looked at him intently as he looked at her with puppy dog eyes. Daylin knew he couldn't just say what he wanted, so she wondered what he wanted this time. He muttered quietly that she should be next to him. A moment later, he pulled her closer to him and told her that she needed to stay close. He didn't speak until she asked, but she knew that it was precisely because of this desire that they couldn't get closer. The priestess sighed heavily as she was wondering when the public appearance would take place. Patting him on the back, she said that she would be by his side. She was in shock because she didn't understand why her life had suddenly become like this. Some time ago, she was entrusted with a difficult mission. Daylin knew that holiness was the highest clerical rank in the church where she served. The hierarchy of the clergy of the Church of Rockley is very simple. 7 sons of God, the higher clergy. They owned all the temples and also headed a separate church. Unfortunately, she was not in this hierarchy because she was an ordinary novice. In those days, when she was young and naive, she was filled with happiness and the confidence that she was unworthy of the honor bestowed upon her. But the longer she served at the temple, the more problems appeared and each day became more and more painful. Unfortunately, she did not have rich parents, and for 7 years she worked herself to the bone. Daylin knew that if she had refused the offer then, she would have avoided the problems. She was puzzled, since she was simply unlucky enough to be born poor. The higher one in the temple gave her a hard job. Daylin was puzzled because she had a hard time. She smiled and asked if he needed any help. Unfortunately, she had no patrons, and she was given dirty work. Even if she tried to get promoted, she still had no chance. He smiled and said that she would help him if she completed a small task. Daylin was furious because she didn't know what kind of nasty job he was going to dump on her. He smiled and said that all she needed was to help a young gentleman who was suffering from the severe consequences of the war to join the society. She froze in shock as she knew it was very difficult. Daylin was furious because she hated him, knew nothing about battles and wars, and was afraid of blood. She wished she could tell him that, but it wasn't that simple. He said with a smile that she had already been on the battlefield, so she should have gotten used to it. She said that even if she went now, it was not just about treating the patient. Only those who had been to war knew how it poisoned a person. Simple church servants healed the body and soul of wounded soldiers, but they treated them only until they were able to go into battle again. No one thought about them. She understood that there were not enough people, and if she sent an experienced novice, it meant the situation was quite serious. Daylin understood that there was no way to be saved, and if she failed, all that would remain for her was to die ingloriously. He smiled and said that she needed to give a helping hand to someone who desperately needed it. She said that she could have died. The priest smiled and said that God would grant her endless bliss. In translation, he said that he didn't care whether she died or not. She knew that many years ago she would have agreed without hesitation. Daylin asked what if it got so bad that she wanted to die. In translation, she asked what she would get in return, because no matter what favorable conditions he offered, she did not want to agree. He smiled, but inside he was burning with rage, since she had not learned humility. They looked at each other intently, smiling sweetly. Daylin smiled as she didn't mind at all, just leaving the temple silently. The novices themselves were forbidden to accept money, such were the rules. No matter how hard she tried to get richer, she didn't become richer. Since she grew up in the temple, so she thought that this was how it should be, she was grateful for the warmth and food. But after the novice had been exposed to danger many times on the battlefield, her view of the world changed dramatically. Daylin knew that if she lived her life for a day, working in vain to get by, and then dissolved into nothingness like a grain of sand, not a single living soul would appreciate her efforts. They were born alone and died alone, so now she didn't want to let herself be fooled. He sighed heavily and said that he had watched her for a very long time and knew that she was very talented. He smiled and said that if everything went smoothly this time, then even the highest clergy would certainly recognize her merits. She froze for a moment as she felt her promotion in the air. If everything worked out, then she should have earned a place in the highest hierarchy. She understood that she agreed to such conditions. With a joyful smile, she said that God was leading her and she would go anywhere if that was his command. With a joyful smile, she asked for permission to begin performing her duties as soon as possible. The priest smiled and said that when he heard her words, he knew she could handle it. He said that she must go immediately and follow the young people's instructions. He said with a wicked smile that the young master who needed her help was the war-winning hero from the 8th Berserker Squad. Daylin froze in shock, as she had not expected this, knowing that this was a man who indiscriminately killed both enemies and friends. The priest smiled and said that he had forgotten to tell her that she must act alone. He smiled and asked her to leave quickly and wished her luck. He said with a smile that he hoped to see her alive and well. She was shocked, because after his words, she just wanted to quit her job and leave. It so happened that on that day, she suddenly fell into a trap and had to go to a magnificent estate. But in the beautiful building, a very serious problem awaited her. Unfortunately, she realized that the problem was of enormous proportions, and that she could not simply deal with it. After some time, she slowly followed her problem. She was puzzled, as she had only recently returned from the war, but she felt herself being pulled back into hell. Daylin has seen and been through a lot. Unfortunately, she no longer had the strength to cry. In the war between Raklion and the neighboring state of Sorben, victory was always on the side of the latter. With each new defeat, the morale of the troops fell, and unfortunately, no one anymore hoped for victory. The war was dragging on hopelessly. Until the moment they appeared, no one knew who they were or where they came from. Because there were only a few selected fighters. Who fought like madmen, they had monstrous strength, and due to such strength, they turned the tide of the war. They appeared very unexpectedly and won the battle, and later disappeared without a trace. The allies called them saviors, and the enemies, demons. She was very grateful to them, and she wanted the bloody war to end sooner. Even if one of her own was hurt, she didn't care. But in one moment, everything changed. Of course, they were cruel in battle, but only because of this they were called animals. But still, thanks to them, they quickly won. The Emperor's second son, the former commander-in-chief, became a hero, and the detachment's existence was consigned to oblivion. Daylin knew that as soon as the war ended, the squad disappeared and their existence was forgotten. The church was ordered to reward them with titles and lands and not to hide them, but to treat them and prepare them to become knights. The priestess understood that in order to stop one such warrior, 10 knights would be needed. Daylin was furious because she agreed because she was promised a good reward. The young man looked intently at the priestess and said with a smile that they would arrive at the place soon. He thanked her again for agreeing to come. She smiled and said that she was following God's will. Lauren Truck, third son of House Truck staff army officer, a very capable man, but after the war he was left without work. So now he has been given the role of the one who will solve the squad's problems. He said with a smile that even if it was God's will, it was not an easy decision. She said that she would try her best. He smiled and said that he believed in her, and also said that from now on she would have to cope with everything alone. He handed her a small whistle with a smile and asked her to keep it with her. She looked at him in surprise, but he said that it was just a precaution and she should use it in case of danger. He also said that with his help she could calm down their enraged friends. She sighed heavily and thanked him for this gift, which she accepted with joy. Lauren said with a smile that they had arrived at the place. He looked at her intently and, smiling, said that she would live in this mansion. He also talked about how the maids would arrive, how the cleaning would be done, and how the groceries would be delivered, and he also talked about security. She didn't know how the guards could help her. He smiled and said that they could either remove the body or die with her for company. Daylin was shocked and asked if she could leave for the night too. He smiled and said that it was impossible, but since she was already there, he was leaving. The security guards surrounded her with a smile and asked her to help with her luggage. She was in shock, as she understood that life is pain. A moment later, they did not report where the young man was and wished her luck. She sighed heavily and, looking around, walked inside. She noticed that there was no one inside. She imagined that as soon as she entered, a wild animal would immediately pounce on her. She noticed that there was no wild animal and the mansion was excellent. Daylin walked slowly and quietly into the room. She looked at her new room with a joyful smile as she saw that it was luxurious, like the whole house. Before this, she lived in tiny closets and her room resembled a coffin. She thought that she would live in a terrible kennel as a rabid dog, but the room was very luxurious, which made her immensely happy. Daylin, with a joyful smile, she ran to meet her destiny. She danced and rejoiced because she knew that life is beautiful. Overjoyed, she opened the door and walked into the room with Pesnia. But a moment later, she stood frozen in place. At the same time, the young man gave her a fierce and menacing look. She froze in shock, and all her joy disappeared somewhere. A moment later, she looked at the young man with a glare and a frown. Daylin knew she had to remain calm because when someone encountered a wild animal, they couldn't show their fear. With a heavy sigh, she greeted the lost soul. But at that very moment, the young man attacked her with fury. She realized that he didn't like the phrase. It was too dazzling. Looking at the young man, she could not understand whether he was sensible or not. She knew that if the muscle mass attacked her, she would definitely be dead. But she also noticed that he had stopped growling. Daylin knew she needed to try to talk to him, because she needed to understand how sane he was. But before he could even get the word out, she saw him pounce on her. The priest was in shock, as she did not expect everything to happen so quickly. But at that very moment, she took advantage of her recent gift. The young man screamed in pain as he was bound by magic. She whistled without stopping, and the young man fell to the ground with a crash. After a few seconds, she finally opened her eyes. She froze for a moment when she saw that he was simply lying on the ground. Daylin was in shock and didn't understand what had happened. She didn't understand what she had done. For a moment, it seemed to her that he was not breathing. But she still hoped that he was not dead and tried to wake him up. Daylin pulled away from him as she realized she was sitting next to the man who had almost killed her. But after a few minutes, she plucked up her courage and approached him. She hoped that he was not dead. She was in shock because she understood that if he really died, she could be fired, and in that case, she would become a murderer. A moment later, she clearly saw marks on his neck, as if someone had tightened ropes around his neck. She knew they weren't there before. Daylin was taken aback because she realized that it was all because of the whistle. She saw that he fell unconscious, but did not squeak. Daylin sighed heavily because he looked so creepy, so she decided not to use the whistle anymore. She didn't know what to do, so she decided to make him more comfortable. It seemed to her that because of the strong muscles in his back, his head was floating in the air. She decided to take care of him a little and brought him a pillow so that he would be a little more comfortable. Daylin sighed heavily as she saw that he hadn't even moved. But she understood that if he was snoring, it meant he was alive. So she wanted to rest a little until he woke up. But after a few seconds, she saw a fresh wound. Daylin was shocked because she was again meddling in things that weren't her business by being too kind. She understood that she simply had no way out, and so she decided to help him. Daylin climbed on top of the young man and unbuttoned his shirt. She was momentarily taken aback by the beautiful sight. She wondered if the body was a murder weapon or a washboard, but she didn't understand why there was no living spot on it. She hoped that he would keep his mouth shut and not blab about her stupidity, so she used her power on the young man. As a child, she noticed that her gift was special. She understood that there was no one to protect her, and if someone found out about her outstanding abilities, they would start using her. So she carefully hid her gift. It would have taken an ordinary church minister half a day to heal such wounds, but she did it all in a matter of minutes. Looking at the young man, she wondered how he had been eating all this time. A moment later, the young man opened his eyes wide as he woke up from everything that had happened. The young people froze for a moment in surprise. But at that very moment, he suddenly rose up. Unfortunately, he miscalculated the strength of his lift and dealt a strong blow to the priest. She sighed heavily, but a moment later, she shouted that she had done nothing of the sort. Daylin was furious and screamed that she only took off her clothes to heal him, so he shouldn't look at her like that. She was furious and screamed at him to stop making that face immediately, as if he had lost something. She was glad that his mind had returned so much that he now felt ashamed. She sighed heavily and said that she was not finished with his treatment, so he should sit quietly. She warned that it would not hurt him. The young man froze for a moment in surprise when he saw how she used her power on him. She smiled and asked if he had relaxed. She understood that his outburst of anger was a sign of severe overexcitement. She was sure that with the help of divine power, she would be able to calm him down. She smiled and asked if he could stand her voice. He sighed heavily and said that he could. A moment later, she asked him with a smile what his name was. He replied, surprised, that his name was Kels. She said that his name was very beautiful and also asked who gave it to him. He did not know. Looking at the young man, she asked if he often lost his temper like that. She sighed heavily as she realized that he did not understand the question. A few seconds later, her stomach began to rumble, and she became wary as she realized he didn't like the sound. She smiled and said that she seemed a little hungry. Daylin said with a smile that the train would go so that her stomach wouldn't growl. She smiled and asked if he wanted anything, as she could bring food and they could have dinner together. He said in surprise that he would like to have dinner. She suggested that he sit on the sofa while she brought everything. A moment later, the young man obediently walked towards the sofa. She looked at him with a smile because it turned out better than she thought. When she left the room, she smelled a pleasant aroma and thought that someone had cooked them dinner. At that moment, unfortunately, she still did not know what awaited her. The young lady smiled and said that she had been informed that the priestess had arrived at the mansion and that she must have met him now. Looking at her son, she said that he seemed to be really looking forward to the meeting. She knew that her son wanted to know what kind of hero the squad would become, but after a while, the young lady froze in shock and trembled with fear. She was shocked and, looking at the young man, wondered how great the malice that surrounded him was. Daylin rushed to her new acquaintance in a hurry as she saw a lot of blood on him. She screamed that she would remove the poison right now, but she had never done anything like that before. She was taken aback and breathed a sigh of relief, since it was just juice, and she thought that someone had poisoned it. She smiled and asked for forgiveness because she was scared, but she froze when she saw his angry and bestial gaze. She understood that he was going to kill her. She was in shock because she understood that this time she would die for real. She was trembling with fear and praying to God. She was shocked because she knew she couldn't just die since she hadn't used all her money, but he just looked at her intently and started talking about poison. Daylin looked at him in surprise, not understanding what he was talking about. He looked at her coldly and said angrily that all food is poison. Daylin asked Kels if he was okay. She didn't understand how he knew about the poison. Kels said it was the taste. Daylin breathed a sigh of relief as she was unable to eat a single bite because he started devouring the food. She was puzzled as she realized that he ate like an animal. She sighed heavily and asked if there was nothing she could eat. He quickly replied that there was nothing edible for her. Daylin was puzzled because she knew she had many options for death. Daylin, for her part, knew she needed to stay calm, because as long as she remained alert, she could survive. Daylin looked at the gentleman intently and said with a smile that he should trust her. She looked at him with a mischievous smile and said that she would show him something. He looked at her in bewilderment as she ran away in a hurry. Kels froze and looked after the young lady with bewilderment. At the same time, Daylin ran into the kitchen and looked closely at the food. She understood that there was definitely no poison in the carrots, potatoes, and flour. The knight told the lady that he had brought what she had asked for, but he also asked if it was really enough, as there were no seasonings. He said that he had also contacted the Lord and that he would appear soon. She smiled and thanked him. Daylin sighed heavily, as she didn't know if there was anything she could do at all. She wondered when the last time you tried cooking was. After all, her only experience was helping around the house before she joined the temple. All she knew was that vegetables needed to be washed and soup needed to be stirred. She understood that no matter how much she screwed up, all the ingredients would still turn into delicious soup. She looked at the products with joy, as she wanted to get to work immediately. With lightning speed, the young lady directed her sharp knife towards the food. Sometime later, the Lord of the Gate ran into the kitchen with rapiers and asked the priestess what had happened. He was furious and asked if someone had killed someone or if someone was on the brink of life and death again. Daylin told the Lord to speak more quietly because Mr. Mad Dog was in a bad mood because he had not eaten. She said she needed to discuss something. And he also came even quickly. Lord said that he was worried that something from the above had happened. She said that she would not have called him and would have just run away. But now she wanted to see him for another reason. A moment later, she turned around and went to the stove, realizing that something had burned. Lauren looked at her in surprise, not understanding what she was up to. He smiled and asked if she was into cursing. She sighed heavily and said that she wasn't, and it was just dinner. He smiled and said he was mistaken because it was too small and cute to be just dinner. She said it was better than poison in food. She also said that the gentleman had caught the bird for her. Lauren looked at her in surprise and asked what she was talking about. She smiled and said that she tried to cook something from the ingredients that were in the kitchen. A few hours ago, she was slowly walking towards the young master. She was worried because she had been preparing the soup for too long, and she suggested that the young gentleman might have gone crazy from the city. She understood that it was a miracle that he was calm all the time. Daylin smiled and told the gentleman that she had tried boiling the tooth, but she wasn't sure he would like it. Daylin froze for a moment, looking at the young man who held the candlestick in his hand. Daylin froze and stared at him for a moment, guessing that he looked like a noble gentleman. She knew he looked good even in his shabby state. She understood that he was about to make his debut, and therefore he had to control his rage. But with the speed of lightning, he turned and threw the candlestick at a dove that was flying past. The dove flew to the ground with a crash. He turned around and, looking at his companion, said that it was food. She froze in shock as she knew he was very amazing, but also aggressive at the same time. She said she thought he wanted meat, so she cooked it again, and the Lord smiled and said they seemed to be getting along very well. The Lord said that the young man would eventually become a noble gentleman, and he waited very hard until the new day. She was puzzled, knowing he had left his conscience at home. But he smiled and said that the right balance between life and work was very important to him. She envied him and said that he should let her know when his conscience returned. The Lord smiled and said that she should not be upset. Since her progress so far had already impressed him, he hoped that she would live up to their expectations, as he understood that there would be no problems when Charlotte came to visit. She looked at him in surprise and asked who would be coming and for what visit. The Lord smiled and said that he seemed to have forgotten to tell her about it. Sebian would soon be coming to visit them. He said with a joyful smile that they were very interested in the young gentleman. At that moment, her world collapsed. Charlotte is a very mysterious girl, but not for everyone. The current Emperor Racleon had 2 wives. When the first empress died, his mistress Penelia became the second. However, his love for Penelia did not last long, and soon the emperor became infatuated with another woman. It was the beautiful Charlotte. The emperor treasured her so much that even though the current empress is still alive, the people nicknamed Charlotte the Third Empress. It is well known that the emperor favored Charlotte and her son Sebian. Daylin could already imagine herself and her son coming to visit the mad dog. She was in shock because she understood that she could not avoid the worst. She was shocked and did not understand how this was possible. Daylin was furious because she knew that if anything went wrong, she would be held responsible and executed. The Lord asked her to calm down, as he knew that the emperor valued them highly and they would arrive prepared. Daylin. She sighed heavily and said she would be concerned, but that wasn't the point. He smiled and said that, unfortunately, he couldn't protect her from the poisonous goo she had just made. He looked at her in surprise and asked if she was really going to force the young man to eat such soup. She said that the soup didn't look very good, but she couldn't force him to eat the poisoned food, because all the dishes that were served had poison in them. He said that such accidents were quite common. A moment later, they looked closely at the soup. The Lord was a little surprised, as the soup resembled the spawn of Satan. He picked up the pot to get rid of the dish as quickly as possible, but the lady stopped him, as she had no more food left. He was shocked and screamed that she could easily give the young man just poison. She screamed that he didn't even try her soup, but he shouted that there were things in this world that made everything clear if you just looked at them. She screamed with tears in her eyes that he did not die even after he ate poison, and this was her first meal of the day. He shouted that she could eat the bird she had cooked. He looked at the bird in surprise and asked if it was really her divine power that raised the dead. Lauren said he would send her the groceries and the cookbook, and then they should throw out the soup. She still agreed with him. But after a few seconds, they heard a terrible roar. They froze for a moment when they saw the mad dog in all its glory. He looked at them with cold fury and said that he would like to taste his food. He shouted that they must provide him with food immediately. The young people froze for a moment. After some time, something resembling food was visible in front of him. But with the speed of lightning, he seized his food and began to eat. The young people froze in shock as he ate everything. Daylin asked with a surprised smile if her dish was already delicious, but he didn't answer and continued eating. A moment later, she looked at him in bewilderment as he held out his hand and asked for more. Daylin was taken aback and said that she would bring him everything right away. Lauren looked at the priestess with hope and faith, because he thought that the Lord was really watching over her. Lauren looked at the young man and asked what kind of poison was in the food. Kels answered with lightning speed what kind of poisons were in the food. The young lady was surprised that the young man could distinguish poisons. Lauren smiled and said that in the squad, young people can distinguish poisons. She was surprised and wondered if they were trained. She saw all his reactions. Lauren said that they were trained, of course, but some of it was from birth. But also different spells were used on them during training. She knew that all invisible forces were considered divine. They were controlled by the church, with the exception of the fighting priests. The rest could only use the powers for salvation. She was shocked because they used a spell to turn children into weapons. She asked if the church was involved in this. The Lord was taken aback, but a moment later asked if she really wanted to know. She froze, and at that very moment, the young man took the pot of food from her. She sighed heavily and said that she didn't want to know, but at the same time, the young man continued to eat with appetite. Trembling with fear, she said that she did not want to know anything like that, because the less you know, the better you sleep. Daylin Bailiff looked at the Lord and said that she was a simple novice, and she did everything she was told. He said that when the children of the squad were growing up, they did not make mistakes, and there were no losers among them. He said that there are many ways to erase a person, as if he never existed. He smiled and said he hoped everything would be okay. Taken aback, the young lady said that everything would, of course, be fine, and she would not let him down. Sometime later, the young lady also stared at the young man who was leaving the estate. She was a little puzzled by his words. Turning around, she sighed heavily, knowing it had been a very long day. After seeing a mad dog eating the food she had prepared, she decided to try it, but it turned out to be no better than poison. He gave it away in a hurry and simply ran away from them, wishing them a bon appetit. The Lord was in shock and shouted after her that he needed her healing and blessing. She sighed heavily and lay down on her bed. She assumed that her ward had most likely fallen asleep after dinner, as the house was very quiet. She knew he wasn't going to die, so she didn't need to worry, and it was time to go to bed. A moment later, she wrapped herself in a beautiful blanket and began to drift off to sleep with pleasure. Daylin knew that even though she hadn't eaten very well, she would sleep well. She hoped that tomorrow she would be able to sleep late. She told herself this without realizing that there was anyone nearby. But a moment later, she felt someone's presence and jumped up abruptly. She was shocked when she saw Mr. Mad Dog in front of her. She turned around as if she had already fallen asleep and was just dreaming about him. But after a few seconds, she finally took out a small whistle and looked intently at the young man. At the same time, he growled at her fiercely and loudly. Daylin sighed as she realized that the whistle had worked and he had actually been afraid of it. She hoped that she would not have to use it. Looking at the young man, she asked us if something had happened. He didn't answer her, and she realized that he was simply holding back because he saw the whistle. Looking at the priestess, he said very loudly. She asked in surprise what he was talking about. Kel said irritably that all the sounds were very loud and he couldn't sleep because he could hear the voice and breathing steps. She was taken aback and froze for a moment in shock. But after a few seconds, she said that she understood everything. She didn't think at all that he would be able to explain anything to her, and she asked for forgiveness because she was carried away by the situation. But after a few seconds, she was taken aback because she knew that they were in different rooms and they were far from each other. She asked in surprise if he could really hear her steps and breathing from his room. He said that it was true and that she was very loud. She was taken aback as she remembered what the Lord had told her. She knew he was sensitive, but this was going beyond all bounds. She knew that if she told him to go to his room and sleep, he wouldn't do it. Looking at the young man, I realized that he would not do it. A moment later, she said that she couldn't sleep either, so they could just talk. Daylin asked the young man to sit down as she wanted to make him some tea. She pushed back her chair and looked at him intently as he walked leisurely toward the table. Daylin looked at the young man in surprise as he sat up straight and looked like a museum exhibit. Daylin noticed that there was some tea left that she had brewed earlier, but it had cooled down quite a bit. She sighed heavily and said that it didn't bother her at all. She slowly handed him a small teapot and asked him not to be surprised. A moment later, the teapot began to shine dazzlingly, and the young man looked at the teapot in surprise. He asked if she was a battle priest, and Daylin gasped and said she wasn't. Priests were divided into several types. Ordinary priests entered the priesthood after completing theological training. Natural-born priests were born with their divine power. They were found and made priests. War priests had special divine abilities and participated in battles. Usually, divine power is the power of healing, but sometimes it could manifest as telekinesis or the power of fire. Daylin smiled and said that she didn't want to die early, so she asked him to keep this secret. She didn't think he would tell anyone, but by sharing the secret, she could establish some kind of connection with him. A moment later, the young man drank the tea with lightning speed. She was shocked, and at that very moment, she started shooting him, just like he got burned. Daylin sighed heavily and asked the young man to take his time and drink slowly. She smiled and said that this way he should enjoy the smell and taste of the tea while he drank it. Daylin was an ordinary novice until one day her divine powers manifested, but this led to an increased workload, so she doubted that her life would be better if she told about her special power. She looked closely at the young man, as she knew that he had gone through training and risked his life to participate in the war. She froze in embarrassment as she realized that he was left with only a sexy body. She was taken aback and decided to throw all thoughts away. Daylin smiled and said that it was okay. She was just lost in thought because it was dark, and she decided to light a candle. She was puzzled and decided that perhaps she shouldn't have lit the fire since he was so sensitive. Daylin asked if she should blow out the candle, but he didn't answer. Kells, in turn, sipped his tea in silence. She noticed that he seemed more relaxed now, so she asked if he was feeling better. He said he relaxed a little, and she felt relieved, and also asked if he heard any other sounds besides her voice. A moment later, he listed to her all the birds on the street, and what each one did, about the mice, about the guards' shift changes. She was in shock, but he said he was just practicing. Daylin was puzzled, as she knew he might go crazy if he heard everything. Daylin looked at the young man closely, as she understood why he was so angry with her. She knew he might feel better if she covered his ears. Daylin slowly reached out to the young man, but saw his anger. Daylin sighed heavily as she realized she was very tired and had been thinking about something else. She said with a smile that it must be very hard for him, so she could help him. He looked at her in bewilderment, but she realized that there had to be a way to help him, and so she decided to do everything in her power. She asked how he usually spends his time. Kel said that he trains and also sleeps and also eats. The next morning, the young lady woke up and was not in the best shape. Last night, he calmed down after they talked a little. She signed him with divine power and sent him back to bed. Daylin was puzzled because she hadn't been able to sleep at all since he left. She understood that it was simply impossible to fall asleep, since he could hear her every breath. At first, she was worried about being almost poisoned, and now she had to worry about not breathing too loudly in her sleep. A moment later, she closed her mouth, for she knew that he was also awake, and that, driven mad by the sounds, he might come running to her. She sighed heavily, knowing she should just go and quietly make breakfast. But a moment later, she was taken aback as she heard young people outside the window who were behaving very loudly. They happily discussed who lived in the big house that was deep in the forest. They thought that some sick lady or bastard lived in the house. She was shocked and didn't know what to do because she knew they were being very loud. They knew they had to be careful in places where such secrets were kept. The man looked at his friend and asked if he had heard the crackling sound of some animal nearby. At that moment, Kels flew at the men, looking at them with fury. Some time ago, the men walked carefree along the path, intending to deliver groceries. To their regret, they ignored the words of their employer and went happily and had fun. She understood that the unhappy fate of immature workers awaited them. At that moment, a black shadow hung over them, and at that very moment, the young lady threw herself out of the window in order to stop the young gentleman and save the workers. She was in shock because she didn't understand why she jumped out of the window. After all, she could have simply blown the whistle in her room and thus stopped him. As this thought crossed her mind, she clearly saw him running towards her. At that very moment, he managed to catch her. Unfortunately, the young lady Jay fell with a crash on the young gentleman. The men were shocked. They didn't understand why she suddenly jumped out of the window because they knew that it was very dangerous. But she only looked at them with fury. A moment later, she jumped up and asked if they had forgotten everything they had been warned about. She screamed at them to run away right now. They looked at her in bewilderment and said that they had come simply to drop off the boxes and that this was their job. She screamed furiously that she was saying this for their own good, so they should just run away. She screamed that if they didn't want to lose their lives now, they had to leave immediately. The men stopped when they saw the young man. They were taken aback because he looked at them very angrily and aggressively. But at that very moment, they, with the speed of lightning, ran away as they realized at the cost of their lives. A few seconds later, they were sitting in complete silence on the ground. Daylin sighed heavily as she was glad that they had listened to her and left. But a moment later, she was taken aback as she realized that the mad dog was sitting next to her. Daylin smiled and thanked the gentleman for being able to save her. But in turn, he looked at her with fury and growled. He wanted to go to the men and deal with them, but she caught him and asked him to calm down. She was shocked because he didn't hear her and wondered if she should use the whistle. But a moment later, she froze and looked intently at the young gentleman as her heart was ready to jump out of her chest. She stared at his beautiful body, but she noticed that he was worried and therefore slowly pulled away from him. Daylin looked at the gentleman and said that everything was fine and that they had just brought the groceries. She said that they were safe because the men had already left. Daylin noticed that he was calming down and her words were helping, so she asked if he wanted to go to my room and rest. She knew he would have been dead by now if he hadn't reacted immediately when he sensed danger. She knew that was the only way he was still alive. Daylin looked at him with a tender smile as she understood that her task was to teach him to live in peacetime. She wanted to treat him like a normal person to help him become one. Daylin said with a smile that he did a great job of holding himself back. In any case, she was very glad that she dealt with this situation, as she reacted to something like this very quickly. But at the same time, they slowly approached the door, and she noticed how the guard sighed heavily and yawned. They had just started work, but were puzzled because they had overslept. Daylin looked at the men closely and called out to them. She smiled and said that they must have slept well. Daylin looked at the men, explained what had happened, and received their sincere apologies. Sometime later, they came to the young master's room. Daylin, with a smile, asked him to lie down on the bed. Kels, in turn, looked intently at the girl with bewilderment on his face. She looked at him, puzzled, as she saw that he simply froze in place. A few seconds later, she approached him and slowly led him to the sleeping place. A few seconds later, she put him to bed and was glad that he obediently lay down in bed. She smiled and said that today she would be treating him in the back, so he should turn over. She realized that she needed to use more gestures. A moment later, he said coldly that he was uncomfortable. She looked at him in surprise and asked what he was saying. After a few seconds, she gently turned his head and said with a smile that it would be more comfortable for him. But he sighed heavily and said that he was uncomfortable. She was surprised and turning him around, asked if he was comfortable. He sighed heavily and said that the floor was comfortable. Daylin asked with a smile if he wasn't used to a soft bed. She said it was because he hadn't slept on it much and he would be much more comfortable if he just got used to it. Daylin looked at the young man closely and said that this was not a battlefield at all, and he did not need to be on guard all the time. He did not answer her, but she said that his body became softer when he relaxed, and this was called a state of comfort. Daylin looked at him tenderly and said that from now on he should learn to catch this feeling. She realized that he was not answering difficult questions, so she needed to fix that urgently. She froze for a moment and wondered what it meant to be a young master. She knew that all the aristocrats she had seen before were vile scum. Daylin sighed heavily because she knew she shouldn't turn him into someone like that. She assumed they wanted to turn him into the sweet and kind person that all the girls dreamed of. Daylin sighed heavily, knowing she had a long way to go. A moment later, the young lady saw that he was sleeping peacefully. She hoped not to rush things and start by sleeping on the bed. Daylin Q was glad that her charge had finally fallen asleep, so she went to the kitchen with lightning speed. She knew it was time to feed the muscle mass. Sometime later, the young lady was no longer alone in the kitchen. She looked at her new friend with a smile and said that they could start cooking. She had not expected him to wake up so quickly. She brought him into the kitchen so that he could see if there was any poison in the food, and she also noticed that he was in a good mood after his morning sleep and treatment. She was even a little ashamed to use him as a bloodhound because she needed to make an aristocrat out of him, but she wanted to use every opportunity to survive. She smiled and said that all he had to do was check if there was poison in the food. She slowly showed him each product, and he determined by smell whether they contained poison. With a joyful smile, she said that the products were all fine. Looking at the recipe book, she wondered what to eat, because she knew that the guards had brought more boxes and now they had a lot of food. She was glad because the Lord thoughtfully presented them with a whole box, which was filled with cookery books. Daylin. After reading for a short time, she closed the book because she didn't understand anything. She wondered if the cookbook was in a foreign language. She knew it was very strange because she could read and wrote excellent explanatory notes. A few minutes later, she invited her companion to look at this book. Kels looked at the book intently. She wondered if he had actually understood the dash, as he was focused on looking at the book. She smiled and asked if he was curious and also asked if he wanted to see what was inside. But a moment later, he, like the bloodhound, said that there was no poison. She sighed heavily as she realized that he was just doing his job. Daylin handed him the book and said that, fortunately, there was no poison in it, but with a smile asked why he didn't take a look at our holding. He looked at the book in bewilderment. She was a little surprised. Daylin sighed heavily and, looking at the young man, asked if he really couldn't read. She was shocked because she understood that he had been trained, but they hadn't taught him to read. He dryly replied that it wasn't necessary for combat. Daylin was shocked and didn't understand how they could have raised children like that. She didn't understand who even thought it was a good idea, and at the same time, she wondered why she was the one dealing with the consequences now. Daylin looked at the young man closely and said that it looked like she would have to teach him to read. He looked at her with confusion, as the word was new to him. Daylin asked in confusion if he didn't want to learn to read, and all she heard in response was dead silence. She was surprised because he didn't say anything, but he wasn't angry either, so she wondered if he had thought this through. She realized that he had only responded with insignificant words before, so she assumed that he didn't know what he liked and what he didn't. Daylin knew she needed to teach him to understand his feelings. In addition to reading and sleeping on the bed, she smiled and said that all noble aristocrats could read, so he should learn too. Daylin sighed heavily and said that he couldn't become a master if he died of hunger, so now she needed to feed him. A moment later, she asked him to start by cutting the onion and carrot into small pieces. She glanced sideways at the young man and asked if he knew what that meant. He dryly replied that he did. She looked at him in surprise, but a moment later said with a smile that it made sense, since he had been trained to butcher people. She smiled and asked if he wanted to try. Kels looked closely at the food but said nothing. With lightning speed, he took the knife in his hands and looked at it intently. At the same time, the young lady looked at him dumbfounded, as she was a little scared. She was trembling with fear, as she had completely forgotten that the man was himself a man of weapons. She was in shock, as she had told him that this was not a battlefield, but she herself had given him a knife in his hands. She knew she needed to last longer, so she needed to prepare to run. She clearly understood that life was more valuable to her. A moment later, he glared at the vegetables. But after a few seconds, he moved on to chopping vegetables. The young lady, in turn, looked at the young man with admiration and wondered if this was really art on his part. She felt like she caught a glimpse of technology that had not yet come into this world. She felt like she saw the human future. She realized that not everyone can cut into small pieces. A moment later, he told her that everything was ready, and she jumped in surprise. Dalen smiled and praised him for his excellent work, and also said that it was quite a performance on his part, so she was eager to see the vegetables. But a moment later, she froze with a look of bewilderment on her face as she saw only mashed vegetables. She looked at the vegetables with confusion, since she had asked him to simply cut them into small pieces, but she assumed that was not what the book meant. She sighed heavily and asked where he had used his skills before. He said that he did everything right, as he used his skills to capture and torture his enemies. The young lady stood there for a moment, looking at the young man in bewilderment. She was not glad that she had already asked such a question, but in turn, she prayed for the onions and carrots, since they left this world too late. Dalen knew it was best for her not to think about things like that, so she just wanted to focus on feeding herself and the young man, so she didn't want to worry about anything else. She said with a smile that next he should cut the meat and add oil to the pan. She clearly understood that she just needed to get through the day. Sometime later, they looked with admiration at their first dish. She was happy because the dish looked very appetizing and had a pleasant aroma. She was delighted because she had not smelled anything like it for a long time. Dalen looked at the young man with a smile because she understood that everything worked out because he helped her. She could not have imagined before that the kitchen needed so much dexterity, endurance, and strength. Dalen looked at the young man tenderly and called him. She smiled and asked what he thought about the cooking. She wanted to know if he liked it. He thought for a moment and said that it was not difficult. She smiled and asked if he was having fun. He looked at her in bewilderment because he didn't understand what she was talking about. Dalen V sighed heavily as she was puzzled because she did not know how to explain the meaning of the word fun. She asked if he enjoyed the process of cooking itself, although she realized that she told him and he did everything. And, most likely, he did not enjoy it. She smiled and asked if he wanted to help her cook in the kitchen again in the future. He looked at her with bewilderment and asked if he really needed to do things like that again. Dalen smiled and said that if he wanted to, he could do it, but if not, he didn't need to. She smiled and said that he shouldn't force himself to do things like that, and perhaps she would become a better cook with practice. He looked at her intently and said he wanted to do it again. She smiled a puzzled smile and said that she would look forward to his next dish. She knew that he had genuinely said that he liked it, but for some reason she was upset. Dalen smiled and thanked him for his help and said that he would set the table for us and so he should bring their dish. The dish was delicious, despite a slightly bitter aftertaste. Sometime later, Dalen talked to Kelsian and asked him what he liked and what he didn't like, naming different objects. After a few minutes, she looked at him intently and asked if he liked her. Kels froze for a moment and stared at the young lady. After a few seconds, he sighed heavily and rudely told her that he didn't like her. She was furious and understood that he was just a rude dog. She was shocked and knew he was just hopeless. She didn't understand how he could respond so quickly without thinking. She knew that even dogs showed their love to those who cared for them. She was shocked and asked her charge why she was eating. Kels looked at her coldly and said that she was noisy. She looked at him in bewilderment as she had not expected to hear anything like that. But a moment later, she looked away from him as she realized that it was no wonder he thought she was noisy. Dalen had nearly died several times in her sleep because she snored and ground her teeth every night. She was furious because she knew she couldn't do anything about it because she was sleeping restlessly due to fatigue. Dalen screamed that she hadn't been snoring or grinding her teeth much lately. He sighed heavily and said that she was still noisy. Dalen was puzzled, as she understood that the young man was a fairly quick learner, but she still hadn't thought about what to do with his increased sensitivity. Dalen was well aware that he looked ready to make his debut in high society, judging by the way he cut his steak alone. She understood that the fact that he had learned to tolerate sounds more easily did not mean that they did not irritate him. She knew that he could hardly stand the sounds that she made alone in a quiet place. She understood that he would not have been able to stand a banquet. Dalen was in shock. She didn't understand how her breathing could bother him. She screamed that she was not his enemy, and he should understand this because she did not walk around with a knife in her bosom and did not try to cut his throat. But he kept saying that she was noisy. She screamed that she needed to breathe to live. Daylin froze for a moment as she saw that his gaze spoke volumes about what he thought of her. Daylin asked him if he liked cats. Kels said he didn't like them. She listed puppies, birds, pigs, cows, but he kept saying he didn't like them. She looked at him in surprise and asked if he really hated all animals. Kels thought for a moment, and after a few seconds he said that he didn't like them all. The young lady was puzzled. She sighed heavily because he did not love anything, and this annoyed her very much, so she said that from now on she would not breathe. She understood perfectly well that someday she would wait until he said that he liked her. Kels, in turn, glanced sideways out the window. A few seconds later, he caught a small leaf that fell towards them through the window. Lady smiled and said that it was a leaf, and also asked if he would fight with the leaf. It sighed heavily and looked intently into the distance. He looked at her, but a moment later he looked away as his heart was beating very hard. Daylin looked closely at the young man and asked if he remembered what to do to calm down. He sighed heavily and thought about the little leaf. Daylin, looking into the distance, said that the young man was now calming down faster, and she called him a good boy. But he, in turn, sat quietly in one place without flinching or uttering a word. He knew that she always made sounds when she moved or slept soundly, but now he really felt something that he had never felt before. He knew it was different from the calm that was forced upon him by drugs and spells on the battlefield. Kels knew it was nothing like having everything taken from him and thrown into an endless void. Kels knew he didn't need to get rid of the sounds because they weren't threatening him at all. He looked closely at the small bird outside the window. He sighed heavily as he clearly felt peace, and he liked it very much. Daylin was very angry and confused because she had been sitting in one place for a long time without making a sound, and she had lost track of time. Unfortunately, her legs were numb. She was confused because she did not understand why she was sitting on her knees at all. Daylin decided that if she served him as a maid, he would behave more noble, that in this case he would gradually get used to giving orders and demanding respectful treatment. But she still froze in place because she did not understand why she had to be a maid. Daylin knew that noble society was based on hierarchy, and she was, after all, the daughter of a baron. She was furious because she knew that the young man was not a nobleman at all. Daylin sighed heavily and told the young man that she actually came from a noble family. He looked at her in confusion as he did not understand what she was talking about. She suddenly shouted out loud that she didn't need to speak to him respectfully. He looked at her intently and agreed frankly. She looked at him in surprise as she had not expected this. Daylin asked, puzzled if he really didn't mind. Daylin looked at the young man closely and said that his expression said she didn't need to ask again. She looked at him happily and said that from now on she would speak to him informally. They stared at each other for a moment without saying a word. Daylin was taken aback as she realized that it was more awkward than she thought. She sighed heavily as she didn't know what to say at all. Daylin knew how to address the young man, wondering if she should stop calling him Mr. Kels. She stared at him for a moment, going over different options in her head. She knew that simply calling him by his name would be the best option. A few seconds later, she called his name with a joyful smile. He froze in shock on the spot as he was very angry, so he looked at her sullenly. Daylin looked at the young man in confusion as his reaction was completely different. She was shocked, as he had previously said that he did not mind her speaking to him informally. Daylin thanked the knights for their work. The knight said with a smile that they were just doing their job and delivering various goods. The young man looked at her closely and asked how the young gentleman the saint was taking care of was doing. They wanted to know if he was no longer having fits like he used to. They were puzzled, because they knew that he had a hard time running a place like this without servants. Daylin just smiled at the young people, because they thought that Kels was just an aristocrat who had nervous fits. Daylin said with a gentle smile that she would be glad if she could, as a servant of God, ease the suffering of the needy. They looked at her with admiration, because they knew that she was a true saint. They looked at the young lady intently and asked her to forgive them for their insolence, but still they asked if she could give them her blessing. She looked at them in surprise, as she did not expect such a thing. A blessing is when a simple greeting is given a little added holy power. Having felt a little holy power, people did not experience any special effect. They simply became blessed. Yet people considered it a great fortune to receive a blessing. So many begged for blessings from priests on the battlefield, even when T was on the verge of exhaustion. She was already used to dealing with this in an adult manner and happily said that she would bless them. The young people looked at the young priest with delight, as they knew that she was merciful. She smiled and said she would do it for just a few silver coins. They looked at her with bewilderment, as they did not expect such a thing. Dalen looked at the young people with a satisfied smile, as they seemed to have such a face that they could not imagine such a thing. They were in shock, as this service was paid. Dalen knew she couldn't show her weakness here. Religion was faith, and the more confident she was, the more trust she inspired. Dalen said with a satisfied smile that the new power was given to her to serve this world, but she only had one body, and she could only give it to those who stood before her. She smiled and said that this was the reason she healed them, and she said that the money given would go around in circles and allow her to serve even more people. She said that these silver coins were just the will of God. They were shocked because they realized what was going on. She knew that it was complete nonsense. She knew that even if it was a lie, the priest's skillful speech could turn it into the word of God. Priests naturally became eloquent due to low pay and hard work. She thus asked them to accept the will of God. They looked at the priestess with admiration. Dalen looked at them with a smile and said that it was a wonderful choice. She knew that she had not charged enough for something like this before. A moment later, she quietly said that today they were lucky and she would take the assignments. They looked at her with a smile, as they were glad that she took less than they expected. Dalen looked at the young people with a gentle smile and said that from now on their whole life would go well, and the blessing of the Lord would always be with them. They looked at her with joy, as their fatigue, which had accumulated over the past few days, went away in a matter of minutes. Dalen knew that there was no such effect, but she really gave away the holy power. She knew that thanks to the effect, their health improved and their faces became fresher, and also love and luck would increase. She smiled, and leaving said that it was time for her to go. They happily thanked her for this. They said that they would live without forgetting to thank God. They said that they would definitely fulfill God and regularly go to church for services. She understood perfectly well that there was a small side effect, but she did not tell them about it. She prayed to God for forgiveness since she had risked her life at work. Dalen sighed heavily, knowing that yesterday she had faced a life-threatening situation over a trifle. It all started with the fact that she had flared up over a trifle and called her ward by a different name. She remembered his furious gaze and complete silence. Dalen looked at her new friend in surprise and asked if there had been any problems. He looked away from her. She looked at him in bewilderment. Dalen was a little confused as he said his name. He sighed heavily and asked her to repeat his name. Dalen sighed heavily and said that he didn't seem to mind. She asked if he was surprised and wondered if this was the first time he had been called by his first name, but he didn't answer and slowly got out of bed. Dalen looked at him in surprise and asked where he was going. Kel sighed heavily and said that he didn't like the bed, and with that he sat down on the ground. She was taken aback, but said that she understood. She smiled and said that it seemed that no one in the squad had ever called him so familiarly. So she said with a smile that if she called him that more often, he would get used to it. Looking at the young man, she said his name several times. He sighed heavily and asked her to say the name again. She looked at him in surprise, but still said his name several times. But a moment later, she looked at him in bewilderment, as he leaned over and laid his head on her lap. Kels looked at the young lady closely and asked her to say the name again. She said his name over and over again as it wasn't enough for him. But a moment later, she looked at him with a tender smile, as his behavior made her laugh. Dalen looked at him with a tender smile and said that he looked just like a puppy who had brought slippers for the first time. But a moment later, she was taken aback, as she had said too much. Dalen was shocked because she realized that he was not in the mood now after her words. After all, they usually called him a mad dog. And she was very worried that he could decide that a puppy is an insult. She understood that she should not laugh loudly, because this could also alert him and spoil his mood. But a moment later, the young lady was taken aback and looked at her new friend in bewilderment, as he was behaving unpredictably. But he in turn looked at her intently and told her to continue. Dalen looked at him in confusion and called his name. But he said that was not it, and at the same time he reached for her face. She looked at him in surprise and asked if he had really just talked about laughter. Kels. He said that was exactly it. Looking at the young lady, he asked her to smile again. She was puzzled because she knew that if someone had told her that she had to laugh on command, she would not have been able to do so. But the young lady knew perfectly well that she had no choice, and she laughed hysterically. Kels looked at her with a displeased expression on his face, as she was acting differently than before. She smiled and said that he should understand that laughing alone won't work. He looked at her in surprise and asked what he should do in that case. Dalen smiled and said that usually people laugh together. Dalen, looking at the young man, said that he also needed to learn to laugh in order to move in society. He looked at her with bewilderment, thinking about her words, but a moment later he sighed heavily and leaned closer to her. She looked at him in surprise and asked if it was really that difficult for him. Daylin sighed heavily and asked if he had never laughed. She was puzzled, because she didn't know how she could teach him something like that. Daylin smiled and said that he could definitely do it, just like ordinary people could, and that meant he could do everything too. She shouted that he would quickly learn everything. Daylin looked at the young man with a smile and asked him to raise his hands up and repeat after her. He sighed heavily, but still did as she asked. At the same time, the young lady slowly carried the box of groceries into the kitchen. Daylin understood that facial muscles were just muscles, and he would learn to smile in time. But every time such incidents occurred, she thought about his past life. She was puzzled, because she didn't know whether this person would be able to fit in with the people who had lived that very ordinary life. Daylin knew that she had to take him into high society at any cost. She understood that what happened to him next was none of her business. Daylin sighed heavily as she realized she needed to focus on what was in front of her eyes. A moment later, she walked into the young man's room with a cheerful smile and greeted him. She looked at him with a gentle smile and said that today they would practice smiling, since they had discussed this situation yesterday. But a moment later, she was taken aback as the young man suddenly grabbed her and pulled her towards him. He looked intently into the distance and told her that they had arrived. She was in shock and did not understand what was going on and who had arrived. But a moment later, he pushed off the ground and they were flying down. Daylin was in shock and screaming at the young man to stop immediately. She was puzzled because she saw that a lord had come to visit them at the estate. The young man was taken aback when he saw them flying towards him. He looked at them intently and said that they had suddenly jumped down and that was why he was very scared. She looked at him in bewilderment and asked why he had fainted so suddenly. He looked away from them with embarrassment and said that if he didn't do exactly that, they wouldn't pay attention to him. She was shocked and didn't understand who he was portraying now. He smiled and said that she was in demand for such scenes, and he also asked what they were doing in general. Daylin sighed heavily and looked at the Lord with confusion. Since everything that happened was his fault, she turned her gaze to her ward and asked him to calm down. Daylin was very scared when the young man suddenly grabbed her, but she knew that such jumps had happened more than once. Daylin looked closely at our new friend and asked him to calm down, and also asked if he remembered what he needed to do in order to calm down faster. At the same time, the Lord looked at them with bewilderment as he was amazed, but a moment later he shouted with a satisfied smile that it was just excellent. She sighed heavily and asked what was wrong with that. Daylin looked closely at the young man and said that next time he should somehow make his presence known, because a little more and the matter could end in bloodshed. The young man was shocked by her words. He shouted that he made his presence known, and the young master should have noticed him as soon as he entered. Daylin looked at her friend in surprise and asked what had happened to him, as he had suddenly become quiet for no apparent reason. Lauren looked at them with a smile and said that the main thing was that he calmed down, but for some reason this irritated him a little. He smiled and said that the Holy Father had already gotten used to it. She looked at him in surprise, but was glad, as she was pleased to hear confirmation of her suspicions from others. She looked at him intently and asked if he really thought that. He smiled and said that of course it was obvious how hard she had worked all this time. She was shocked and screamed that she really put all her soul and all her strength into it. He smiled and said that he understood her. Daylin screamed that she had poured invaluable and unique sincere efforts into this work. The Lord looked at her intently and said that of course he promised a reward for her such services. She smiled and said that she was only following the teaching. Daylin looked at the young man with bewilderment and asked what brought him to them so early in the morning. He looked at her with a smile and said that he had only come to them to give her a book. He brought her the basics of etiquette for receiving the imperial family, which they had to learn in just one day. Daylin was a little puzzled when she saw this book. Daylin looked at the young man intently and said that it was just a terrible title, and she had a bad feeling about it after she saw the book. He looked at her with a smile and asked what kind of bad feeling she was talking about. He said that these were simply wonderful events. Lauren looked at the young lady with a joyful smile and said that finally tomorrow, the Prince and Madame Charlotte would come to them. The young lady froze in shock when she heard such information. She was shocked by everything she heard and screamed that this was simply not real. She hoped that he was just lying to her. But in turn, the young man looked at her with a satisfied smile and said that if they tried really hard, they would succeed. She was shocked because she understood that even if he said such words, it was the decision of the imperial family, and they could not refuse. Daylin fell to the ground in exhaustion. She understood that this was simply truly impossible. He smiled and said that she shouldn't try so hard, because everything would be fine. But in turn, the young man looked at them intently, but said nothing to them. Daylin was puzzled, because they barely returned from the battlefield alive. She understood that they could have been executed just because they did not please the imperial family. She sighed heavily, because she knew that even dead, they would regret it. The young man sighed heavily and said that life is always at stake. She looked at him in bewilderment as she could not believe what he said. Daylin, looking at her friend, realized that a person's instinct is to protect their life and what is dear to them. She was shocked and did not understand what kind of training one needs to undergo in order to say such things. She did not understand how she could raise him. Daylin looked at the young man intently and asked how many lives he had. He always looked at her with a knowing look, but she said that he only had one life. He looked at her in surprise and said that everyone had one life. Daylin, in all seriousness, said that for this reason, everyone valued their life, leading to only one. Daylin sighed heavily as it seemed to her that he did not quite understand her. But looking at him, she asked him to take care of his life so as not to lose it. Daylin assumed that if she simply told him that, he would remember her words at the right moment, but she assumed that no one had ever said such simple things to him, so he didn't understand them. She saw his silent gaze, which did not express any emotions. Daylin looked at the young man with a smile and said that he was a good boy, because he tried very hard, because earlier she said that if he did not understand anything, he should just nod his head. She turned around and sighed heavily, knowing they would have to skip the smile practice if she wanted him to greet the guests looking like a tough guy. Daylin sighed heavily and told her companion that there was one important mission that needed to be completed before the meeting. He looked at her in confusion, not understanding what she was talking about. She turned around and said that an important mission awaited them. Sometime later, she said with a satisfied smile that they were in for a general cleaning. She was even a little ashamed to force him to act like a tough guy like that. But if they saw the whole pigsty, they might cut their budget. Daylin looked at the young man with a smile and said that she would clean the corridor from the first floor to the women's wing, and he should take care of the stairs and corridor on the second floor. She smiled and said that they would hardly be able to clean all the rooms, so they needed to clean the corridors that would definitely catch the eye. He looked at her intently and said that he understood everything. Daylin understood perfectly well that cleaning was not her job at all, because according to the young lord, she only had to look after the young man, and other people were supposed to do everything else. But as soon as she arrived at the estate, she immediately realized that due to certain circumstances, the cleaning was left to her. Neither she nor the young man paid much attention to such things, so they were not uncomfortable without someone looking after the house, but she had not expected that they would have to clean up so suddenly. Daylin sighed heavily, as they were used to seeing only polished hallways, so she needed to thoroughly clean the floor at the entrance. Daylin sighed heavily, knowing she needed to focus on cleaning. She was worried because she knew the situation was far from peaceful, because the imperial family would arrive tomorrow and they had to clean the entire huge mansion in one day. She wondered if she had become stronger, because she was curious about it. She thought that she had become stronger after returning from the battlefield. She understood that she simply had incredible fortitude. But a moment later, she threw all her thoughts away more easily, because she knew that this was not true. Daylin knew it was because her new friend had become so reliable, and she had learned to cook. But a moment later, the young lady was taken aback and froze for a moment. She wondered if he even knew how to clean. She was shocked because she realized that she had made a huge mistake. She ran in a hurry to meet the young man because she was shocked by her logic, because she left him alone and did not even check if he knew how to clean. She was in shock and did not understand how much time had passed, and she hoped that he did not tear the wallpaper to shreds, like in his room. Daylin wondered again if he had stained the paintings while trying to clean them. She was shocked and didn't understand what they would do if a dark pink color appeared on the painting. In a hurry, the young lady ran into the corridor, which was being cleaned by a young man. She froze in shock as she was blinded by the bright light. She looked at her with bewilderment, but he looked at her with even more bewilderment, but continued cleaning. She was shocked because he cleaned very well. Daylin looked at the young man intently and asked him to stop. He looked at her with bewilderment. Daylin sighed heavily and stopped him, saying that they only needed to clean the visible areas. She looked at him intently and said that he had to remember the main thing about cleaning, to create the appearance that he had tried. She said that he should get maximum visual effect with minimum effort. He froze in surprise as he did not expect to hear such a thing, but she understood perfectly well that they had to achieve maximum results with minimum effort. Kels looked at her with wide eyes and said that the basis of battle is cleaning, and cleaning is battle. The young lady looked at him with puzzlement and said that now they are fighting a battle with dust. Dalen said that just like in a fight, he should target the enemy leader first. So here, they should attack the visible dust first. And then the little things. She froze for a moment in surprise as she saw his eyes glowing, ready to start a battle. He looked into the distance with fury and said that they needed to sweep away everything in their path. The next day, they greeted guests from the Imperial Palace. But unfortunately, not everyone was in great shape. The young lady knew perfectly well that everyone would be interested in why she was dressed like that. But she knew that it was a very interesting story. They thought the cleaning would never end, but thanks to the young man's excellent physical abilities, they were able to finish early. Dalen knew the young man would be more successful as a janitor than as a nobleman. But a moment later, she was taken aback, for she knew that now was not the time to admire such things. Dalen looked at the young man with a smile and said that they had overcome one big mountain, and now they should move on to the next step. He looked at her intently as he was ready for the next task. Dalen said with a smile that the next task was to learn manners to avoid execution. She knew that entering the university was not mandatory, but they had to survive at any cost, so they were required to learn a lesson in etiquette. Dalen was glad to have received the latest version of the etiquette manual from the Lord, but she decided that the content of etiquette had hardly changed much in recent years, since she knew all the rules of communication with members of the imperial family by heart. Ordinary priests were also carefully trained in etiquette, in case of visits or summonses from nobles. Dalen trained so hard to get the bonus for placing first on the exam that her lower back even started to hurt. Dalen smiled and told the young man that they should start with a greeting, but now she wanted to show him an example and asked him to repeat after her. He looked at her closely and said that he understood everything. She smiled and said that he should pull in his stomach, keep his back straight, but at the same time he should straighten his shoulders and relax a little, and also he should maintain a straight angle. She asked him to gracefully describe an arc with his shoulders and greet the person. A moment later, the young man followed all her instructions. Dalen was shocked as she was unexpectedly blinded by his light. Dalen knew that the radiance of beauty that only a temple servant could possess was now on the young man. She was shocked. She couldn't believe that he, a newbie, had again reached a level that she couldn't reach. Kels looked at the young lady with bewilderment, but said nothing. A moment later, he finished her off with words because he said it was a simple movement. She froze in shock as she knew that not everyone could do this movement the first time. Overall, thanks to his perfect handling of the cleaning and etiquette, the preparations went off without a hitch. But, unfortunately, things didn't go according to her plan. She saw his explosive temper and shouted for him to calm down, as the members of the imperial family were already approaching, so they had to greet them. She was in shock, did not understand where he was going. Kels looked at the young lady intently but said nothing. She sighed heavily and said that she felt the presence of only small animals in the mansion. She knew that his sensitivity remained the same. Although they rehearsed at the entrance to the mansion, as soon as he stepped outside, he began to react sharply to countless stimuli. She was puzzled as he reacted even to the leaves of the wind. She understood that at this stage he could kill all the animals. She hoped that no one would ever approach him from this moment onwards. Yesterday, with tears in her eyes, she begged him to calm down and not kill anyone. She understood that if he had listened when she cried and begged, then he could have already made his debut in society. Dalen tried everything to somehow tame his wild temper, but she understood that this could not be achieved in one day. She understood that you cannot just take and turn a mad dog into a noble gentleman with the snap of a finger. She, beaten and broken, thought that she had done it after all. Dalen knew that since things hadn't worked out right away, she wanted to show that she had tried. She wanted to show how much she had suffered. She wanted to show how much she had sacrificed herself and worked hard. Dalen knew she had to let go of all her noble pretensions because she knew that once she showed how much she had suffered, she could get what she wanted. She knew the mansion was very clean and she was dirty, so she wanted to play on the contrast. She knew that the prince was very young, and Charlotte had come to them for some political purpose. And if she recognized them as useful pawns, she would certainly offer some support and try to take advantage of them. Dalen sighed and told the young man that he should wait where he was, and she also asked him to greet them when they got out of the carriage and do everything as they had trained up to this point. He sighed heavily and said that he understood everything. Dalen ensured a distance he could maintain. She knew that greetings were not required to be made at close range. She understood that if Charlotte and the prince valued their lives, they should understand this. She looked closely at her future gold mine, and for a moment she froze in shock. But she was also blinded by the beauty of the young lady. Daelin Seung fell to the ground with a thud as she saw a smile that could make you feel the fullness of the sunlight. Daelin bowed low and greeted the prince and Lady Charlotte, while her companion also greeted them from a distance. Daelin smiled and introduced herself and didn't forget to introduce her companion. They looked at her in bewilderment as they saw all her scars. Daelin looked at Charlotte with a satisfied smile, as she knew that this was now her trump card. She looked away from the young lady and said that for those who serve God, the path sometimes turns into a thorny road. She said that they were servants of God and should not be stopped by fear. Charlotte was shocked because she thought that the priests were just modulating and giving blessings. But seeing how she suffered, following the will of God, she had little heart. Charlotte looked closely at her son and asked if he thought the same. He smiled and agreed with her. A moment later, the prince looked at the young lady and thanked her for her hard work. Daelin looked at the prince in surprise as she assumed that he was just a child, but he turned out to be very serious. She saw that he was very similar to his mother, as he was very cute. Daelin looked closely at Charlotte as she looked very young, and it seemed to her that they looked more like brother and sister than mother and son. She noticed that he looked very much like his mother. Daelin knew that at first glance he had platinum hair and green eyes like his mother, but from a different angle, when the light fell on them, his eyes and hair sparkled with different colors. She saw gemstone eyes. It was a sign of imperial blood. Looking at the young lady, the parents asked why the young man was standing so far away from them. Daelin was taken aback for a moment. But after a few seconds, she smiled and said that he had very sharp hearing, and if he got too close to him, his ears could be damaged. The young prince was shocked by this information. He sighed heavily and said that they couldn't do anything about it then, but he was still upset because he wanted to greet him closer. Daelin smiled and said that he had just returned from the battlefield, and he still needed rest, but someday he would be able to greet him close by. Daelin was puzzled because she knew that his ears would be damaged and their bodies could be torn to shreds, but unfortunately she couldn't say that. She was glad that Kels wasn't a capricious child at all. She looked at the prince closely and asked if he would like to see where Lord Kels lived. He smiled and agreed, and also politely asked her to show them around. The young lady, in turn, was very glad that everything was going smoothly. She thought that if they followed the route she had discussed with her charge in advance, everything would be fine. But unfortunately, at that very moment, everything went wrong, as they were attacked, and the arrow flew past the young lady, but at the same time it touched her fragile and without that skin. The arrow hit the carriage with a roar and almost hit the young prince. Daelin was acutely aware that things didn't always go the way they wanted. She turned around in rage, looking at everyone present as someone reported that they were being attacked by assassins. Someone's cry, unfortunately, started the chaos. At that very moment, the knights rushed to protect Lady Charlotte and the prince. The lord was in shock. He shouted at the knights to calm down and not run around with their screams. He shouted at the priestess to blow the whistle. But at that moment, without thinking, she ran after her new ward. The lord was in shock and shouted after her. She ran as fast as she could towards the young man, as she clearly understood that she had to stop him. They ran deep into the forest and she called him, but he did not stop. Daelin was furious because she knew she had been too naive. She hadn't expected the assassin hunting her charge to be so careful. She thought Charlotte and the prince had nothing to worry about because they had knights and bodyguards. Daelin was furious because she saw that the young man had run away and she had let him go. The knight shouted at the priestess to run away and they would take care of the rest. She turned around and shouted angrily that it was her cue. She didn't understand why they were still here. She shouted and asked if they hadn't received orders from the lord. The young man was taken aback and looked at the young lady with bewilderment. He said that everything was exactly like that. She shouted that when the squad members went into combat mode, the allies should keep a safe distance, and if there were any wards, they should evacuate them, providing them with safety. Daelin knew that if they had just caught the killer, there would be no need to be so desperate to identify him. But the problem was what would happen after they dealt with the killer. She knew that the smell of blood in battle, the sensation of torn flesh, screams, violence easily excited people. And if a member of the squad, possessing well-developed senses and attracted by blood, broke down, then it would be very bad for everyone. She knew that he would probably go crazy and start acting up. She knew that he would be furious and not distinguish between friends and enemies. Daylin understood that if even one of the Imperial bodyguards, or even someone from the Imperial family was killed, it would be irreparable. She looked at the young man closely and said that she would deal with it, so he should return and wait quietly. They were all taken aback when they heard a loud scream. Daylin froze for a moment as she walked deeper into the forest, hearing cries for help and seeing bodies. All those present were shot on the spot for a moment and prepared for an attack. The young lady, in turn, slowly took out her weapon. At the same time, the Lord ran up to them and shouted to Daylin not to come closer and to quickly pull out the whistle. Daylin! She was furious and knew she had to fix everything no matter what. At that very moment, she rushed to meet her charge, but she was taken aback when she saw his enraged look. He ran towards her, screaming, without realizing it. Daylin was furious and knew she didn't care what happened next. The Lord was in shock. He shouted to the priestess, but it was all in vain, as he saw that she rushed towards the young man. At that very moment, they ran towards each other. Daylin called the young man, but he didn't answer her. A moment later, she threw herself into his arms. She hugged him tightly and hung on his powerful body, but he was still burning with rage. He ran past everyone. They were in shock because they didn't know what to do. The Lord, meanwhile, shouted and begged the young lady to get the whistle so that she could use it quickly. He was shocked and shouted that if she didn't do something like this, everyone would die. Daylin, in turn, understood perfectly well everything that was happening, but she could not do something like that to him. Looking at the young man, she asked him to take a deep breath and stop. She wanted him to try to breathe slowly while she closed him off from everything he saw. At that very moment, she used her divine power and asked him to calm down. Otherwise, everyone might die. She was in shock because he did not serve her and continued to run. She was very scared. She screamed that he should listen to her. Daylin punched the young man with his small fists, but he kept running. He knew they would finish before he killed everyone in his path. But a moment later, insight came to him and he wondered who he should kill. But after a few seconds, his inner voice told him that it made no difference who he had to kill, because everyone had to be destroyed. He understood that there were only enemies and only one danger on his path. He knew that now he felt anger, pain, the smell of blood tearing from within, a scream. But then he felt someone's presence and heard someone's familiar voice. Daylin screamed at him that he had to calm down because he had decided to live like a human being. Moments later, the young man finally stopped. She breathed a sigh of relief as she realized that she had succeeded. But at the same time, the knights looked at the young people with fear. Kells was furious as he felt enemies nearby pointing their swords at him. He was taken aback when he heard the desperate voice. She looked at him intently and asked if he had calmed down. Kells sighed and said that he could feel the sound of a heart. She looked at him with a happy smile and said that it was. Daylin asked joyfully if it was too loud. She shouted that he should wait and she would immediately move away from him. But at that moment, the young lady was taken aback as he hugged her tighter. He whispered quietly that she should not leave, because he wanted to hear the sounds of her heart. Daylin was puzzled because she understood that an incident had occurred, and a serious one at that, right in front of the representatives of the Imperial family. She understood that she needed to somehow explain this situation, so she thought. But a moment later, a real miracle happened. Charlotte looked closely at the young lady and said with a smile that she had done much harder work than she could have imagined. Daylin sighed heavily and said that she was only following God's will, and at the same time she apologized if she had frightened them. Charlotte looked at them with a gentle smile and said that nothing terrible had happened, since an attempt on her life was a common occurrence. She smiled brightly and said that she was deeply touched by God's broad heart, full of mercy and love, and also by the beautiful courage of the young lady who followed God's will. She smiled and said that this impressed her the most. The young lady was shocked because Charlotte was smiling too brightly, but she bowed low and said that it was just her mission. To give the impression of a holy priestess who sacrificed herself is her true mission. Charlotte looked at the young lady with a smile and said that she, of course, could not interfere with the sacred work of God, but she wanted to do her best to help her, somehow as a human, one way or another. She, in fulfilling her mission, enlisted the support of a high-ranking lady. Daylin was furious because she didn't even want this to happen. She was very tired and wanted to go to rest as soon as possible. Daylin was grateful for the help, but now she was exhausted, so she had no time for it. She, unfortunately, did not have the strength to curry favor even with Lady Charlotte. True trust. That's what she wanted to get. Daylin looked at the prince with a smile and asked if he was injured. The prince said with a happy smile that he was fine, but her actions and the young master's were simply magnificent. Daylin looked at the prince with bewilderment, as she did not understand what he was talking about. The prince looked at the young lady with a satisfied smile, said that it was even stronger than they said about her, and he looked forward to meeting them at the banquet. She was taken aback and said with a smile that she would do everything possible to make this meeting happen. Daylin smiled at the prince, but in her head she thought that he was still a very strange child. She wondered if his eyesight was bad. She couldn't imagine how cool he looked now. Charlotte told her son with a smile that the young lady would have a lot of trouble in the future, since making her debut in high society was not an easy matter. Charlotte smiled and told the young lady that she'd actually heard about the case before. Only negative reviews, but current events in the village had given her hope. Charlotte smiled and asked if the day would come when she would be able to talk to Kels on her own. Daylin looked at Lady Charlotte, but after a few seconds said that of course she could do something like that. Charlotte looked at the young lady with a gentle smile and extended her hand to her. Daylin looked at her with bewilderment. Charlotte smiled and said that she was looking forward to this moment. Daylin, in turn, froze for a moment in bewilderment, but after a few seconds she asked for forgiveness because her hands were now very dirty. She quickly wiped her hand. Charlotte smiled and said that it was a great honor for her to touch the noble hand. Daylin looked at the lady intently, as she knew that she was a brave girl, although she had no experience in war, as she did not hesitate to extend her hand, which was stained with blood and pieces of flesh. Daylin froze in shock as she felt a holy power coming from the young lady. Charlotte smiled and said that she was glad to have such a meeting, and she also said that she was glad that such a strange and capable priest took on such a job. Daylin was taken aback for a moment and froze in place. Charlotte smiled and said that she hoped for their further cooperation. Charlotte looked closely at her son and said that it was time for them to go back. The prince smiled and said goodbye to the young people as he left. Daylin froze and stared after them with a look of bewilderment on her face. She knew very well that the holy power, the immeasurable, inexplicable, strange ability, was possessed by only a few, and even fewer had such strong abilities that others noticed it. Daylin knew very well that some people even died without realizing that they had sacred power. Daylin knew full well that this was simply impossible, and that with that level of power, a person should have realized it themselves. Because when she gained her power at an early age, she immediately realized it. She was surprised because she saw in front of her an empress who possessed holy power. Looking at Charlotte, she wondered if this was a good thing. Charlotte turned around and said goodbye to the young people. Daylin sighed heavily as she decided to let this situation go, because even if she knew about it, she couldn't do anything about it, because she knew that this was a matter of high circles. Daylin bowed and asked the young men to take care of themselves on the road. Daylin was puzzled because she couldn't get the idea out of her head that the Empress possessed holy powers. Daylin knew they were showing a strong interest in the squad members, so she got the feeling that someone was following the trails laid out in a script someone had written. She wondered if God had written that script. A moment later, she looked at us in his ward. Daylin was a little puzzled because she saw that the young man was too quiet. She was worried, so she told him to stand not in the room, but where she could see him clearly. Daylin was taken aback and wondered with fear if he had passed out while standing. She knew she had poured a lot of holy power into him, and it wouldn't be surprising if he lost consciousness now. They stood in silence for a while, looking into the distance. Daylin knew it had been too long a day, so she returned to the mansion as quickly as possible. She slowly took the young man by the hand and led him upstairs. A few minutes later, they entered my room and she sat him down on a chair. Daylin looked closely at the young man and asked him to rest a little. Daylin walked slowly out of the room and sighed heavily. The young man looked at her intently and asked if she had anything to tell him. She looked at the Lord in bewilderment as she did not understand what he was talking about. He looked at her coldly and asked why she did not use the whistle. He was furious and said that it could have escalated into a very serious incident. Daylin sighed heavily and said that since a serious incident had not happened, it didn't make any difference now. He was furious and said that Lady Charlotte and the prince and everyone else could turn into a pile of flesh. She sighed heavily and said that it was all because they were people. He looked at her with bewilderment, as he did not understand what she was talking about. Daylin looked menacingly at the Lord and asked if it was not natural to mark herself as a human to him so that he would become one. Daylin looked at the young man closely and said that she was confident. He sighed heavily and said that from her appearance it was not obvious that she was like that. She sighed heavily and said that in the end, she was convinced that she could stop him. Lore sighed heavily and said that since the responsible person whom he saw every day said so, then he could not do anything about it. Because in the end, everything ended well. He sighed heavily and said that he collected the dismembered bodies, returned home, wrote a report, met with the chief, and conducted an investigation. He was puzzled because he knew that this was very hard work. The Lord smiled and said that in that case he would come to them again, and she should also call him anytime she needed anything. Daylin bowed and thanked the young man for his work. Lauren was puzzled and did not know if he could see a human being in him, although he himself asked to be treated as a human being. Lauren was puzzled because he understood that he had to make a noble gentleman out of him, or make a mad dog out of him that pretended to be a noble gentleman. He knew that this was the goal of that man. With the last of her strength, the young lady entered the room and sighed heavily. She was furious and simply disgusted to hear the young man. She looked closely at Keles and asked if he was okay. Keles? Looking at the young lady, the lady said that his condition was normal. She looked at him closely and realized that he was far from normal. She sighed heavily and said that this was not a battlefield at all. He looked at her in bewilderment. A moment later, the young lady said in all seriousness that they had a new assignment. Kels looked at her with a wary, intent look. She smiled and said that they should take a bath. Daylin said with a satisfied smile that the young man should wash himself properly. She smiled and said that he should first undress and then wash himself. As she left, she smiled and said that he should tidy himself up as well as she did, so that they could meet afterward. With a contented smile, the young lady left him, and the young man in turn looked after her intently but said nothing. A moment later, he had undressed and leisurely climbed into the bathroom. He reached for the small bar of soap, but immediately pulled back. Kels froze in place for a moment, and since he saw that the small bar of soap was fragile and slippery, the smell from it was very cloying. Kels realized that it was so fragile that it seemed like it would crumble with the slightest force, like a flower that could easily be crushed by stepping on it. He wondered if rest and cleanliness were really such a necessity for the young lady. He remembered her smilingly asking him whether he liked her or not. He was furious because he hated all sounds and wanted them to stop. He knew there were no sounds he wanted to hear. Kels considered the pleasant sound for a moment. He remembered hugging the young, beautiful lady and asking her to stay with him because he wanted to hear the beautiful sound of her heart. With lightning speed, he brought his body into order, and after a few minutes, he said to himself that he would like to hear more of the sound that was pleasant to him. At the same time, the young lady was taking a bath with a contented smile and humming a cheerful melody to herself. Taking a bath, she came to life. She wondered when was the last time she could calmly take a bath alone. She knew that without such a social package, she could not handle this job. She thought for a moment as she became curious. So she wondered if the priests helped the other members of the squad. She wondered how many more such luxurious mansions there were. She understood that the young man was one of the best. She threw away all thoughts about others with a smile since she knew that it was simply in vain to worry, because the others had probably dealt with something similar. She knew that the future was very foggy and she shouldn't think about such things. But a moment later, she was taken aback as she heard a crash. At that very moment, she froze in shock as she saw a young man who appeared before her, naked as his mother gave birth to him. She froze in bewilderment and looked intently at the young man. At the same time, he looked at her intently without uttering a single word. She was taken aback and looked at herself. And at that very moment, she screamed very loudly. She was in shock. So out of fear, she quickly threw a small bucket at him. And at the same time, she shouted at him to close his eyes and not look at her. She was able to close herself off. But she knew it would have been better if this had not happened to her. Daylin was in shock because she didn't understand how something like this could happen. She screamed very loudly, and the young man almost went deaf. She froze in place in shock as she realized that she had not only screamed, but also attacked him. She was very scared, as she did not know what to do now. Daylin looked at the young man closely, as she did not understand what he was even planning. She sighed heavily and asked if he was okay. Well, she said that before opening the door, you need to knock. And in general, you can't just barge into the bathroom. Daylin was in shock. She didn't understand what he needed because he suddenly burst into her. Daylin sat back down in the bathroom with lightning speed, and the young man approached her and said that she was very far away. He looked deep into her eyes and said that the sound of her heart was very far away, but he wanted her heart to be closer to him. Daylin froze in shock. Daylin looked at the young man, spellbound, as he said, "Okay," for the first time without being asked. She was very happy that he was growing up, and she knew that if he were a real dog, she would have given him a treat. but she knew he was human, so she asked him not to look at her. He looked at her in bewilderment, but at that very moment he closed his eyes. Daylin sighed heavily and, looking at her companion, said that she understood everything, and now he had to leave quickly. Kels was very hurt, but he walked out the door meekly. She shouted that he should quickly close the door. He sighed heavily, but still obeyed. She sat silently for a while, looking at the door. She sighed heavily because she knew that they didn't even let her wash herself in peace. Daylin knew there was nothing she could do about it, since her role was to rush over if the mad gentleman needed to calm down. She was puzzled, but still, sometime later, she met a young man and looked at him with puzzlement. She knew that she had to calm down and look only forward without lowering her gaze. Daylin was in shock because she knew that this was a complete disaster, as she had never seen anything like it. But she had to admit that she had seen a good male body on the battlefield, and shame was no longer a problem for her. But considering the fact that he had just gotten out of the bath, his body was simply top-notch. She understood that if he became a noble lord, then all the girls would be hanging around his neck. But a moment later, she noticed something and looked at him in bewilderment. Daylin looked at her companion and asked if he had washed himself well. Kels looked at her with bewilderment, as he did not understand what she was talking about. She sighed heavily and said that there were still places that he had not washed. Looking around, she realized that they were all over his body. She said that there was still dirt under his nails and asked if he really had used soap. She looked intently at the young man as she expected an answer. She looked at him in surprise and asked if he always washed like that. Kels sighed heavily and said that it was so. She was shocked. She didn't understand what the scum of the squad were doing, because they couldn't even teach him how to wash properly. In principle, she guessed why everything turned out this way, because this detachment was considered to be death row, so it would never have occurred to anyone to teach a pawn to wash. She was in shock and didn't understand why she had to clean up everything. A moment later, she gave him a towel and asked him not to take it off. Daylin sighed heavily as the image of his beautiful and sparkling details kept coming back to her mind. She prayed to God to erase those memories from her head. Kels looked closely at his trail and told her that her heart was pounding wildly now. Her gait was unsteady. He asked if she was hurt or sick. She was taken aback and said that she was not, and he should not pay attention to it. Sometime later, the young lady entered the bathroom and noticed a mess. Daylin sighed heavily as she saw that there was almost no water and the towels were all dry. She didn't understand how he managed to wash himself at all. Daylin turned on the water and told the young man that hot water was coming out of the left faucet and cold water was coming out of the right one. She asked him to regulate the pressure from both faucets to fill the bathtub with water of a pleasant temperature. A moment later, she asked him to slowly get into the bath, and also said that if he was hot, he should add cold water, and if cold, then hot. After a few seconds, he slowly immersed himself in the water. Daylin looked at the young man intently. She saw the stern but controlled expression on his face, and sighing heavily, she said that if he felt too hot or cold, he should say so. Kels said with suppressed fury that he didn't like baths. She touched the water with confusion and said that she thought the temperature was just right, but she still asked what specifically he didn't like. He sighed heavily and, looking at the young lady, said that when taking a bath, all sensations were dulled. Kels was puzzled, knowing that he wouldn't be able to react to the attack and that at this rate his reaction time would be slowed down. She looked closely at the young man, because she realized that it was not that he did not love, but that it was all a matter of habit. She smiled and said that he could relax more, but he refused. She smiled and said that he could try it at least once and then say whether he liked it or not. She knew that on the battlefield, where he had to be constantly on guard, he probably never experienced such sensations. She knew that when he got used to the bath, he would be able to feel differently. Daylin approached the young man with a smile and told him that he should sit still, and first she would teach him how to wash his hair. My head, she asked him to close his eyes as the foam could get into his eyes. A moment later, he humbly did as she asked, but when the young lady began to wash his back, he winced. She smiled and said that if he was not afraid of the foam in their eyes, he could open his eyes. Kels opened his eyes, but in turn he was shaking and straining with all his might. Daylin smiled and said that if it hurt, he shouldn't endure it, because she wanted to wash off all the foam right now. A moment later, the young lady froze and saw the young man in a completely new form. Daylin looked at the young man with a smile as she adored such an appearance. She knew that he had no flaws at all, but she assumed that on the battlefield, such an appearance was unnecessary. Daylin looked at the young man with a smile and said that he now looked better than before, while she asked him to raise his head a little and also to relax and straighten his shoulders. Sometime later, the young man followed all her instructions and enjoyed himself. Dalen looked at her charge with a satisfied smile and asked him to continue enjoying himself in the same spirit, and also asked him to give her his hand. Dalen asked him not to forget to clean the dirt under his nails properly, because he was a future aristocrat. She said that in the future he would be looked after and the maids would do everything, but she knew that he would not like it. She smiled and said that in that case he should try himself if she teaches him, and he will succeed. She also asked him to wash everything else with soap, and when he finishes, he should dry himself with a towel and come to her. She looked closely at the young man, because she understood that little by little he would cope with everything. Dayline sighed heavily, because she knew that at first there was only despair, but now she was happy about little things. She smiled and said that she would go and get some fruit. A moment later, she turned around and looked at her charge with confusion and informed him that there was a robe hanging by the door, and he was absolutely required to put it on before going out. He looked at her in surprise, but still agreed. Kels watched the young lady closely, but a moment later he lay down quietly in the bathtub and relaxed. About an hour later, the young lady looked at him closely and said that he had done a good job of washing himself well and putting on his robe. She was shocked, asking if they really needed this room. After his bath, they had a small problem. The young lady was puzzled because she saw what the room looked like. She asked if he really thought he could sleep well in it. Dalen knew that the young man loved white rooms without any irritants. She was shocked. She did not understand what the princess's pink mansion had to do with it. She wondered if he had gone too far in his search for simplicity. She looked closely at the young man and asked if he was sure. He sighed heavily and said that he probably was. Dalen looked at him puzzled, knowing he wasn't exactly sure himself, but she didn't want to bring the subject up any further. Dalen sighed heavily and said that since it was necessary, she agreed with him. Dalen looked closely at the young man and said that he should understand that her room was next door, so he should not make noise. Regardless of his facial expression, he said that everything would be fine. She sighed heavily as she remembered how he had come to her last time, but she realized that if he spoke, she had to take him at his word. Dalen threw all her assumptions away as she understood that nothing was normal. Kels sighed heavily and said that the words did not really match up with her actions. Dalen understood that other rooms were tactically much more convenient, and there were many of them in the mansion. She realized that before they fell asleep, they could look at other rooms. Dalen looked around and realized that the rooms were so clean and luxurious that it was almost eye-popping. She understood that this was in any case better than the torture chambers and prison cells, but he wanted to be in them. Dalen sighed heavily and said that they couldn't go through all the rooms in one day, and they could look again tomorrow. He sighed heavily and said that instead of running around again like they had before, he would rather spend the night on the roof. A moment later, ignoring the young lady, he walked up to the bed and said that it was time to sleep. Dalen was taken aback and looked at the young man in surprise as she knew that his words were true. She looked at him in bewilderment and wished him good night. Sometime later, the young man lay quietly in bed. Kels lay quietly while the young lady behind the next wall slept soundly. He was a little puzzled because she was very noisy, because at that time he could hear her breathing and heartbeat. He knew that even though it was noisy, he had to fall asleep, and despite everything, he closed his eyes and fell into a deep sleep. The next day, the young lady was overjoyed and praised him wholeheartedly. She was very glad that today he himself managed to wash himself clean. Dalen was taken aback, but still looked at him with a smile, since unfortunately she did not teach him how to dry his body properly. She smiled and said that yesterday he was pouring out the power of holy force, the whole review, so today she wanted to teach him how to use a towel properly. Dalen looked at him with a joyful smile as he exuded the scent of a noble gentleman. She said that with a little more effort he could go to the ball. Dalen looked closely at the young man and smiled and told him that he should sit down as she wanted to teach him how to dry his hair properly. He reached up to his face in surprise as he felt the first signs of a smile, and at the same time he said that she didn't have to do that. Dalen looked at him in bewilderment as she didn't understand what he was talking about. Dalen smiled and asked if he didn't feel better. He looked at her in surprise but didn't answer. Dalen smiled and said that after the bath, he probably had a stomach ache, and so they should dry off quickly and go eat. She asked him with a smile to close his eyes, because that way the hair would not get into his eyes. Dalen sighed heavily as she remembered that he didn't like to sit with his eyes closed. She smiled and said that if he didn't want to, he didn't have to close his eyes as she would be careful. But still, the young man sighed heavily and closed his eyes. He was puzzled, because he knew that one could only close one's eyes when someone had died. On the battlefield, it was clear anyway, since he had to keep an eye on his surroundings without looking away. He knew that the soldiers of his unit had to serve the bones on the battlefield, and they had to carry out all orders. It was so scary to sleep that they endured it until the very end, just so they wouldn't have to close their eyes. He didn't want to die from something like this at all. He knew it was simply impossible. He threw all his thoughts away when he heard the young lady's voice again. She was happily praising him. Dalen smiled as she looked at the young man and said that when he washed or dried himself, it was not necessary to forcefully close his eyes. She smiled and said that when he got used to it, with his eyes open, the water would not get in. She smiled and said that over time he would get used to everything. Dalen sighed heavily and said that when he became a noble, the maid would do everything. But since he didn't want to deal with maids, he had to handle such things on his own. Kels was puzzled because he knew that closing his eyes was very scary, and the longer it was, the scarier it became. She smiled and told him that he didn't need to worry because he was a fast learner. Kels, in turn, listened to the young lady's voice as if he were armed. He realized that it was pleasant for him to close his eyes and listen to her, so he wanted to sit in this position for a little longer. A moment later, the young lady became distracted and asked him to wait a bit. She quickly moved away from him and began a small search, but at the same time, he felt threatened and became angry. Dalen turned around and looked at the young man with a satisfied smile and told him that he should look in the mirror she had just found. Dalen smiled and said that he probably hadn't really seen his own face in the war. She said that in order to look fashionable, he needed to know what he looked like. Dalen smiled and said that with his looks, anything would suit him. She smiled and said that he was very handsome and he should confirm it. He turned away with a heavy sigh and said that he didn't know. Dalen looked at the young man with a joyful smile and asked him to take a good look at his reflection. She said that maybe he wouldn't understand it now, but as soon as he went out into the world, he would understand how handsome he was. Dalen looked at the young man with a tender smile and said that his parents must have been handsome. Dalen froze for a moment, her expression darkening as she knew the members of the squad had been trained for war since childhood. She wondered if his parents had sent him to war. She was curious to know about the other members of the squad, so she wondered if they, like him, had been cruelly sent to the squad. She knew that if he were cleaned up and dressed up, he would be a very ordinary person. At the same time, Lord froze in shock when he saw a truly terrible picture. He was in shock and didn't understand what they should do with the young man now. But he, in turn, growled menacingly, and in response, they did not pay attention to anything. Sometime later, the young lady looked at her charge with admiration as he was shining with beauty. She was shocked because he was emitting a very bright light. She knew that with such an appearance, it was unlikely that anyone would pay attention to the little things. So with her radiant smile, she asked him to walk a little. Kels looked at Dalen in surprise and asked if something had happened and she had gotten hurt. She smiled, blinded by the glow coming from her, and told him that she was okay. Dalen said with a smile that he was simply dazzlingly handsome. Kels looked at her with confusion, but Dalen informed him that she had given him a compliment earlier. He was a little confused as he had a hard time understanding what she was talking about. Dalen smiled at the young man, knowing that her training was paying off. She said she enjoyed taking care of the little things, like adjusting a collar or pinning an accessory, and she thought that in high society, such things were considered a sign of nobility. A moment later, she looked at him with a satisfied smile and pleasure, as she already imagined how he would conquer all of high society. Dalen. Looking at the young man, she understood that if it weren't for the army where he went, no one would have believed it if they found out that he was from the 8th Detachment. Looking at the young man, she realized that in childhood he was as sweet as a prince. She sighed heavily. She knew that they had been trained from an early age. Dalen looked closely at the young man, as she understood that it was very strange that with such an appearance he was sent to the squad. She said that probably many were against sending him to the battlefield. He sighed heavily and said that he didn't know this. She consoled herself with bewilderment and looked at him. Kels sighed heavily and said he didn't remember anything. Dalen was taken aback and said she understood everything, and at the same time she asked him to stop. Dalen looked closely at the young man and asked if he didn't remember his childhood. He sighed heavily and said that he had no memories before joining the army. She looked at him in surprise and said that she understood everything, and also asked when he joined the army. Without changing his expression, he said that he did not know. Dalen looked at him in surprise and asked who gave him the name. He also said that he didn't know. Daylin was a little puzzled by his words and asked if that was really his name from the very beginning. Kels looked at her intently and said that it was correct. Daylin sighed heavily and asked if all the members of the squad had no memory. He said that this was not so, because some remembered everything. She remembered that she had previously heard that a mage was used in training. Daylin sighed heavily and asked the young man if he could look down. Kels looked at her with confusion. Daylin didn't think that the memories of all the squad members had been erased. She knew that magic wasn't such a simple thing that it could be easily applied to those who were going to their death. She knew it must have been an accident or there must have been a reason to erase the memory. But she knew the reason didn't matter at all. Daylin. She sighed because she realized that if she could bring back his memory, it would be easier to teach him manners. She really wanted to figure out this issue because she knew that something was wrong. After the young lady used her divine power, she saw seals above the young man's head. Daylin was puzzled because she saw that they were using different magical techniques, intricately intertwined with each other. She wondered if she would understand more if she studied this magic in more detail, but she knew that it was done a long time ago, and the most careless interference with the mind could lead to madness. Daylin understood that first she needed to study it and practice and then see what she could do. He looked at her in surprise as he realized that she had used sacred power. Daylin smiled and thanked the young man for sitting quietly. Daylin smiled and said that now they could begin a serious study of such things in Togo high society. He looked at her with bewilderment, but a moment later, with a fierce grin, she said that she would teach him without any concessions, so he should prepare himself. Without changing his expression, he said that he understood and would be ready for anything. Daylin smiled and said that they would try together. Daylin looked away in my direction as she realized that the young man was simply very boring, because she thought that he would be nervous because of one word, studying, but everything was not so. She looked closely at the young man and remembered his different facial expressions. She knew that he only communicated like that in the hustle and bustle of life with those he carried with him everywhere. Daylin looked at the young man predatorily and sighed heavily, because she knew that if she could not see his smile, then at least she would look at his tears. She sighed heavily and said that there were many unpleasant moments at social parties that he needed to know about. She knew that most of the knowledge was useless, but he still had to remember it all. She said with a smile that she supposed that with his appearance they would forgive him for his lack of manners. But she knew that there would be those who would find fault with him. She said with a smile that when she made her debut in society, it was a complete failure and a nightmare. For her return, she saved up money and prepared a chic costume. She, of course, thought that I would do the same for her. But unfortunately they said that there was no money and brought an old-fashioned outfit from a distant relative. Unfortunately, she was dressed like an old aunt, and she made her debut in society without even mastering the basics of etiquette. That day, they really went psyped about her, but she tempered her character. Daylin looked at the young man with a smile and said that this was already an old story and they did not need to talk about it. She smiled and said that she shouldn't burden him with such stories. Daylin smiled and said that she would never allow him to find himself in such a situation because no one knew better than her how to avoid gossip behind his back. She smiled and asked if he was impressed by her story, but a moment later she was taken aback as she realized that the young man had stopped. He looked at her intently and said that he understood everything. Daylin froze for a moment and stared at him. But a moment later, the young lady approached her companion and said with a smile that she did not know at all what he was thinking about just now. But with a smile, she said that she felt that if he went out into the world, he would unconsciously turn the heads of many. Kels asked in surprise if his job was to turn people's heads. She was taken aback and said that it wasn't so, but still, in turn, wondered if he should do something like that. She said that he wouldn't be wrong, but it would be better for him to refrain from it. After some time, the young lady froze in surprise and shock, as she knew that this was simply unbelievable. Daylin was shocked and wondered if a newbie could create such a signature in a letter. She was surprised and incredibly happy, because even she saw that this signature was something special. Daylin sighed heavily and looked closely at the young man, as she knew that from the very beginning he was not like everyone else in learning to write. She thought she shouldn't expect too much at first, so she asked him with a smile if he would try writing the letters. She handed him the pen with a smile. A moment later, she began to pronounce different letters and tell him what to write. At that very moment, he slowly began to write, and wrote the given word clearly and distinctly, but at the same time beautifully. Daylin froze in shock when she saw what he wrote and how he wrote it. A moment later, she asked him to write something else. saying that the word in question had small and large letters mixed together and that it would be a little difficult. But looking at the book, he said that he understood and would do it. Daylin was taken aback and froze in shock when she saw what he wrote. She was surprised because she saw that he learned everything several times faster than other people. She thought about trying to create a signature for a high society guest book at once, but she didn't expect him to do it so easily. She remembered that her signature was very clear and neat. She felt very awkward when the maids who accepted her signature held back their laughter. Moments later, she came and looked at the young man with bewilderment. She remembered that those who created the signature for the aristocrat earned good money. She wondered if she should develop this talent as a business plan for her old age. She knew that she could take a small commission for creating signatures. Daylin assumed that by the time she brought the young man out into the world, she would become the high priest, so she would soon need a solid signature. Daylin was puzzled and wondered if it would be an abuse if she said that she did it herself. She was seriously lost in thought, not noticing anyone around her. Kels in turn looked at the young lady with bewilderment and asked what was the matter. Daylin in turn called out to the young man, who quickly said that he was listening to her. She looked at him intently and asked if she could ask him for something. He looked at her in surprise and said that she should first tell him what she wanted to ask him, since he should first hear her define it, and later say whether he could fulfill it. She looked at him with a happy smile and asked if he would do another signature. A little later, she looked at what he had done, puzzled. Daylin sighed heavily and said that if he didn't want to do it, he could have just said so. Kel sighed and said that he tried his best. She looked away from him and said that if he didn't want to, then there was no need, because it was a request, not an order, and he shouldn't strain himself. He said that he tried his best and still intended to try. He said he would not fail her. Failure meant death. And he began to spell. Kels knew it was a battlefield called paper, but a moment later the young man was taken aback as he saw what he had achieved after much effort. Daylin was in shock because she saw that he just died. She screamed and called for him, but it was all in vain. Daylin was in shock because she knew it was all very serious. She screamed at him to calm down and that she didn't want anything else from him. A few days later, she looked into the distance with pleasure, because she knew that it was very quiet in the palace. She was happy and at the same time enjoyed their sweet paradise. She woke up in the morning, washed herself, got dressed, and Kels was already waiting for her with food ready. Every meal was a dish prepared by Chef Kels, who cooked on his own initiative, and when he had free time, he cleaned up. She was happy because she ate wonderful food in the mansion, and there was not a single speck of dust in the mansion. At first, she felt like she was on a train whose brakes failed. She knew the road to the estate was terrible, but the further she went, the more the destination was transformed into a paradise. Daylin was well aware of the fact that now all she had to do in the estate was leisurely eat, digest, search, and read books to the young man, or teach him etiquette. She sighed heavily because she did not know what to teach him today. Daylin was very happy, as she knew that he could now read books on his own. But she understood that it was better to take a break from etiquette until the textbooks she asked the Lord for arrived. Looking at the book, she wondered if they should try again that baking that didn't work out last time. It was the moment she saw a glimmer of humanity in the genius puppy. But when she saw his creation, she asked him to forget about desserts for a while. Daylin clearly understood that desserts were not something that could be learned on one's own. She knew that he had read a lot of books, and so she had to ask if he wanted to learn something new. A moment later, she knocked on the young man's door and asked with a smile if she could come in. Without looking up from her book, he allowed her to. Daylin looked at the young man with a tender smile. She was very embarrassed and simply could not take her eyes off him, as he looked amazing. Kels sat in a chair with his legs crossed by the window where the sunlight was pouring in, enjoying a cup of tea and not forgetting to read. Daylin was very happy with his progress, as she is an amazing priest and did everything she could for him. But a moment later, she was taken aback and looked at the young man in bewilderment, as she heard a slight noise he made. Daylin looked at the young man in surprise as she didn't understand what had happened. Daylin was furious because she knew from his reaction that something had happened outside again. She came closer to him and tenderly told him that everything was fine and he didn't need to be so angry. She hugged him tenderly and asked him to calm down, as she knew that everything would calm down soon. She was puzzled, as she knew that he had learned everything quickly, but unfortunately, nervousness is not so easy to get rid of quickly. She understood that if she didn't stand in this position for long, he would quickly calm down. But a moment later, the young lady looked at him in bewilderment as she saw that her plan was not working. She was very much alarmed, and looking at the young man, she wondered if there really was something outside. A moment later, she heard a knock on the door and turned around in fear. Daylin looked at the door with worry, since they weren't expecting any guests at all. Daylin knew perfectly well that the people they knew who were supposed to come to them today wouldn't knock like that. She sighed heavily, as she could not see anything from the window. So she asked the young man to come down with her and see what was the matter, since she knew that a man had knocked on their door. She asked if he remembered what she had taught him. Daylin looked at the young man and asked what he needed to do when he heard a knock on the door. Kel said irritably that he needed to find out who it was by the voice and then decide whether to let that person out or not. He wanted to object, but still sighed heavily and said that he understood everything. Daylin was worried because she heard that during the war, many attempts were made on his battalion. It seemed to her that life had been too calm lately. She was puzzled because she understood that some nonsense had happened. Daylin was worried and wondered what she would do if ill-wishers came knocking at the door. She wondered if she should tell the young man to face her. Daylin was taken aback and pushed all such thoughts away, as she knew that it would negate all her efforts and return the young man to the master-dog relationship from which she had diligently tried to wean him. Daylin pushed the young man away and asked him to stay put, as she intended to deal with the matter herself. He looked at her in surprise, but did not answer. She smiled and said that he did not need to look at her so pitifully. A moment later, she said with a satisfied smile that she had, in general, the power. She knew that she could quickly fry anyone, and she could do it because no one saw them. And in the end, God gave her this ability so that she could protect herself. She understood that it was very strange because she did not hear the sounds of a struggle, because the door was guarded. A moment later, she approached the door and quietly asked who was knocking on their door. The young man sighed heavily and informed the priestess that it was he who had come. She looked at the door in bewilderment. A moment later, she opened the door and froze in surprise, as she did not expect to see the young man at all. Lauren, with a smile, apologized for not warning her in advance, but unfortunately, they had an emergency. He smiled and asked if he could come inside. She was taken aback, but had already let him in. But a moment later, she opened the door wide and froze in surprise as she saw knights and another young man. Living in peace for some time, she completely forgot that difficult life trials awaited her at every step. Kels, in turn, looked at the young people with fury. The young lady was shocked, as she realized that God was sending them tests in the most unexpected forms. Kels looked at everyone present with fury and said that he would not let them in. The young people looked at him in bewilderment, but he insisted on his own as he did not want to let them inside. The Lord looked at the young man closely and asked him to do it just once with a smile, but he looked at the Lord with all his fury and firmly said that he would not let the young man into them. Daylin sighed heavily and told the Lord that if they tried to pass, he would tear them all to pieces. She was puzzled because she didn't even know what she could come up with to make him miss them, but she couldn't ignore the pleading looks of the poor soldiers. She was puzzled because she understood that she would have to do this in front of everyone. She understood that she would think about the rest later. Daylin slowly approached her charge and, hugging him, asked him to calm down, but he was unmoved. The Lord looked at the young lady in bewilderment as he did not understand what she was doing at all. She looked at him sideways and gave him a sign. She held the young man back with all her might as they led their new charge inside. Daylin looked closely at the young man, seeing his strange reaction to the big guy who looked like he had been in a fight. She wondered if he was also from the 8th Battalion. Daylin sighed heavily and asked Kels to calm down a little, saying that they could go to the room. She hoped that the Lord had some strange business with her, but the matter turned out to be even stranger than she had expected. Taking care of her ward, she looked at the Lord with a smile and said that it was simply impossible. Kneeling, the Lord asked her why she didn't want to do the same. She smiled and said that they don't always get what they want. He looked at her pleadingly, telling her she needed to think about it a little longer. Daylin sighed heavily and looked at the young man with a smile. She knew that since he'd asked so, she should at least pretend to consider his question. She looked around intently and thought about everything in the world, but she knew that her decision would remain unchanged. She looked intently at the Lord and said that she would not take another soldier from the battalion. She sighed heavily and said that her protege was a dandelion compared to the new fighter, since she had previously heard that the man had killed other priests. She sighed heavily and said that Kels couldn't stand the young man. She looked at the Lord intently and told him to look at the young man and his reaction, since she knew that he clearly did not like all this. Lauren sighed heavily and told the young lady that he had no one else to turn to but her. He knew that if she refused him, it would be God himself who commanded it. He looked at her intently and said that she too was expected to be investigated. She looked at him in bewilderment as she did not understand what he was talking about. He sighed heavily and said that she should judge for herself. If she refused him, they would set him free. But at the same time, they all understood that he was like a walking bomb, and if she left him now, then he would become a national heroine. He sighed heavily and said that otherwise she should wait for a response. She was in shock, wondering if they would really kill her for something like this. She screamed that it was completely unfair since she did not understand who made such a stupid decision. Daylin was puzzled because she knew that she and her ward had come a long way, and just when she had calmed down, fate decided to throw a curveball at her. The Lord looked at her closely and asked her not to worry too much, as nothing terrible would happen. He also told her that the young people had served together in the army. He said that he was not asking her to follow him on a permanent basis, since this was a temporary measure until they found another priest. Lauren looked closely at the young lady and said that the young man did not need to be prepared for his debut. She just had to keep him in the house and make sure he didn't cause trouble outside. Daylin, in turn, thought for a moment as her inner self was struggling with her. She did not know what choice to make, but she knew she could make more money, but now she was acting like an amateur. The Lord looked at her intently and said that of course the maintenance fee would be increased several times. Daylin sighed heavily and said that it was too obvious, since several people required several times more work. He smiled and said that the maintenance fee would double and the additional allowances would quadruple. She stood there with a satisfied smile, saying that God told them to help those in need, so she agreed with his proposal, while Kels froze in shock on the spot, as he did not expect such a thing. The Lord, in turn, was very happy, since she agreed and relieved him of his headache. He shouted that she was his savior. Daylin was puzzled because she knew she would be the one in the worst position in this situation, but she knew she simply had no choice, and she consoled herself with the fact that she would receive money as a consolation prize, and good money at that. Sometime later, the young people approached one of the rooms of the estate, as they knew that the soldiers had put him in this room. Kels looked closely at the young lady and asked her not to come close to him. Daylin smiled and said that everything would be fine, because the young man was sleeping under tranquilizers. She slowly opened the door, and at the same time, Kels said that it was not so. She turned around and looked at him in surprise as the young man said that he woke up. The young lady, in turn, was taken aback as she heard some kind of crash. Turning around, she froze in shock as she saw that a young man with fury in his eyes was flying straight at her. Kels moved towards the young man with lightning speed and used his power to stop him, as he did not want the priestess to be hurt. The young man was burning with anger and fury and shouted at his opponent that he could not deceive him. Kels looked at the young man with cold fury and said that he was being too loud. The young man was filled with anger and fury, and he dealt his opponent blow after blow, but this only made him angrier. A moment later, they rose from the ground and took a stance. They argued among themselves for a few minutes, but after a while, they flew at each other in anger. The young man shouted at his opponent that he was just a mad dog. Kels, in turn, was filled with rage and shouted at the young man not to say such things about him. At the same time, the priestess of the Wasp looked at the young men in surprise as they fought without a break. And moreover, she was surprised as they even talked in parallel. She looked closely at the young men and wondered if she should stop them. She didn't know, so she wondered if they had a similar manner of communication. She was a little worried as the young man had earlier given her a whistle to control halt. He had told her in all seriousness that she should use the whistle in case of extreme danger. She sighed heavily and looked closely at the young people as she saw that her protege was beating the newcomer with all his might. And he, in turn, was screaming as if he was in great pain. At the same time, the young man swore very loudly. The young lady sighed heavily as she knew that it was better for her not to interfere in such showdowns. She looked at them intently as she did not think at all that this was an extreme case of danger. Kels beat Halt until he went silent. The young lady looked closely at the young man and asked how Halt was doing. He sighed heavily, but ignored her question. A moment later, he looked closely at his companion and said that the young man had finally fallen silent. She sighed heavily and asked if he was hurt anywhere and if he was in pain. Kels looked at her intently and said that he was fine and she didn't need to worry about such things. She looked at the young man with concern and said that she had been told earlier that they had never had such clashes before. Kels said that he was holding back because of orders, and then he was much more humble than today. She sighed heavily and asked if they were really going to continue fighting like this. Kels sighed heavily and said that he didn't know that. He said that they were trying to suppress the will of the battalion's fighters in every possible way, and the resentment was building up, and this especially concerned Halt. Kel said the young man was good at surprise attacks and useful for assassinations. He had a very persistent temperament and was hard to ignore. Kel said that those who can't be controlled need to be dealt with. He looked intently at the young man and said in all seriousness that if something like this happened again, he would immediately deal with him, even to the point of murder. She sighed heavily as she realized that her charge had decided not to finish off the young man for now. She looked at him closely as she realized that from the angle she had created, one might think that he was actually dead. Looking at her charge, she said that he should discard this option as a last resort. Dalen sighed heavily and, reaching out to the young man, asked him to resolve the issue less radically. She said that they would sort everything out gradually. He sighed heavily, but still agreed. He was furious and knew he needed to find the softest rope he could find to tie him up when he woke up, but to do it as gently as possible. A moment later, the young lady looked at the newcomer with fear as she saw that he had suddenly woken up. After some time, Kels ran after the newcomer as he wanted to include him in his warm vow. After several hours of continuous racing and fighting, Kels finally managed to catch the young man, and in doing so, he tied him up. Halt, at the same time, ate the dish with pleasure and asked if Kels had really prepared it. Halt, in turn, was amazed as he saw that the dish was seriously very tasty. Looking at the priestess, he asked if it was really she who taught the young man to cook so well. She looked at him in surprise and said that one could say so, but she knew that he did well without her. She looked at the young man in surprise and asked if he could really tell that the food tasted good. Halt looked at her in surprise and said that since he had a tongue, that meant he could do it. He asked if not everyone could do it. Dalen glanced sideways at her charge and asked if he could do it. He thought about it for a moment, but after a few seconds, he firmly answered no. She knew that his reaction only occurred when there was something really disgusting in the food. Dalen looked closely at the young man and knew that on other occasions he did not enjoy the taste of zero reaction, like a ghost. She supposed that perhaps this was the case with all the fighters in the battalion, but looking at the newcomer, she saw that her judgment was wrong. She looked at him intently and asked if he could hear her heartbeat or the sound of a bird flying past. He looked at her in surprise when he heard her heartbeat. Dalen looked closely at the young man and asked if he was okay. Hal was taken aback for a moment, not understanding what she was talking about. He hesitated and said that he hadn't really thought about it. She looked at him intently and said that everything was fine. He didn't need to answer right away. He sighed heavily as he was a little puzzled because she was talking to him like a dog again. He sighed heavily and said that he was a dog. She smiled and asked for forgiveness, and also said that she would not talk to him like that anymore. Looking at the young man, she said that with Kels it was completely different. She said that she didn't consider him a dog at all. The young man looked at her intently and said with a smile that she was cool. She smiled and thanked him for such a compliment. Dalen glared at the newcomer and asked if he could please stop staring at her like that. He was taken aback and looked away from her, but at the same time he began to mumble something to himself. Dalen looked closely at the young man, as she could see that he definitely had social skills, and at the same time she felt awkward calling him a mad dog. They had a nice conversation for a while as he wanted to call her his cool sister, and he also asked if she would loosen his ropes. She smiled and said she would think about it. Dalen sighed heavily and, looking at the young man, said that with Kelson, they turned out to be different despite the fact that they went through the same training and procedures, even magic. He sighed heavily and said that it was a business matter for a friend because he was basically different from other dogs. Looking at the young lady, he said that it was because he joined the army at an older age, and thus others required more training and procedures than him. Dalen was taken aback as she did not expect to hear such a thing. Dalen knew that Kels had been subjected to a lot of procedures and spells, and even when she tried to ask the former military lord about it, he tried his best to avoid answering because the person who was in charge of training the battalion was a big shot, namely a member of the Imperial Army, an informal order that said nothing about magic or procedures, and only the performer or the recipient could know what it was. Her attempts to get the Lord to talk resulted in several hours of completely useless chatter. She looked closely at the young man, as she realized that perhaps he would give her a clue to the mysterious procedures that Kels had undergone. She looked at him intently and with a joyful smile asked if he knew anything about those procedures. Halt looked at the young lady with bewilderment and asked how he knew what they used on them. He sighed heavily and said that it was not suitable for this conversation. After all, she knew little about magic. She looked at him intently, asking if he knew at least approximately why everything was being done. At the same time, Kels, with restrained rage, looked at them. Halt said that they wanted to sharpen their senses. She smiled and asked if he knew anything else. He sighed heavily and said that he didn't know anything, because at first he tried to avoid all this. But then, being on the battlefield, it became downright unbearable. Then he told them that they could do whatever they wanted with him. It would help him survive. Daylin was a little puzzled and wondered why she hadn't realized it right away. Halt said that those who couldn't stand it and threw tantrums were killed. She understood only now that there was no place for common sense on the battlefield. Halt said that those who were not worth killing were taken and their memories were erased. She looked closely at her charge, as she realized that he would never become a peaceful, sane person. Fortunately, the conversation with my young man went quite far, although not enough to find out the whole truth. But he told her about many of his memories. Kels was irritated, but it seems he gradually got used to the presence of a new man in their house. She knew that all she could do was calmly wait for the new curator, which was exactly what she had planned to do. But unfortunately, things did not go according to her plan. Taken aback, she asked the young people how long they were going to behave like this. Kels was furious and shouted that he would behave like this until the young man left them. Helt, bursting into tears, shouted to the young lady that he was afraid of a mad dog. She sighed heavily, as she was puzzled by everything that was happening. Because she saw that they were arguing with anger, Daylin sighed heavily and said that soon she would give her soul to God. She was in shock and didn't understand how it had come to this, but in order to explain everything, it was necessary to go back a few days. Halt was happy because the ropes were removed from him. He smiled and said that it was very surprising that Kels knew how to cook, and the food was also delicious. He smiled and said that the priests were truly amazing. She smiled and said that the young man simply studied hard. She smiled and said that maybe before the memory erasure, he knew how to do something like that. Halt said with a grin that no one knows if this is true, and maybe before joining the squad, he lived in some mansion. Halt looked at the young man with a smirk and said that he really had been damn handsome since childhood, and he was surprised and wondered how such a handsome man came to them. But he knew that if the young man was an aristocrat, then all his assumptions came true. Daylin looked closely at the young man and asked if he remembered when Kels first joined their squad. Halt looking at the young lady, he said that he remembered everything, and the young man came with his memory completely erased. She was surprised. He said that he thought he was transferred from some other combat zone. She looked at him in surprise and asked if he could really tell from just one glance that the young man's memory had been completely erased. She asked if he could describe specifically how this was determined. Halt sighed heavily and said that a fool can be seen with the naked eye. He said that the young man had forgotten how to speak, had forgotten how to live, did not know how to sleep, and did not know how to eat. Halt said, puzzled, that he looked more like a beast. He was always afraid that she was on the battlefield. The young man would cut everyone. Halt said that even when they went wild, some still went crazy and had their memories erased again, but that didn't happen with the young man. Kels sighed heavily and said that was exactly how it was. Daylin looked at them intently and asked if there would be a problem if they erased their memory in an hour. He said with a grin that there would be a problem if they repeated it too many times. People could become complete idiots, and then they could die, going crazy on the battlefield. He said that the young people would have died anyway, just a little later. She looked at him in surprise and asked if it wasn't unpleasant for him to look at this, since they had been comrades for a long time. He smiled and asked what kind of comrades they were talking about. If, on order, they could kill each other at any moment. Daylin was a little puzzled and didn't know what she could say to him in this situation, since they themselves spoke about it so carelessly. Halt smiled and said that a young man came to their squad and looked like a baby, but he thought that he would soon kill him. He looked predatorily at the young man and said that he had survived, and now they had met again. The young lady in turn looked warily at the young man. She quickly took Kels's arm, thus protecting him and calming him down. Daylin looked closely at the young men and asked them to calm down, as they were giving off a murderous aura. She glanced sideways at the young men and said that they had previously told her that they had not fought in the detachment. She was surprised and did not understand why they were suddenly fighting about her. They had decided to do it once. They had previously communicated normally. Halt sighed heavily and said that he did not know this, because when he saw the young man, he immediately wanted to hit him. Kels looked intently after the young man and said that there are people with whom you just wanted to fight. Daylin was shocked by this statement. She didn't understand what was wrong with handsome young people. She saw that Kels, out of nowhere, began to stare at Halt, but Halt, in turn, also reacted very strangely to the young man. She was puzzled and wondered if he only reacted this way to her charge. Halt, in turn, said irritably and angrily that the young man's very look had already infuriated him. Halt turned around and looked at the young man with angry rage, because everything about him infuriated him, and therefore he shouted and cursed at him with rage. Kels shielded the young lady with his body and asked her to move away. She was shocked, looking at the young people, because she understood that if he now clashed with the newcomer, then she would have problems. She understood that if they only flew out the window, she would lose control over them. Halt rushed towards the young man with cold fury and anger, as if he wanted to fight him. Daylin quickly walked up to the young man and grabbed him, hugging Kels. She screamed that he didn't need to fight and wanted to calm him down. He looked at her sideways and in surprise, as he did not expect this. She was in shock, as she understood that it was too late to stop them. Halt froze in place in surprise and looked at his opponent with bewilderment, while Daylin, in turn, slowly opened her eyes. She looked at the young man in bewilderment as she saw that nothing had happened. A moment later, he turned around and she saw a large bruise on his face. Daylin froze in shock and looked at him in confusion as she realized he had been hit. Daylin and Halt looked at Kels with bewilderment, and in one voice asked if he had just been hit and he had taken the blow. Kels, without changing his expression, looked intently at the young lady and said that it was exactly like that. Halt was in shock and could not understand what had happened, as his opponent simply took the blow from the fist that was flying straight into his face. Daylin looked at the young man in surprise, as she did not understand why he himself was so surprised. After all, he had hit his opponent himself. Daylin looked at them with bewilderment, as she knew that she shouldn't just stand there and watch everything, as she knew that she wouldn't be able to hold them back for long. She knew she had to get down to business. Daylin slowly approached the young man and asked him to calm down. He shouted and insulted her with rage because he did not understand why she suddenly started giving him orders. But a moment later, the young lady managed to grab his hand and said with a smirk that they could at least try. Daylin looked at the young man with a happy smile and said that they could do it, calling him brother. Looking at the young man, she realized what he was doing. She knew that if Kels was a beast, then Halt was a pain in the ass. She knew very well that very different people came to the temple, and many were problematic clients. They always had one thing in common, namely rolling their eyes. She knew that it was simply impossible to come to an agreement with them. Daylin clearly understood that there was an easy way to deal with people like this. She had to suppress them with her spirit. Daylin looked closely at the young man and with a joyful smile said that he was the one who had overcome so many troubles and trials, survived on the battlefield. She shouted that he was brave, so he could overcome everything else too. He looked at her in surprise and said that perhaps this was so. She smiled and shouted that he should cope. She wanted him to feel the joy of meeting the world. She said that he would be able to curb his fighting spirit, and at the same time she used her sacred power on him. He was surprised because he didn't expect her to use spiritual power, but she knew it would be useless. She wouldn't even try. He sighed heavily and asked, puzzled, why spiritual power was needed. Daylin looked at the young man with a smile and said that she was doing everything to calm him down. He looked at her in surprise as he had not expected this. He smiled and said that he didn't remember the last time he felt this way. He shouted that she was very capable and special. She smiled and said that she really was skilled. In his joy, the young man lifted her into the air. He shouted that she was truly skilled because it was the first time since the war that he had experienced such calm. She was in shock because she had not expected such a thing. He shouted with joy that even the feeling of crawling insects had disappeared, and he felt as if another eye had opened. He was in shock and did not understand how she had done such a thing. Daylin smiled and said she didn't do anything special. Daylin thought of her charge with a smile, but she found it pleasant to watch someone shine and grow so brightly right before her eyes. But a moment later, she was taken aback as someone pulled her. Kels, with lightning speed, took the young lady into his arms and hugged her tightly. He growled and looked at his opponent with ferocious rage. Halt looked at the young man with fury and asked if he was really looking for a fight. Daylin was taken aback and asked them to calm down. Daylin looked at Halt intently and said with a smile that he had just calmed down. She asked them not to fight. A moment later, she looked at the young people with a happy smile and asked if they could talk over lunch. But still the young people looked at each other warily. Daylin smiled and asked if they were good dogs, since she knew they wouldn't talk while they were eating. Halt looked away from the young lady. She was glad that he had managed to calm down. A moment later, she looked at Kels with a gentle smile, wanting to see his answer. Kels, in turn, drooped and sighed heavily, saying that he would do everything as she said. Daylin looked at the young man in surprise as she did not understand his reaction. She was puzzled because it seemed to her that she was standing between two rocks, and at that moment she realized what she had done. Several more days passed after this incident. Halt, unfortunately, was constantly going crazy for no reason, and they all saw it. He looked at the young man with fury and asked him why he was looking at him like that. She sighed heavily as they were arguing again. At first, she thought he was just nervous. She knew it happened to everyone. But she knew a saying that smart dogs were more loyal and they caused more trouble. She was very puzzled as she saw that the young man was even digging up a stone that was simply lying on the ground. She understood perfectly well that he could argue with anyone, and it was none of her business. But the problem was that his emotions were easily transmitted to Kels, and he in turn became very angry, and she had to calm him down. She thought that he was deliberately provoking her charge, so she calmly asked the young man to calm down. But she saw that it was all in vain, since he even dug into the clouds. Daylin sighed heavily and looked closely at the young man, as she could see that he had completely lost his mind. And soon she realized that he really had gone crazy. As he glared at the young man and shouted at him to attack him immediately, he wanted to hurt Kels with his insults and provoke him into a fight. Daylin looked at the young man in surprise as she did not understand his behavior. Kels, in turn, was probably listening to the young lady. She was puzzled since it seemed that the young man had become more capricious, and she assumed that it was all because he tolerated Halt's presence. Daylin smiled and sighed heavily. She didn't know what to do with their pestle, because she knew that soon he would be independent. She wondered if he had suffered a lot in his childhood. After all, he loved when they stroked his head. She smiled and said that they needed to calm Huddle down, and then she would stroke him some more. Kels looked at the young lady intently and said that he understood everything. Daylin immediately rushed to the young man and told her charge that everything would be fine. But before she could take a step, the young man pulled her towards him. She looked at the young people in bewilderment as they were very wary. Kels said with alarm that someone was approaching the house. She was surprised and asked if the Lord was already heading towards them. He sighed heavily and said that he could not see anything. But at the same time, he was taken aback and quickly turned around, because at that very moment the glass broke and a hail of arrows flew at them. With the speed of lightning, he rushed towards the young priestess, and with his quick reaction, he saved her life. She was shocked because she saw an iron arrow. At that very moment, she saw Halt rush to the broken window. She was shocked and screamed for him to stop immediately, but it was all in vain as he jumped out of the window with ease. At that moment, the young lady rushed towards the young man, but Kels stopped her and shouted that it was very dangerous. Daylin looked closely at the young man and said that she clearly understood that it was dangerous, but she knew that they couldn't leave Halt, because the worst thing would be if he went outside in this state and started acting up. She looked intently at the young man and said that they needed to catch up with him quickly. Kelsviv looked at the young lady intently as he realized that he would not be able to stop her. A few seconds later, he threw her over his shoulder. He sighed heavily and said that he understood everything. She was taken aback in a way she had not expected, but after a few seconds, they easily jumped out of the window. She was in shock because she wanted to run, but not like this. She knew that it didn't matter at all. And the main thing was that his legs were very fast, not like hers. Daylin sighed heavily, because she understood that now she was just a sack of potatoes, so she didn't need to jerk around. A moment later, the young man was taken aback as he heard some noise. After a few seconds, he stopped after running continuously and informed the young lady that he heard a suspicious sound. Daylin sighed heavily and, looking into the distance, said that it was very good that the young man did not climb over the fence. She was very puzzled and worried because she understood that this time she should not count on luck. She understood what would happen if her ward also went crazy after Halt. She was excited because she realized that she would have to use the whistle, which she did not want to use. But a moment later, she was taken aback because the whistle was not around her neck. She was shocked and said that this was a very bad situation. Daylin was puzzled because she hadn't used them in a while and had left them on her vanity. Daylin was furious and was quarreling with herself because she didn't know when she would need them, so she just left them. Kels left the lady and said he would come closer. Daylin was taken aback because she didn't want him to do something like that. She wondered if he meant to say he would come back and get him. She grabbed his clothes and asked him to be careful. At that very moment, the young man was menacingly mischievous, looking into the distance. She hoped that he would hold on with all his might. But a moment later, they saw a truly terrible picture. Halt stood in front of them, covered in blood, and looked at his opponent with fury. A moment later, he looked at his opponent with a fierce grin and at the same moment rushed towards him. Halt was very angry, and he also attacked his opponent with a grin, as he wanted to deal with him as quickly as possible. Daylin froze in shock as she realized things were worse than she had imagined. She understood that if the young man hit her even once, he would win. But she saw that because he was unarmed against the knife, he was seriously wounded. Daylin looked at the young man and wondered if she should just give up and run away. She sighed heavily and realized that it was better for her to do nothing than to just run away. At the same time, she told her friend that everything was okay, and he needed to calm down. She sighed heavily, as she simply could not just up and leave them. So at that very moment, she used her power. She directed her power at their enemy and, sighing heavily, said that it would all be over soon. At that very moment, the young man fell to the ground with a crash and began to scream, as his eyes glowed with sacred fire. She sighed heavily and looked at the young man with sadness, as she had not done anything like this for a long time. Daylin was puzzled, as she had only used this method in desperate situations during the war. Daylin thought for a moment and remembered the arrow wound, as she was sure that the arrow was definitely flying at her. She knew that it was just self-defense, so God would forgive her. Moments later, she looked intently at the young man and called out to him. She sighed heavily, knowing she had to get them back to the mansion. At that very moment, she caught her charge and hugged him tightly, just as she wanted him to be calm. Daylin was puzzled, as she knew that it would make things a little easier for her if she could calm Halt down as well. But unfortunately, she knew that such a moment wouldn't work with him. She looked at the young man in bewilderment as she saw that he was bursting with anger. She thought he was shaking with rage, but after a few seconds, she realized that was not the case. Daylin looked at the young man in bewilderment and called him over, knowing that he had survived the war with his mind intact. She understood that he knew more than anyone else, so she understood that strange things were even more frightening when the man knew about them in advance. Daylin looked closely at the young man and said that she was fine. She knew that when a person was gripped by terror, then ordinary things seemed frightening. She understood that the young man was raging because he was scared. At that very moment, she hugged him tightly and said that there were no more murderers, because they had all been defeated. Daylin said that no one would attack them again. She said that they didn't need to fight because they were safe. He looked at her tremblingly and asked if they had really killed everyone and were now safe. She smiled a tender smile and said that everything was true and that they were now safe. Daylin looked closely at the young man, as she saw that he was already speaking like a human being. She was glad that everything was going smoothly. But a moment later, she was taken aback and looked at him with bewilderment. She was shocked because the young man, looking into her hysterical eyes, burst into tears. At that very moment, he burst into tears and screamed and cried hysterically. Daylin froze in shock, not expecting anything like this. She was surprised and didn't know what to do. He cried and screamed that he was in pain and that all his wounds hurt. Unfortunately, she didn't know then what her actions would lead to, because at the same time, Kels was looking at them with fury and could barely contain himself. The young man was screaming that he was very scared. She hugged him and said that it was completely normal and everything was fine. He didn't need to be afraid of anything anymore. She understood that the hugs and pats on the back were working, and she said that they needed to go home. Hugging him, she used her divine power, but at that very moment she was pulled away from the young man. She was surprised, as she did not understand what was happening at all. Halt, in turn, was taken aback and reached for the young lady. She was in shock as Kels pulled her away from the young man and glared at him. Kels screamed furiously that he would not give up the young lady. She was shocked and did not understand why he suddenly started behaving like this. He squeezed her tighter and shouted that he would not give her up. She was in shock and screaming, asking the young man to let her go because she could not breathe. Daylin was in shock, asked the young man to let her go and calm down, but he shouted that he would not let her go and would not give her to anyone. She shouted that he had to let her go right now, because she could suffocate. Daylin sighed heavily as he loosened his grip a little. She said that now that her life was no longer in danger, they could go home. She looked intently and with bewilderment at the young man, who, looking at her, was bursting into bitter tears. Daylin looked at the young man with a smile and asked if they weren't coming back. She was shocked and wondered what was going on and why he was behaving like this. Daylin was puzzled as the young man started crying even worse. The young girl was beautiful, like a flower between two muscular men. She knew it sounded very sexy, like a romantic scene, but in reality, everything was a little different. She got the roll of a cutlet and a sandwich, which was squeezed from both sides. That same evening, guests came to them. She looked at the Lord in surprise and asked if they were really taking him away today. The Lord smiled and said that it was true, it was very sudden, but they were all very lucky, because there was a person who was ready to replace her. He looked at the young lady with a smile and said that it was very good, because she managed to put him to sleep. He smiled and said that yesterday's tooth was even good for them. The Lord looked closely at the young lady and asked how the young man had behaved today. She hesitated, not knowing what to answer. But looking at Halt, who was being packed for transportation, she said that he began to behave much better. Looking at the Lord, she said that the young man did not need to be tied up so tightly. He smiled and said that they were doing this just in case, because they could not know what would happen on the road. But thanks to her strength, he would no longer be afraid on the way back. He looked at her hard and said that she must now give him the whistle back and he would go. Dalen looked intently at the young man and obediently gave him the whistle. Returning to the mansion, the young man talked to her a little. He was puzzled because, unfortunately, he had gone off the rails. He thought that everything would be fine, because he had become much better since he came to them. Dalen looked at her companion in surprise and asked if he really felt better. He sighed heavily and said that it was true, but he still stumbled, which happens to everyone. But he was still very upset. He said that before, when he was so pressed, his eyes would pop out of his head, steam would come out of his ears, but now he has learned to control himself. He was surprised because his head was clear, and it seemed to him that this was the most adequate state he had ever been in his life. He said with a smile that even if the dog provoked him now, he would not fall for such provocations. But in turn, he began to provoke the young man. Dalen looked at him intently and asked him to calm down, since she wanted to do without this. He smiled and agreed with her, and also said that if she says it's not necessary, then it's true. He said with a satisfied smile that since arriving at the mansion, he began to sleep for as many as 3 hours. Dalen looked at him in surprise and asked if that time was really enough for him. Kels sighed heavily and said that military men like Halt were supposed to get very little sleep, as their job was to hide and raid. Halt glared at the young man and asked why he was answering for him. Kels held back his rage as he glared at the young man and told him to shut his mouth. Sometime later, they got into a fight again and started arguing. Dalen looked at the young people with a smile, as she knew that Kels had a similar reaction because she hugged Halt. Dalen knew full well that possession of a priestess was a common occurrence, so she wanted them not to quarrel. Halt looked at the young man with fury and asked who he was to tell him what to do. He sighed heavily and said that it was just kindergarten. He looked at the young men and said that the dog had turned into a puppy. He wondered if it was evolution or degeneration. They looked at him intently but did not answer. She looked closely at the young man because she knew that he himself was feeling better, and this made her happy. She looked at him with a smile and asked if he wanted her to help him sleep better. Halt looked at her with a joyful smile and asked if she was really capable of such a thing. She smiled and said that she was capable, but unfortunately she could not do such a thing every day. But today he was scared, so she could use her power against him because this was a special occasion. Dalen said she thought lack of sleep affected his emotions, so if he slept better, his mood would improve. He smiled and asked how much higher he could go, because at this rate, he was not far from being a saint. She smiled and said that it was okay to dream. After her words, she poured some divine power into him and put him to sleep. She knew that if he had been conscious, they could have said a proper goodbye. Dalen stared at the carriage as it drove away. She sighed heavily as she wished to forget about the arrows that were aimed at her and the Lord who rushed to them before she could send the message. She would like to forget about the real knights who arrived with him. Dalen Yi sighed heavily and told the young man that it was time for them to go back. She slowly walked back to the house, and at the same time she wondered if everything would be okay. She sincerely hoped that everything would be just like that. That same evening, the young man came to his master and informed him that he had taken Halt, as he had said. The young man looked closely at his subordinate and thanked him for a job well done. He would like to wipe them off the face of the earth, but he still knew that they were painfully competent and he felt sorry to do it. Lauren, kneeling, asked if he should send more knights there. The young man said that there was no need to do that yet, because if he was not a fool, he would stay ready. He looked at the young man and said that he should try to talk to him, and if that didn't work, then who should send someone else? He looked at the Lord closely and said that he was lucky to have the chance to serve him, and it was the grace of the gods. He asked the young man to stand up since he could not see his face. The Lord bowed and thanked the master for such a favor. He smiled and said that he really hoped to see him again soon. The Lord smiled and said that it was a great honor for him. At the same time, he looked closely at His Highness. Looking at the Lord, he said that they would end here. Also His Highness. Looking at the Lord, said that if he next time sends anyone, he must make sure that he does not have imperial insignia. The next day, the young lady looked at the Lord in bewilderment and asked if he had brought another one. The Lord looked at them with a satisfied smile. Lauren looked at the young people with a satisfied smile and introduced them to their new chef. He also introduced the new manager who came with them. Lauren looked at the young lady with a happy smile and said that thanks to her spiritual achievements, they were able to hire staff. He smiled and said that they were one step closer to creating a real young master. She smiled and thanked him for such praise. Daylin looked at the young man with a smile and said that it would be excellent if he kept his distance. He was taken aback and looked at the young man with bewilderment, who was glaring at him with a look mixed with anger. At that moment, the young lord moved away from the young lady with lightning speed. He smiled and said that it seemed like the young man was still quite sensitive. Daylin looked at him with a smile and said that he did not need to move so far away. The Lord smiled and said that when the manager had examined the young man's condition, the rest of the people would arrive. He smiled and said that call a certain number of people. He was glad and said that the young lady was sent to them by the gods. She looked at him with a smile and asked him not to forget to mention this in the work report. The Lord said with a satisfied smile that he only used carefully selected phrases. She smiled as she was glad about this. The Lord looked closely at the young lady and said that it was time for him to leave. She smiled, thanked him, and also wished him a good journey. After the last incident, there was a certain distance between her and the young lord. Not too close, not too far, just right for an executive or middle manager. She understood that there was no need to cut it again. A moment later, she turned her gaze to the young man. She wondered if he had become more sensitive. Because of his nagging, she couldn't even earn change from the security guards lately. Until recently, Lord Mock would only speak when Kels hugged her. She understood perfectly well that this could not continue, so she actively raised him. Daylin sighed and asked the young man if he was really going to continue hanging only on her. She said that it was impossible to do that, but he looked at her with puppy dog eyes as he hoped that she would give the go-ahead. But the young lady was adamant and categorically said that this was not possible. Madame looked at them intently. Daylin was taken aback and screamed in fear, as she had completely forgotten who the dash was next to. She remembered that in front of other people, she should call him young master. The madam smiled and said that everything was fine and she didn't need to worry, because she completely understood the young master's personal preferences. Daylin looked at her with bewilderment because she didn't understand what was going on. She smiled and said that there are many young gentlemen who want to live on a leash. She said with a smile that they do not need to say anything, because she is a professional in this. Daylin was shocked and said that this is not so. She looked at them with a smile and said that she would keep your strictest secret and their intimate personal life. Daylin was taken aback and looking at the madam said that she had understood everything wrong. The madam looked closely at the young lady and said that in order to find other specialists, they would need to measure various parameters of the young master. Madame asked if they minded if she disturbed them for a moment. Daylin looked at the lady with bewilderment, as she did not understand what was being discussed. She smiled and said that they would check the diet, skin condition, body size, and so on. Daylin looked at Madame with worry and asked if they would have to get close and touch the young master in that case. Madame smiled and said that it was inevitable. Daylin looked closely at her new friend and asked if he minded, since they had to do something like this. Daylin, looking at the young man, said that if it was too unpleasant for him, they could do it later. The madam looked at them in surprise and asked if the young gentleman didn't like it when strangers touched him. Daylin sighed and said that it was true and he was very sensitive to touch. Madam sighed heavily and said that muscle massage, skin care, cosmetic procedures, all this would be difficult to do without touching the body. Now she understood why the salary was so high. Daylin looked at Madam with a smile, because she knew that she had misunderstood everything, because it was a bonus for risking life. The madam smiled, looking at the saint, and said that if she touched the young man with them, then everything would be fine. Daylin looked at her with bewilderment, as she did not understand what was being discussed. Madame said that since the young gentleman did not like being touched by strangers, perhaps the presence of someone close would help the situation. Daylin, looking away, said that maybe he would get used to it with time. She was puzzled, because she knew that new people had been brought to his house to work, but unfortunately they had added to her worries. The madam looked closely at the young lady and said that the client should not be forced to get used to it, because they needed to find the most comfortable way for him. She really wanted to get to work as quickly as possible. Looking at the young gentleman, she asked if he didn't mind. Kel sighed heavily and said that if it was an order, he would carry it out. The young lady, in turn, wanted to hear a refusal from him. Madam looked at the young gentleman with her joyful smile, as she knew that his determination was excellent. At the same moment, she opened her luxurious suitcase and informed them that I would like to demonstrate my blazing professionalism to them. She looked closely at the young people and said that, to begin with, they could lightly check the elasticity of their skin, determine its type, select their shades, and also diagnose the health of their hair. Kels glanced sideways at the saint and asked if this training was really under torture. She sighed heavily and said that it wasn't. But at least it wasn't like that now. Sometime later, they sat exhausted on a chair as Madame had given them a stormy morning. The lady thanked them with a smile for their work and also said that they would carefully select and send specialists to them. The lady examined the young man thoroughly from pores to hair. By the end, he no longer understood what exactly Madame was studying. Kel sighed heavily and asked the young lady if this was really the young master's duty. The young lady, in turn, was no less tired. She sighed heavily and said that perhaps this was the case, and that was the reason why they had sent people to them. She was surprised because she learned that there were separate specialists in hair care and hairstyles. She was shocked and wondered what the concept of a young master meant. She wondered if a young master should not be looked after less than a noble young lady. A moment later, Madame came up to them and informed them that it was almost time for dinner. She looked at them intently and asked if they would like some chocolate while she prepared everything for dinner. Daylin was taken aback and looked at Madame in surprise. In a hurry, she called out and asked Madame how long she had been standing right in front of them. Daylin looked at the young man in surprise and worriedly asked if he hadn't noticed her either. He sighed heavily and said that Madame had been there all this time and that she was next to them. The young lady was shocked because she hadn't noticed her, and he hadn't told her. In a hurry, the young lady asked the lady's mind for forgiveness and also said that she would accompany her to the room. Madame smiled and said that she did not need to do this because they should have dinner first. A moment later, Madame handed them a very sweet chocolate. She asked them to eat it, as she knew it would make them a little more energetic. She said that they could snack on the chocolate and then accompany her to the kitchen. Daylin thanked Madame with a joyful smile and also said that she would be happy to eat it. The young man, in turn, also thanked Madame. Daylin knew that a dessert from a professional chef was something special. She understood perfectly well that you couldn't try something like this even for money. Opening the candy, she handed it to the young gentleman and told him to open his mouth. He froze for a moment. She looked at him in confusion and asked if he didn't want to eat. She quietly asked if there was poison in there. Kels said there was no poison in there. He froze for a moment and said that he had never smelled anything like it, so he couldn't tell if it was food. She froze for a moment and was taken aback, as she realized that she had hardly ever tasted anything sweet during the war. She looked at him with a smile and said that this treat smells amazing. She smiled and said that he should see since she wanted to try it first. A moment later, the young lady took a bite. He looked closely at her beautiful, plump lips. A moment later, she choked. He looked at her with bewilderment. But at that very moment, the young lady looked at the young man with a joyful smile and said that it was very tasty and he should try it. She said with a joyful smile that it was also the first time in her life that she had eaten something so delicious. He looked at her in surprise, as he was struck by her delightful smile. A moment later, Daylin held the candy out to him and said he should try it too. The young man stared at her for a moment, not daring to do anything. She smiled, looking at him with her outstretched candy in her hands. The lady looked at them in bewilderment and said that there were a lot of sweets in the house and they did not have to eat just one. She looked at them closely and was puzzled, said that they could have taken the whole one. The young lady in turn was puzzled because Anna just wanted to be friends. Sometime later, they were sitting at a table with a whole mountain of desserts in front of them. Madame looked at them with a smile and said that she would bring them lunch soon. Daylin, in turn, looked closely at these treats because she knew that one such plate would cost a month of her family's budget. She was glad because she knew that she was now experiencing pleasant feelings because she could remove her desires at someone else's expense. Kels looked closely at the young lady and said with bewilderment that he saw dirt on the table. She was a little puzzled as she saw his agitated look. She sighed heavily and said with a smile that he was just not used to it yet. But as soon as he tried it, he would understand everything. At that very moment, the young man slowly reached for the cake. He was taken aback when he raised his hand because he was dirty, and some kind of incomprehensible mucus was flowing from his hand. She smiled and said that nothing terrible had happened, since chocolate usually melts or sticks. She ran away because it was the first time in his life that he had tried something like this, and she forgot to tell him that desserts were eaten with cutlery. She realized that there was one more thing that she needed to teach the young man, Tyrann. With a happy smile, she gave him a piece of cake and said that it would taste better if she fed it to him. A moment later, she dipped a small piece of cake into the chocolate and, with a smile, handed the delicacy to the young man. She said with a smile that he should try the exquisite delicacy. Tyrann looked at the young man with a satisfied smile, because she knew that their wild puppy had also become completely tame. She knew it was very sweet, but he was very slow, so she didn't push the piece of pie into his mouth with her lightning speed. She looked at him intently and said that now he had to live everything carefully. Tyrann stared at the young man for a moment. She sighed heavily and asked if he really didn't like it. She asked if he really didn't like it at all, but also said that if he didn't like it, he could spit it out. He sighed heavily as his teeth were clenching. His arms were tingling and his legs were tingling. He had never felt anything like this before. It felt like an outstretched hand. In that hand, there is usually something unfamiliar and strange, warm light, necessary things, unusual food. The young lady, in turn, noticed that he had eaten everything, and happily said that it was very good, since she wanted to pick out some more desserts for him so that he could compare them. He looked at these desserts with bewilderment and disbelief. She smiled and said that they were very tasty. Tyrann, with their lightning speed, various delicious desserts, and fed the young man. Until now, he didn't understand what was tasty and what wasn't. But when she gave him something to eat, he took everything. Then she smiled. He knew that a smile is good. He saw that the corners of his eyes and lips were twitching slightly, and his breathing was becoming uneven. He unconsciously reached for his face. At that very moment, the young lady said that he just smiled a little. She was very happy about this and told her that sweets improved his mood. She looked at him with a smile and asked if he understood it because she knew that it was called sweet. He looked at her shyly and smiled slightly. Tyrann looked at the young man with a smile and asked him to eat something else, if, of course, he wanted it. And she also asked him to wipe his hands. After some time, the cook successfully adapted to the mansion, so she prepared various delicacies for them. The young men, in turn, had also become very accustomed to her. Madame smiled and said that she had provided them with fried lobster and turkey for lunch today, and that for an appetizer she had made a vegetable salad and potato soup with croutons, and for dessert she had prepared them strawberry pudding and chocolate cake. Tyrann didn't understand the point of appetizers because now just the sight of the cook made her hungry. Madame looked closely at the young people and said that they should start eating right away, and if they needed more, they could tell her. Tyrann thanked Madame with joy for such a feast, but she noticed that this time the portions were larger than usual. Madame smiled and said that there would be one more person today. At the same moment, the Lord with his joyful smile said that it was a very good lunch. Tyrann was shocked, as she did not expect to see him. She froze in surprise and asked when he had managed to come. He smiled a puzzled smile and said that since the two of them had not noticed him at all and were staring only at the cook. She looked at her charge in surprise and said that he should have told her about it since she did not notice him. But he turned his gaze away from her and did not answer, as he was jealous of her. The Lord looked closely at the young people and said with a satisfied smile that it seemed they had adapted perfectly to the life of their cooks, and now they could gradually increase the number of staff. But at that very moment, the young gentleman said that he did not want this. The Lord looked at the young master with tears in his eyes because he said, "I don't want to." But at the same time, he didn't throw anything and behaved calmly. Kels looked at the Lord intently and told him not to bring people, as he did not want this, and he also did not want the Lord to come to them. Lauren, in turn, was very happy, as the young man spoke to him normally. Tyrann sighed and looked closely at the young people, as she saw that each of them was ignoring the interlocutor. But she, in turn, was very worried, as she understood that the cook fit well into their little tandem. She saw that the cook was very quiet, slow, and just worked. She was enthusiastically cooking, but was not at all interested in them. She did not leave the room except for mealtimes. The young lady, in turn, understood perfectly well that this was simply ideal. But ideal means rare. She knew that a beauty salon was especially such a place, since the ladies were the leaders of service, they were creative souls, and masters of small talk. She did not know whether it was possible to leave a young man in such a place, She was most worried about something else. The Lord looked at her closely and said with a smile that she didn't need to worry so much. She looked at him with a joyful smile and asked if he had picked the others who were as perfect as the cook. He looked at her puzzledly and, hesitating, said that it was not so. The Lord sighed heavily and said with a smile that they didn't need to worry anyway since it was all pointless, so they could start eating. The next day, the one she was most worried about came. The young lady looked at her client with a joyful smile and asked if he had any style wishes. Tyrann, in turn, was in shock and didn't know what to do with something like this. At that very moment, she rushed to the hairdresser and stopped her. Madame was in shock and asked about the young lady, why she reached for the scissors with her bare hands, since it was very dangerous. Tyrann, holding scissors in her hand, said, puzzled, that she had previously reported that blades were not allowed, as their master had bad memories associated with sharp objects. Madame smiled and said that she had made a mistake, because she had completely forgotten about it. But a moment later, she smiled and said that she had brought special scissors especially for them, which were made in such a way as not to frighten a person at all. She looked intently at the young man, asking if he was comfortable with such scissors. He looked at the scissors in surprise and his anger eased a little. The madam smiled and said that she had just felt relieved because the young master liked her scissors. Tyrann looked closely at the young man because she saw that his soul would be sucked dry. She was surprised, but at the same time glad that he calmed down. And at that very moment, the madam began her work. Tyrann, looking at them, wondered what would happen in the end. She knew that now his appearance was impeccable, but a moment later she threw all thoughts away, as the thoughts she had given away took her breath away. After a few seconds, they got the result, but they were shocked and blinded by its beauty, as everything turned out even better. The young man, in turn, appeared before them in all his glory. Tyrann thought she had gotten used to Kelce's beauty, but it turned out there was another level above that. She knew it was moments like these that people raised children for. Madame shouted with joy because she had succeeded and was pleased with her result. She shouted to the young lady that she had done it, and even the gods would be amazed by such beauty. She shouted that she had definitely become a hairdresser for this day, but at the same time she shook the young lady with all her might and joy. After making her beautiful, the madam joyfully shouted to the young lady that she should call her again if they needed a haircut. Tyrann looked closely at the madam and asked her to calm down, as she saw that her friend was beginning to feel the thirst for blood. But at that very moment, the young man's expression changed and he sighed heavily. The lady looked at the young gentleman with a joyful smile and asked if he liked the result. At that very moment, he turned away from her and quietly approached the mirror. Karis stared at his reflection for a while, but he didn't know what to answer. Karis, looking at Madame, he said that she no longer needed to do anything. At that moment, she became happy. As she was happy with the results, she said with a smile that she was very worried, because she suspected that instead of a soft image, a more strict result could have been achieved. Tyrann instantly remembered the conversation with her colleague, who asked what kind of image she would like to see. Then she described the image of the kind young gentleman with bewilderment. The madam said with a smile that the young gentleman looked neat when he had a well-groomed beard, so it could not be said that he was a bad person. The lady also said that they had tinted her hair a little and now it looked lighter. The young lady was surprised, as she did not understand what kind of coloring they were talking about. She looked closely at her friend and asked if he had dyed anything. He said with bewilderment that they had shaved his beard completely, and he didn't remember about his hair. At that very moment, the madam looked at the girl with bewilderment and asked if the young gentleman had really served in the army if he was saying such things. Tyrann was taken aback and said that her friend meant that all the procedures were done in one go. She knew that she had to keep his secret. She knew that if some ridiculous rumors suddenly started, things would be tough for everyone, so she asked Madame why she decided to dye her hair. The lady smiled and said that his hair was absolutely black, and even people with dark hair showed other shades in the light. But no matter how much she looked at the young gentleman in the sunlight, his hair remained just as black. Looking at her young companion, she declared that at one time something like this had been fashionable among young gentlemen of his age. At that very moment, Tyrann froze in place, because earlier she was trying to see what spell was cast on her friend's hair, but she understood that the head was a very delicate area, and any spell cast on it would completely destroy the mind. And the spells she knew weren't suitable. The holy power was also dangerous, so she only lightly touched the scalp. At that moment, she suggested that the spell might be cast not on the head, but on the hair. The lady, with a smile, began to tell the girl how to properly care for her scalp and hair. Tyrann looked closely at the madam, as she, in turn, knew that the sacred power also helps against baldness. The lady said with a smile that she would have to visit them once a week, as her hair was growing back quickly. But a moment later, she asked the young lady if she could take one day off next week. Daylin immediately said that there would be no problem with this, but still asked what happened. Madame said that there would be a festival in honor of the prince's birthday next week, so she wanted to take a rest. Daylin agreed with a smile. Daylin, in turn, thought for a moment, since they had been at war for a long time and there were almost no festivals. At the same time, she saw that Madame was very happy about this, since the festival was supposed to last a whole week. Daylin looked at Madame with bewilderment, as she did not understand whether it was worth being so happy about something like this. As a child, only her parents could take her to the festival, so she never went there. And in the temple, during festivals, there was the most work, so there was no time to even dream of entertainment. Daylin, smiling at Madame, said that she could rest and that when dinner was ready, she would call her. Daylin sighed. She didn't know how she could know what to dream about now, so she wanted to continue her work. Daylin sighed and announced that others could take the day off as well. She understood that it would be better for her to talk to her employer about this matter. Daylin turned her gaze to the young man as she understood that he would have to meet new people all week. She understood that he also needed to unwind, but she also knew that taking care of himself was work too. At the same moment, the young lady, with a smile, praised him for his work and patience. She said with a smile that tomorrow they would also calmly carry out skincare. Daylin was glad that the haircut she had been dreading had gone well, but she hoped it would get easier. The next day, they met Skinnell, who was supposed to take care of the young gentleman's skin. Skinnell said she heard he was very sensitive to sounds, so she would be careful not to make too much noise. She also knew that until now the priestess had been doing everything, but now she assured her that it would be easier for her, because she was taking on all the responsibilities. The young priestess thanked the madam with a smile for this. They continued exchanging pleasantries for a few minutes, but her lady did not know whether the young gentleman could sit like that. She was glad that Madame was not too surprised by this. In fact, she recently seated the young master in a more respectable manner, as was appropriate for his status. Although this posture is not good for posture, he looked very noble. But when he heard that someone had arrived, he became wary. Without a moment's delay, he returned to his original position, while his behavior put her in an awkward position. She understood that it was better for her to leave everything as it was, and they could attribute it to the whims of the young master. But at the same time, the young lady wondered if everything would be okay. She had previously trained him so that he could behave like a young master. But in turn, he said in his own manner that if he discovered anything suspicious, he would immediately report it to her. At the same time, she understood that he had done a good job of taking care of his appearance, so he could handle this too. Skinnell, smiling, asked the young gentleman to examine his skin condition. But after a few days of winnowing, she looked at him with bewilderment. The young priestess looked at the madam in surprise and asked what had happened. Skinnell smiled and said that there were no problems at all and that the gentleman had perfect skin, so she didn't know if there would be work for her. However, she still asked if she could touch him. She smiled and said that she had been told that he was uncomfortable with people, and so she would be careful. Daylin thought for a moment, as she hadn't even heard Madame leave, so she assumed she would have to do something carefully. But at that very moment, she was taken aback, as she assumed that Madame Killer, since she had crept up on them so quietly. But she decided to put all thoughts aside more easily, since something like this could not have happened, because in another case, the young man would have warned her. Daylin looked at the young master and asked him to stand up, but he did not answer. A moment later, he obediently followed her command, and Madame asked him to extend the back of his hand. Daylin looked closely at Madame, as she understood that she was a cosmetologist and needed to touch the skin. The lady praised the young gentleman with a smile, as he was very nice. Daylin assured Madame that he wouldn't do anything to her, but now she was nervous, afraid that he might still harm her. Daylin, in turn, looked intently at the young gentleman, hoping that everything would go as expected. She held her breath and watched their awkward movements intently. In turn, she could not stand it, and with her eyes wide open, she watched intently everything that was happening. But moments later, Anna burst into tears because everything went off without a hitch. Daylin felt relieved, knowing she could now leave without regrets. The lady asked with a smile if everything was okay. He assured her that everything was fine. Daylin, in turn, was amazed, but also glad that the young gentleman calmly endured such contact with the stranger. At that moment, the lady smiled and asked if they could perform the procedure. Karis quickly turned around and looked at his friend. The young lady looked at him in bewilderment as she did not understand what was going on. She looked away from him, realizing that up until now she had been making most of the decisions in his life. It was because she was too lazy to explain everything and wait, but she understood that this could not continue any longer, because he had to be a young master from now on. At that very moment, she happily showed him a gesture, as she hoped that he would decide everything himself. Karis stood frozen for a moment, stunned, not understanding what she meant by this. A moment later, he floated away, not knowing what to answer, and everyone was waiting intently for his answer. The lady smiled and told the young man that he did not have to answer right away, and that she would patiently wait for his answer. He sighed heavily and looked away from her. Daylin smiled and suggested that he try it right now, and that everything was fine for now, but she also noted that it wasn't necessary. She said with a smile that if he was afraid of the unknown, she could stay by his side. But if he still doesn't want to, then they could postpone this procedure until later. Without wasting a minute, the young man agreed. Then the madam said with a smile that the priestess could be present. A moment later, she bowed and said that she would immediately prepare everything. Daylin looked at Madame with surprise, as she saw that she had the manners of an aristocrat. At the same moment, she turned her gaze to her comrade, as he had learned the manner in which she had run away from him. Although she made an aristocrat out of him, she felt strange about it. At the same time, she understood that she only needed to push him into the world of aristocrats and leave when the time came. Daylin asked the young man with a smile how he felt about people caring about him. He sighed and said he didn't know what he was feeling, but she assured him he would understand everything in time. Daylin said with a smile that the main thing now is his feeling. At the same time, she smiled and said that if he didn't like something, he should say so right away. When she said those words, she didn't know what would happen later. And she didn't know at all that she would have to repeat those words again. Sometime later, the young lady stood quietly outside the door, waiting. She was very nervous because not long ago her friend and madam entered the bathroom. Then the madam asked the girl if she wanted to enter the room, but the young lady hesitated. She understood that the priest should not go into the bathroom with them. Madame assured her that she would take care of the young gentleman, and therefore he would not be in any danger. At the same time, the young league was worried that the young master might harm madam, so she said that they could call her at any time. As the door closed in front of her nose, she kept repeating that they should call her if anything. Even something minor happened. Daylin understood perfectly well that even if the young master fell victim to something, yes, he might start biting. For this reason, she was very worried and, unable to find a place for herself, walked from one corner to another. A few minutes later, the young lady stood frozen in a daze as she heard some noise outside the door. She heard the young gentleman's voice insisting that he had not wanted this, and at that moment, without thinking, she rushed to the door. But after a few seconds, she froze in place. She realized that he had not shouted at all, but had calmly said that he did not want to. And at the same time, there were no screams or sounds of falling. She knew she had to calm down and wait a little longer because she believed everything would be fine. Then she heard that the madam asked the young gentleman for forgiveness, since the body simply helped him undress. He kept insisting that he didn't want anything, and she continued to persuade him. And then the young lady realized that everyone was alive and well. But after a few minutes of eavesdropping, she realized that she was too quiet behind the door. At that moment, Daylin was glad because she realized that madam, what you told him, and he calmed down. Daylin was in shock, wondering if the day had finally come when the restless child would begin to listen to others. She was glad about this, since not long ago she had risked her life to stop him from attacking people. But a moment later, his voice hit her as he kept saying that he didn't want anything. The madam tried to calm the young gentleman, but it was all in vain. At that moment, the priest realized that she had praised him too early. She understood that he was very excited about something, and at the same time, she suspected that she would need to go inside. A moment later, Madame looked out the door and with a timid smile asked her sister-in-law for help. Daylin assured Madame with a smile that she would do whatever was needed, but she was glad that everyone was alive. Skinnell said with a smile that the young gentleman did not really like it when strangers touched him, so she asked the priestess if she could lend her hands. The girl looked at Madame in bewilderment. Skinnell, smiling, said that the young gentleman had become accustomed to her, and that was why she wanted to ask for help with the procedures. Skinnell said joyfully that she wanted the young master to shine and sparkle, so she needed help. For some time, she joyfully tried to persuade the priest to help her. At the same time, the young lady was puzzled and did not understand what she could help with. After all, she knew perfectly well that she had previously shown the gentleman how to wash himself properly, and he had managed everything himself. She didn't know what she needed to do anymore and why she had to work even harder. Then she said with a smile that one day he would get used to it, but it would take time. She also said that it took her a long time to establish contact with him and feel comfortable. But at that very moment, her mouth was shut, because the madam thought that after the girl's words, trouble could happen. Skinnell said in fear that the young man was an aristocrat and he could not adapt to them. Skinnell said she is an independent worker in the service industry, and that client convenience is the most important part of her life. The young lady was taken aback, as she did not expect such a thing, but she still agreed. Skinnell smiled and told the priest that if she felt uncomfortable, it was okay, and they could look for another assistant later. Daylin realized that the service industry was different from the usual etiquette. A moment later, she said that she would be able to reassure the young master and they would continue working the next day. Madame agreed and slowly left the living room. She quietly closed the door and slowly walked to her room. Meanwhile, the young lady quietly went to the bathroom. She froze for a moment as she saw the young gentleman looking at her with horror and anger. But as soon as he realized who was in front of him, his face immediately changed. Daylin looking at him, she realized that if he had a tail right now, he would be wagging it with all his might. She sighed as she realized that he did not like the procedures at all. At that moment, she reached out to him, as she realized that he needed to wash off the aromatic oil. And at the same time, she asked him to put on his robe properly. But moments later, she was taken aback as the young man pounced on her and hugged her. The young lady stood frozen in a daze as Karis held her tightly. She sighed heavily and looked at him with embarrassment since, to her regret, she did not have time to dodge. She didn't hug him, but only called him quietly, but there was no answer. Daylin gently tapped the young man on the back and told him that he had to let her go or they would be sitting in the bathroom. In turn, the young lady did not hear any answer, and he did not move. She was puzzled because he was squeezing her very tightly, but she understood that it was all because he didn't like this kind of thing. She didn't hesitate and asked him what he didn't like so much. Hugging Daylin, he said that he didn't like the woman. Daylin asked if they should call someone else. Daylin asked Kurz if he was uncomfortable when other people touched him. He insisted that he didn't want anything, but she assured him that if he wanted to become a young master, he had to do something like that. She understood that his feelings were very important, but they couldn't avoid everything he didn't like. But at the same time, she didn't want to scold such an obedient dog. As she hugged the young gentleman, she wondered what she should do. The next day, the young lady prepared her secret weapon. As a result, that same evening, the young league decided to have a serious talk with the young gentleman. Daylin asked him if he didn't like being touched by other people, and he said that was exactly it. Then she asked what if she touched him with someone else. He looked at her with bewilderment. Daylin said that at the moment, everything is the same as with the unpleasant sounds. After all, when she spoke, everything was fine, and he could tolerate her voice. Now she assumed that if she touched him together with Madame, then everything would be fine. Karis didn't know if this was true, but the young woman didn't understand that they would find out if they tried. She understood perfectly well that, compared to a thorough washing, simply holding hands was a trifle. At that very moment, Madame entered and greeted her sister-in-law with a smile, and also said that she was counting on her. She looked closely at the young lady, as she could see that she was charged with positivity. Daylin knew she would only work as long as she was paid, so she was eager to get started. Madame froze in place in surprise, as she had not expected such enthusiasm. But at that very moment, she accepted the hand of the priestess because she also wanted to work together, not sparing her life. At that moment, a fighting brotherhood began to emerge between the two workers. For some time, Madame prepared a slightly smaller bath for the young gentleman for greater comfort. She smiled and said that this time she had brought him some calming aromatic oil. She hoped that today would be a little less unpleasant for the young master. Daylin, in turn, was surprised that Madame asked directly. She saw that Madame perceived Karis as a very shy and timid young gentleman, but she was still sure that praise was the best cure for shyness. In Madame's mind, the young gentleman looked completely different than in Daylin's perception. Daylin, smiling, said that the Madame was not at all unpleasant to the young master. He just didn't like it when strangers touched his body. Madame understood him and said that now there was a young lady next to them, so familiar touches would help him calm down. At that very moment, she slowly poured aroma oil onto her hand and prepared for the next step. After a moment, she looked intently at the young master, as she wanted to begin the procedure. Daylin looked at Madame intently, waiting for further action. At the same time, the young gentleman sat quietly in one place, without moving. But at that very moment, he felt the approach of hands, Madame. But fortunately for them, he sat quietly and obediently, and Madame was able to get down to her main work. But a little later, the ladies looked at the young gentleman in surprise. They stood frozen in stupor and confusion, unable to take their eyes off him. But a few seconds later, something out of the ordinary happened. The young gentleman's robe gradually fell off because of the water, and a moment later, he fell completely into the bathtub. Moreover, it was previously carefully sewn by a seamstress in the best workshop, but only now did he realize that he was born to be removed. But he still felt hurt that the realization only came at this moment. But in turn, he also envied the ladies who saw a truly beautiful picture. He wanted to sincerely see the young master's body from the front in all its glory. Meanwhile, the young ladies froze in shock and couldn't even breathe, as the situation was very depressing. The young lady was shocked and did not understand why everything turned out this way. A few minutes ago, the young man was holding up very well, and except for the fallen bottle of oil, there was no other noise nearby. They were almost finished, and all that remained was to move the young man onto the bed and complete the procedure. But unfortunately, the bottle fell, and the young lady decided to pick it up. But a moment later, Madame was taken aback and turned around as she heard a noise. But then Skinnell froze at the sight, as the body of the young master blinded her. Daylin knew the madam was a professional, and she had seen the bodies of other men. But now she saw Madame, who was frozen with embarrassment. Daylin looked at Madame with bewilderment, as she was very nervous after what she saw. She kept talking nervously, and the young gentleman got angry because it was very noisy. After she looked at his face, she was taken aback and froze. A moment later, the lady turned around and, asking for forgiveness, said that she would prepare everything for further action. Daylin smiled and asked the young master to calm down and said that they could continue later. She looked at him intently and saw that he was suffering from all the noise, but she could not help but do something. The lady smiled and said that he could go and lie down on the massage bed. Karis, in turn, was furious, and there was a ringing sound in his head. Young Lady Frightened looked at him and asked if he was okay, but she said that they could finish. But before she could finish speaking, she suddenly stepped on the bottle and slowly fell to the ground. She was puzzled because she couldn't do anything, because she was falling straight into the bathtub with water. Karis, without wasting a minute, reached out to his friend as he didn't want her to fall. The madam also reached out to the priestess, but at that very moment, a roar echoed through the room. The young lady still fell to the ground with a crash, but the young gentleman managed to catch her. She slowly opened her eyes and whispered softly that she was okay. But the moment she opened her eyes, she froze because she saw Karis's embarrassed and frightened face. The unpleasant, sticky, Swedish aroma, the dampness that weighed on the body, someone's unfamiliar presence, the loud beating of the heart, all disappeared in an instant. Karis froze for a moment, aware of the silence, looking at the young lady. Daylin couldn't take her eyes off the young man, as she felt soft and warm. Karis, in turn, heard only the loud beating of his girlfriend's heart, but he did not feel anything nearby. At that moment, he looked at her with embarrassment as he felt an abnormal state. Daylin hurriedly asked if he had heard the noise around him since his body was red. Without wasting a minute, she used her power because she wanted to calm him down. And at the same time, she said that there was no longer any threat, but he was calm and felt only the beating of her heart. Karis understood perfectly well that he was safe next to her. At that moment, the young lady, sir, with a joyful smile, asked if he had calmed down. Karis said that he was calm, while Madame looked at them intently. The lady quickly asked if everything was okay and said that she would quickly clean everything up so that they would not get hurt. After a few days, Madame became completely accustomed to the young master. Whether he took off his robe or wrapped himself in it, or he would walk around with a peach in full view of everyone, while she would remain unperturbed and maintain her composure. Daylin, in turn, was not yet accustomed to the young gentleman's body, but she saw that the madam remained calm because she was a professional. However, there was something that was bothering her very much. Because of this incident, Madame became very cold. Because at first it seemed to her that Madame was made of nothing but kindness. But at some point she seemed to give up. Daylin was glad because the young master felt more comfortable. Daylin wanted Madame to love and raise their young master well. Daylin, I was just about to ask Madame why she didn't like their dog. She knew there was nothing she could do if the dog was comfortable being ignored and not petted. Daylin really wanted to ask Madame why she behaved like that. But she understood perfectly well that this situation could not be left unnoticed, as it could cause her problems in the future. A moment later, Skinnell-sama called the priestess. But at that very moment, she turned her gaze to the young gentleman and thanked the girl for her work. The young lady looked at her in bewilderment, as she did not understand why she did not tell everything as it was. But a few moments later, she herself, with a pissing smile, asked the young gentleman to come into the room. Daylin's perspective, he looked at her with puppy dog eyes after her request. She knew it was too hard for her, but she still asked him not to look at her with such a look and asked him to hurry. But at the same time, she assured him that she would come soon. A moment later, she closed the door and breathed a sigh of relief, as she was glad that everything had gone smoothly. The young lady slowly approached the madam and asked if it was really she who wanted to say what she wanted to say. Skinnell is very happy because the young girl understood her feelings. Skinnell smiled and told the girl that she didn't know if she would pay attention to her words, but she would like to give her several procedures. At the same time, she really wanted to talk to her. The young lady was puzzled because she had no right to do such a thing. Skinnell told the girl with a smile that such luxury would be free. Daylin understood perfectly well that a priestess must be modest and not care about appearance. But at the same time, she must give love and light. But after a moment, she still gave in to temptation, because she understood that at least occasionally she could pamper herself. Daylin knew she could trust Madame because she was a true professional in her field. At the same time, Madame said that such luxury was not permissible for everyone. The priestess understood that money decides everything. Skinnell told the girl that she had served many gentlemen and young ladies, but the young master of this house was special. She understood that worse than outright rudeness is when a person silently shows his dissatisfaction, and this is exactly how the young gentleman behaved. But at the same time, she understood that the priestess was too kind, and therefore she justified his behavior. She said that recently one night she went out to drink water, and the gentleman apparently noticed this and silently watched her, and then pounced and said that she did not need to drink. The priestess was a little puzzled and shocked, while the madam said that he even felt sorry for the water for her. Daylin knew it was very strange from a common sense standpoint, but she understood that the person drinking the water was bothering him. At the same time, Madam continued to tell her about all the oddities, but the young lady did not listen to her. She was glad because her baby had survived all the suffering without bloodshed, and that was already great progress. At the same time, Madame did not mince words and said that the young gentleman was the worst of scoundrels. Daylin said with a smile that colleagues were quite likely to share similar difficulties at work. She understood that everything was fine and that Madame could tell her about what she had experienced. After some time, the madam presented the mirror to the priestess with a smile and said that she could look at the result. Daylin, in turn, looked closely at Madame as she saw the first-class service and heard compliments. But at that very moment, she was taken aback as she saw her beautiful, rested face in the reflection. The lady told the girl with a satisfied smile that she was glowing after the procedures. Meanwhile, Karis quietly sat behind the door and waited for his mentor. The next day, her young lady told her charge that people spoke in human language, so he should also speak to them. But looking at him, she said that since he was now speaking, it was more like barking. He was puzzled by her words, but at the same time, she understood that this was just the beginning, and they had a lot to go through. At the same time, the young gentleman's bad reputation spread throughout the mansion. To put it simply, he became a capricious, passive-aggressive young gentleman who looked at everyone like they were bugs. Daylin, in turn, listened to such gossip and found it unpleasant, but she understood people. Now she understood well what the young gentleman looked like from the outside. She understood that he could not be let out into the world yet. At that very moment, she said that he already wrote letters better than her, so he could learn to compose texts. In this, she understood that she did not know aristocratic etiquette very well. After all, what she was taught was the rule of conduct for a priest when communicating with aristocrats. And this is completely different from the rule of communication between aristocrats. Daylin knew it wasn't her job to teach him etiquette, but she still wanted to teach him at least the basics of small talk. A moment later, she handed him a beautiful book, and he read the title. Daylin looked at the young master with a gentle smile, but at that very moment, she turned her gaze away from him, as his breath tickled her neck. Without a moment's delay, she began reading. The young man watched intently and with admiration as she read to him. Karis did not take his eyes off her sweet and plump lips, and at that very moment he felt an abnormal state. Daylin looked at the young man in bewilderment and asked if he didn't understand what she was reading. Then he wondered if it was really an abnormal condition when the blue sky stung his eyes. She thought for a moment and said that this was not so, and at the same time she began to explain everything to him. But at that very moment the young lady stood up with a joyful smile, as she did not know the answer to the question and wanted to try everything. She quickly pulled the young man by the hand because she knew that since the gardener had left, they could go outside. A few minutes later, the young people visited a beautiful garden. Karis, in turn, froze for a moment when he saw the beautiful garden. They walked slowly into the garden and stood frozen for a moment by its beauty. Daylin smiled as she told her companion what was in front of them. Karis stood frozen in a daze and stared into the distance. He could not move from the spot because he saw in front of him beautiful birds and butterflies, which had previously only irritated him. At that very moment, the young lady asked him with a smile if he liked nature. He noticed that it was all very beautiful. She smiled and said that he was saying everything correctly. But at that very moment, the young man said coldly but calmly that flowers do not last long. But at the same time, he saw a lot of things in a big world. Then the young lady looked at him intently as she remembered the lines from the book. Looking into the distance, she asked with a smile if he remembered what they had read about a cold wind blowing into his eyes. Karis looked at the sky, his eyes filling with tears. She was taken aback because she realized she had made a mistake. After asking for forgiveness, she said that she could not have imagined that he would get burned by looking at the sun. But the young man assured her that there were no deviations. She touched him tenderly and began to wipe the tears from her face. For some time, the young people looked at each other intently without taking their eyes off each other. They looked at each other silently for several minutes. But the young man broke the silence and said that his eyes still hurt. Without wasting a minute, Tyrann grabbed Karis's hand and headed into the house. At the same time, the young man stared at her, unable to refuse such a thing. He was puzzled because everything was new to him. After this, the young gentleman's vocabulary began to grow by leaps and bounds, only in a slightly strange direction. At the same time, he was unable to express emotions at all, and for this reason, the young lady was very angry. But the effort of reading books for several days quickly paid off, although she couldn't control exactly what words he would say. And when he compared her to chocolate or compared her smell to something sweet, she froze in place in shock. Tyrann was taken aback by this and said that he shouldn't smell her. But at the same time, the young man was a little puzzled, since she did not at all understand that she smelled good. She felt strange because she seemed to accept the compliment, but she felt ignored. At that time, she thought that he was just learning to speak and that in the future everything would be different. Tyrann assumed that after a few days, everything would get better. But unfortunately, her expectations did not come true, as he again repeated that the pie was as sweet as her scent. She was in shock and didn't know what to do with something like this. At the same time, she tried to persuade him and scold him, but she didn't know how long this would continue. Then she, puzzled, looked at the cheesecake to which she was compared. She was puzzled, however, because she realized that this cheesecake was more expensive than her weekly salary. She didn't understand whether it was normal to spoil someone else's appetite while enjoying it herself. At that very moment, the young lady nevertheless called her companion. She gave him a big pie and asked him to taste the pie, but she asked him not to compare the pie with her. The chef, who was unable to experiment due to his busy schedule, began creating similar things in the mansion. She hadn't tried the pie herself, so she didn't know what the chef had ended up with. She understood that as soon as the young man tried the new taste, he would choose new words. Karis obeyed the young lady's will without question and tried the pie. She looked at him intently as she saw that he had eaten the piece with admiration and wanted to hear his thoughts. But he froze for a moment, not knowing what to answer. She was shocked as he sat there for several minutes and thought. But after a few minutes, new words came into his head. Karis looked at her closely and said that the pie simply tasted sour. Tyrann froze in shock, not knowing what to do in this situation. She also said that he shouldn't speak so rudely about food, and therefore he should think again. She also said that one cannot talk about taste until he has tried anything. At that very moment, he began to speak the words in his military manner. Tyrann was furious and didn't understand why they had been trained so harshly. But now she imagined the food he had eaten earlier. She wanted to try the pie because she assumed that the young man had expressed himself correctly. At that very moment, she stuffed a small piece into her mouth. But not even a minute had passed before she was stunned by the taste. She did not understand his words, since the pie was very tasty and sweet. But at the same time, he was offended, since he did not understand what she meant. Karis, like a faithful puppy, looked intently at his teacher and said that he respected her tastes and preferences. She was truly stunned as he had learned new words. But still, at that moment, she wondered if he really didn't like it. At the same moment, she declared that, most likely, the young man simply had problems with his taste buds. Karis stated that he had no problems, and then she said that they could ask other opinions. The results of the experiment were mixed, as some people liked the pie and others felt disgusted. The young lady, in turn, was a little puzzled, as she did not know whom to believe and whom not to believe. At this point, Karis approached the lady and said that he felt a sour taste. She looked at him with joy, as his words were as accurate as ever. Skinnell looked at them intently and asked them not to say such things in front of the cook, as she would be upset. At that very moment, the madam thanked the young gentleman for the sharpening description. Tyrann was a little surprised, as the young master's words could inspire others. But she understood that now was not the time to think about his statements, since she had a lot of work accumulated. While everyone was perplexed, the chef who brought the dessert explained the situation. She said that she had put an ingredient in the pie that was not for everyone, and for this reason, those who did not like this ingredient said that the pie was sour. The young people were puzzled by her reaction to her creation, but they also noticed that she was satisfied with everything. At that very moment, Madame cried out that the young gentleman had given an absolutely accurate description. Tyrann was glad that the young master's reputation was rising a little in the eyes of others. But at that very moment, she realized something. Without wasting a minute, she turned to Skinnell. And then Tyrann asked Madame, in all seriousness, if she smelled like cheesecake behind her ear. Skinnell froze for a moment at such an absurd question. A few days later, everyone who worked in the mansion said goodbye to the young gentleman as they had a legal rest. While the young master continued to learn how to communicate with people to control his feelings, he needed rest. Daylin was also tired of constantly being on guard, holding herself back in the role of a saint, so she was happy about the vacation. But at the same time, she was upset because she received a summons, because she did not want to go anywhere. After some time, the young gentleman looked at his mentor with a dejected expression. Daylin looked at him with a smile and said that she had already told him earlier why she was leaving. He sighed heavily and said that she had told him that she had to leave to be with him. She smiled and said that it was true, because she also did not want to go, because she felt calm with him, but she had things to take care of. Smiling, she said that until now he had to do what he was told, regardless of his desire. But now he had both pleasant and unpleasant things to do. She said that now it would be even more difficult for him, because sometimes you have to be patient for the sake of something good. He sighed heavily and, looking away from her, said that he didn't like this kind of training. Daylin knew perfectly well that this was true, but she still said that such things needed to be done from time to time. An invitation to a celebration came from the temple. The brief summary stated that she should show up at least once a month. At the same time, her young lady was puzzled because she did not know why they should see her since everything was fine with her. But no matter how much she didn't want to go there, she still had to obey, and she didn't want to leave the young master alone. Daylin said with a smile that he should lie quietly in her room, and if the killers came for him, he should let the guards deal with them. Daylin looked closely at her sweet boy as she could see that he was agreeing with her. From yesterday until this morning, she spent a lot of effort to convince him. At the same time, the young lady said that she needed to leave and that she would return quickly, but he kept repeating that he did not want her to leave. Although it was difficult for her to leave him, now she was worried because she did not want to leave without him. The guards even refused to take vacations for this reason. Since the assassins targeting the young master came so often before the will, the guards often dealt with the assassins at the entrance. At such moments, the young priestess calmed Karis down while the guards sorted out everything. In this, she was worried that he might get hurt, but she was even more afraid that he might do something bad. But at the same time, she calmed herself because she understood that soon she would have to let him go. Daylin was well aware of the fact that their lives had no points of intersection. But as soon as she thought about something like that, her soul became empty. Sighing, she realized that now she really should start preparing for the fact that she would one day leave him. After some time, she returned to the temple, and the high priest greeted her with a smile. Daylin, in turn, also greeted the man. At the same time, the young lady looked intently at the man, as she wanted to know what he had decided to entrust her with this time. Smiling, he said that they should continue their conversation in a more comfortable position. So he invited her to sit down and asked if she would like some tea. He also praised her for the work she had done, because he never doubted for a second that she could handle it. He firmly believed in the choice of the gods and that she possessed incredible power. So he was proud that she glorified the gods even in difficult conditions. Daylin sighed as she was only following the will of the gods. She knew the high priest had praised her and said he was very pleased with her. So it was a good time to say it was all thanks to her efforts and start bargaining. But she was not in the mood, so she wanted to return to the mansion as soon as possible. The man said with a smile that the gods had given them much so that they could continue to spread their will. At the same moment, the young lady asked how many donations had come in, but he did not answer. And at that very moment, Daylin asked if the donations really came from the third prince. The man was taken aback, as he did not expect such insight. She guessed that he supported them, and the man was glad that the prince understood and explored the will of the gods. He praised the young lady with a smile because she worked hard. And so, looking at the young lady, he said that she would work even harder until the will of the gods was fully fulfilled. She understood that the prince had started everything in the first place. And since the investor was happy with the results, they had to continue to work hard. She was not averse to working well and for a long time, but the high priest did not know what her ward was like now. She understood that the high priest was now telling her to hang around for a long time near the one whom the people called a mad killing machine. Daylin looked at the man with a puzzled expression, wanting him to get to the point quickly. Daylin, with a smile, veiledly offered the high priest to give her additional payment for her life. He said that he could not admit that their fragile bodies lacked the support to carry out the will of the gods, so he intended to take full responsibility. But at that moment he froze, as the young lady wanted to add something. Daylin asked if she could visit the spell room. The man was surprised by such a request. The Hall of Spells is a repository of spells that allow one to perform miracles even without divine power. The spell could be used regardless of the presence of divine power, so priests studied the appropriate spell at their destinations. and only the chosen priests who had been trained in this were allowed access to the spell hall. After all, if everyone could perform miracles, no one would turn to the temple because the spell was the daily bread of the temple. The man thought for a moment, not knowing what to do in this situation, but she assured him that there were traces of the spell on the war, so she wanted to check something. Then she smiled and said that if he could not give her access, then they could visit the temple together. But the high priest abruptly refused and said that she could go to the hall right now. Tyrann, in turn, understood perfectly well his fear of the young master. As she left, she said she would stop by the spell room and collect the extra payment and head back. He understood that she was being a little impudent, but the young lady didn't care about his opinion, since she wanted to cure her ward. A few minutes later, she came to the spell room and stopped for a moment, as the door was locked with many locks. She stood near the door for a while, waiting for her companion to open the door. Tyrann, in turn, walked slowly into the hall, as it was her first time in such a place. Entering the hall, the young lady was taken aback, as she did not expect to see something like this. She expected to see many books with the information that interests her, but she found nothing of the sort. She knew she needed to go to the main temple to find a spell that could touch the memories. At that moment, she assumed that she could have found this information with the help of her employer, but at the same time, she was happy, because she understood that she could read some spells that would bring her money in the future. Tyrann was glad because she knew she could learn them while she was looking for what she needed. Moments later, she found a spell that could remove the scars. At the same time, she understood that this was a very profitable business, and she also found a hair coloring technique. After a few hours, she had absorbed all the knowledge that was provided to her. She was glad, because she filled her pockets with money and her head was filled with various spells. Tyrann knew perfectly well that if she hadn't been busy with her own affairs, she would have been up all night preparing for the festival. But the young lady knew that this had its advantages, as she gained freedom at the cost of her life. Stepping outside, she gazed into the distance, realizing that it was a beautiful day for a celebration. Tyrann noticed that her affairs were being resolved easily, so she hoped that everything would be fine with her ward. At the same time, the young lady slowly returned back. But at that very moment, she saw people running around the city without a care in the world, and she wondered if she could live like them for even one day. She remembered how, as a child, mothers would go for walks with their children while she was locked up. At that very moment, she called the coachman, and she asked him to return to one street. To her regret, then she did something that was not necessary. She headed to one of the busiest streets in the country. There was no better place to enjoy the festival than the noisy street. She drove along the avenue and came to the outside of the fortress. Together with the coachman, she slowly approached the baron's estate. Tyrann stepped quietly out of the carriage and looked intently at the small house. If you put on the same uniform, the priests, and eat the same food, then everything was forgotten. She completely forgot about her home and the baron's possessions. When she knocked on the door, Madame opened the door for her with a joyful smile. The lady hugged her daughter with a smile and asked if everything was okay with her. Then she asked her daughter if she needed to return to the front. Tyrann said that the war was already over, and she would now be home. Madame began to think that if her older brother had the same skills as she did, their life would be different, because then he would have distinguished himself with merit. Sighing, she said that she could not sit still for fear that people would think that she was not an aristocrat. They were originally a noble family, but found themselves in a deplorable situation. Her great-grandfather discovered the poison that was poured into the well, so he was awarded the baronial lands. But unfortunately, if the aristocrats did not have merits up to the 5th generation, the title was taken away. But if someone from the family showed themselves in battle, then the merits were returned. Tyrann knew perfectly well that the most important thing was to be healthy and safe, and kind words filled with regret were unmistakable. Tyrann told her mother that with the war over there were many options for life, but her mother was convinced that aristocrats were people who did nothing. The young lady was puzzled, as they were aristocrats in their own right, but they worked every day without going hungry. While their men walked around with their noses in the air, she was used to hiding her true feelings, so she gave her money to her mother with a smile. Tyrann knew that when she told her mother what she wanted to hear, her mother smiled genuinely. Tyrann said with a smile that she had done the hard work and now she had to go and work harder. She told her mother that this money was made on her bones, and her mother assured her daughter that she had tried hard. And then Madame reported that her brother had joined the meeting with declamation and was upset that he was the only one who used a fountain pen instead of a glass one. The lady wanted to spend all the money on her son. Tyrann was shocked, since she earned the money at the cost of her life. Tyrann understood that the price of her life was her brother's authority. Madame was shocked and said that her daughter had simply earned a lot. The young lady was shocked to realize that her mother did not appreciate her. The madam shouted at her daughter to stay as she wanted her children to be reunited. But the young lady was in a hurry. Then, at the exit, she ran into her brother, who looked at her with disdain, saying that, being a low-class person, she needed to maintain self-respect. Daylin, in turn, looked at her brother with contempt and hostility, and at the same time insulted him. The madam was shocked. She could not believe what her daughter told her brother. Daylin, without looking back, began to climb into the carriage. She wanted to leave as soon as possible and no longer see the dirty house where she was not appreciated. After some time, the coachman stopped, and the lady announced that she would walk to the house. She turned around hastily and looked intently into the distance. She understood that if she went deep into the forest, she would soon come across a mansion. That's why only up to that place. And only while she was walking, she wanted to cry. Daylin, in turn, was confused and very upset that her family did not appreciate her. As she walked along the narrow path, she cried all the time because she wanted to calm down before entering the mansion. She understood that as soon as she entered, she would immediately wash herself with warm water and throw away all her thoughts with a clear head. She understood that as soon as she returned to the mansion, she would become the same priestess, and the priestess had no family or status. She understood that instead of motherly affection and love, she would live, remembering the love of the Lord. She wanted to let go of all her thoughts and get rid of the old self that was constantly taking care of her older brother. Daylin saw that it was still a long way to the mansion, so she did not spare her tears. Daylin tried to calm down, but it was all in vain, as tears and resentment flowed like a stream. But after a moment she stopped, as she realized that she had bumped into something. The young lady was puzzled, as she did not at all expect to encounter any obstacle on our way. Raising her head, she was taken aback as she saw the young gentleman who was calling her tenderly. She stared at the young gentleman for a moment with surprise on her face. He in turn called her tenderly again. She froze at the realization that he had clearly seen her crying. Then she realized that she had not yet reached the castle, and it was in the forest. Daylin came to her senses in a hurry and began to examine her charge, because she did not understand what had happened. Karis looked at her in a calm manner and said that he just heard a sound. The young lady asked with a smile if he had come for her. At that moment, she drooped and asked for forgiveness for crying too loudly. She realized that she was an adult and that it was not right for her to cry, since she had to work. But at that very moment, he sighed heavily and said that this was not so. She looked at him in bewilderment, but he stated that he had not come out because of the noise. Karis looked at her intently and said that he went out because he heard that she was crying. She looked at him in surprise and asked if he had run out to meet her because he heard her crying. Karis said that this was so, but the priestess in turn did not understand why he acted in such a way. She asked if he didn't like it. Karis looked away, not knowing what to answer. Smiling, she asked if this irritated him, but then he answered without hesitation that it was not so. She realized that it was not noisy for him, and it did not irritate him at all, so she asked if he was surprised. Karis said that everything was exactly like that, and he was very surprised. She realized that he had come out just to see if something had happened while she was crying, and then she assured him that she was fine and that he didn't need to worry. The young man looked at her intently and said that it was not so. Looking at his mentor, he said he was surprised. And so, without thinking, he rushed towards her. She asked with a smile if he was simply surprised and ran out. She was surprised because he heard her crying. Now she realized that she had tamed him. Daylin froze for a moment and remembered her mother asking her rudely why she was crying so much. She was amazed and glad that a stranger was worried about her while her family ignored her. At that moment, she tried to calm down and said that she would go to the mansion and try to be quieter. She said that she would come to him when she calmed down, but she did not wait for an answer as he hugged her tightly. Karis, embracing his mentor, said that her heart was beating strongly and she was in an excited state. He hugged her tenderly and reassured her, repeating that she was safe. Then the young lady realized that he was doing everything as before. She did when he was worried. Daylin knew that if he pressed even a little harder, her head would explode, but he held it with just the right amount of force. Daylin instantly felt warmth and care from the right person, and giving in to her emotions, hugged him. To her surprise and regret, she gave in to her emotions and burst into tears. At the same time, the young man, without uttering a word, hugged her tightly and thereby calmed her down. After this incident, she cried on his chest for a long time. She did not count the minutes, so she did not know how much time had passed. But she still decided to calm down and therefore moved away from her friend. But after she calmed down, she was not in a very good condition. He stared at her, as he had never seen anything like this before, but the young lady assured him that everything was fine. Daylin said with a tight smile that they should get back in time for dinner. At that moment, she looked sideways at the young man and noticed that he was kind. He was surprised by such words. Daylin, unfortunately, was in no mood to explain the word to him, but she said that he was very good. She knew that he was relying on her now and learning, but she knew that he would soon become a real young master. She knew that soon someone else would be comforted by him, just as she was now. At that moment, Daylin asked him with a smile not to be a rude young master. She asked him with a joyful smile to be kind and affectionate, as she felt comfortable with him. She realized that he didn't understand a single word right now, but he still agreed with her. She was sure that in the future he would be a wonderful gentleman. The next day, the young lady was in mild shock. After she saw the young man, she wondered if their studies would end in just a few days. In turn, Daylin sat quietly with Karis, sipping tea. A sense of calm reigned in her soul. She sipped her tea slowly and heard only silence in response. She hadn't noticed before because everyone was so quiet, but the difference between people's presence and their absence was huge. She saw that it was so quiet that even the flies were beating against the window. But then the young man said that 3 flies had flown into his house. She was surprised, and he said which room the flies were in. The young lady, in turn, was a little surprised as the flies were in different parts of the house. Daylin was surprised that he heard something like that, as she thought his hearing was dull, but he said that was not the case. And at that very moment, he finished with 1 fly, while the young lady was wondering how he tolerated everything, especially the beating of her heart. He looked at her closely and declared that everything was fine, and that the beating of her heart did not irritate him at all. A moment later, Daylin noticed that the other flies had met and flown in together. But not even a few seconds had passed before Karis threw down the pillow with ease and got rid of the annoying flies. Daylin glanced away and realized that his hearing had not dulled as she had assumed. She thought for a moment as a lot of time passed. The young lady understood perfectly well that she could live at this pace for several years, but she saw that soon it would all end. While quietly sipping her tea, she suddenly choked as she heard a rumble in the distance. Daylin was a little scared because she didn't expect anything like this. But a moment later, she realized that she had only heard fireworks. With a frightened sigh, she congratulated the prince on his birthday. Daylin turned her gaze to her companion and asked if he was okay. He casually said that everything was fine. She looked at him in bewilderment as she did not know why he was so calm. She saw that he was surprisingly calm and neat. Daylin noted that the sound was very similar to a bomb exploding on a battlefield, so if he was having a hard time, he might not endure it. But tell her. At that very moment, the young man sighed heavily and said that he had no problem with this, because when she was next to him, everything was fine with him. Daylin froze in place for a moment in surprise as she had not expected this. She knew perfectly well that she had calmed him down well, but she could not have imagined that the effect would be so strong. Looking away from the young gentleman, she said that he had not experienced any excitement or anxiety lately. She asked if he could already live as an ordinary person without her. He asked in surprise what ordinary meant. Daylin said he shouldn't kill people because of noise, answer questions calmly, and not get rowdy or make noise when everyone else is calm. Karis said calmly that it was impossible. Looking at his companion, he calmly said that this was only possible when she was nearby. She sighed as she had expected this, but she was also glad about it, as she had been worried that she might be kicked out. Daylin knew she shouldn't think about that, because when her work was over, she had to leave him herself. Then she clarified whether it was true that when she was next to him, he felt good in any situation. He looked at her in bewilderment and said that perhaps it was so. She knew that right now there was a celebration going on in the streets. People were happy and caught up in the celebration. They could talk to everyone. She realized that this was an ideal opportunity to practice social interaction. Daylin asked with a smile if he wanted to go and see the festival together. He looked at her in bewilderment, but she said that he had only read about the holidays in books, and now he could go to a similar event and see everything with his own eyes. Daylin said that they should go to these events as practice because when he goes to the real ball, she won't be there. Karis asked in surprise if she really wouldn't be at the balls. She said that it was true, because it would be strange if she, a priest, went to such an event. She said with a smile that it would be great if he had at least one pleasant memory of her. Daylin knew very well that aristocrats had many responsibilities and worries, and at the same time, living a carefree and joyful life was already quite difficult. So she happily smiled and suggested that they have a good time. The young man froze for a moment and stared at her. He completely forgot what she was talking about as he was focused on her beautiful smile. After some time, she opened the closet filled with the young master's clothes. She slowly sorted through the different outfits, and at the same time she was delighted because he looked like an emperor. A moment later, he appeared in an elegant uniform, but she immediately rejected such an option. At that very moment, he appeared before her in the classical style, And at the same time, the priest was afraid that someone might steal him. With tears in her eyes, she suggested that he put on a simple white shirt. She understood that he looked good and was simply perfect, and at the same time she wanted to dress him up brighter. But she understood that it would be better to restrain herself. A few minutes later, she watched intently as he elegantly changed his clothes, while showing off his naked body parts. Moments later, Daylin told her companion that she would quickly get ready and leave. The young lady, in turn, began to hastily sort through all her things. After some time, she was ready. Daylin looked at her hair ribbon in confusion, not knowing if she had it on correctly. She remembered how the seamstress, with a joyful smile, gave her a beautiful ribbon made from the remains of the material. At that very moment, all her thoughts vanished as the young gentleman knocked on her door. Karis, in turn, slowly entered the room. He froze and she asked if he liked her outfit. She knew he had no particular criteria for beauty, so she didn't know if the question made sense. But at that very moment, she froze as he came closer to her and tenderly straightened her hair. Karis said quietly that he was watching a flower bloom. Karis said that the bud is beautiful, but the process of opening is amazing, and when it opened, it was wonderful. The young lady froze in shock, not knowing whether he was talking about her or something else. She understood that if she tried and spent a little money, she would not lose face, but she was not beautiful enough to turn the world upside down. She said with a smile that he was exaggerating, saying such a thing, but still thanked him. Karis stated that, without exaggeration, his words were true. Then the young lady remembered their recent lesson and realized that she was a good teacher. Karis said in a calm manner that in his eyes she looked like a Christmas tree. Daylin was very embarrassed by such words. She understood that before her now stood a sinful man who would turn high society upside down. She saw that he was handsome in himself, and with similar features he threw out similar skillful phrases. She asked the ladies of the court for forgiveness in advance, as she realized that she had raised the child too perfectly. Daylin asked him with a smile if he was ready to go outside. She understood that when she was in the gray clothes of a priestess, she was an ordinary worker and servant of God. Although she had long ago internally cast aside all sense of duty, she could not completely ignore the expectations of those around her. So she had to watch her appearance. But when she was on vacation, she wore regular house clothes, because it was much more comfortable and suited to her role as a bag of money. But now she was neither a priestess nor the daughter of a poor baron's family. Daylin walking outside, I felt a breath of freshness and freedom. But as soon as she stepped through the door of the house, she immediately froze and wondered if she should have asked her employer's permission before leaving. But after a moment, she decided to go. And only later did she begin to reap the fruits of her decision. She understood that, given her merits, he would forgive her such a trifle. Daylin wasn't a criminal, so she wasn't kept under protection, but she still wondered how many people were behind the mansion. At that very moment, he used his superpower and announced a specific number of people. She was puzzled, since there were many of them. Karis asked if he should deceive them. She was glad about this. But a moment later, everything went wrong. Not as she expected. Karis, with burning eyes and looking firmly into the distance, said that he was starting to implement the plan. The young lady was taken aback and looked at him hopefully, as she wanted everything to be all right. After a few hours, they reached a safe zone where no one was watching them. Daylin happily hugged the young man and praised him for how they got out safely without killing anyone. She said that they would be fine since they had plenty of time, but they still had to be back before the evening. Between the mansion and the street where the festival took place, there was a long forest, mountains, a lake, and several trees. Daylin smiled and said that they could find a cart on the way, but she asked if he had ridden in a cart. He said he was put to sleep or stunned, and then he rode it. Daylin asked if he got seasick. He looked at her with bewilderment because he did not understand what she was talking about. But as soon as she explained everything to him, he understood everything. A few minutes later, they met us on my way to the coachman, and he invited them to go to the festive street. Daylin grabbed her companion's hand with a joyful smile, because until now she thought that the walk would go well. She hoped the walk would be pleasant and ordinary. After talking with the coachman, she was glowing with happiness and very excited. But after some time of driving, she looked at her companion nervously and fearfully. Karis was puzzled and did not understand what was happening to him. Now he could control the acute sensory reactor, and his current situation was not an intolerable irritant. But he heard the sound of hooves, the snorting of horses, the screech of a cart, the sound of rolling wheels. At the same time, his breathing was irregular and his pulse was rapid. He felt a threat, but did not understand where it was coming from. He was confused and could not understand what was happening at all, as he heard a scream and smelled acrid smoke. Everything in his mind was burning and collapsing, and he couldn't move because he saw someone, but couldn't understand who was in front of him. At that very moment, he came to his senses as his girlfriend screamed loudly. The priestess looked at her charge with fear and asked if he was okay. She wanted him to come to his senses as soon as possible. Then he threw all his thoughts away and realized that he was in reality. Karis understood that only the warmth of the hand was real, but unfortunately, he could not get away and throw away his feelings. The young lady was worried. She didn't understand what was wrong and asked him about everything. She didn't hear an answer from him and quickly made a decision, so she asked the coachman to stop the carriage. Helping their ward, they slowly exited the carriage. Daylin could clearly see that the young man was on the track. Daylin was puzzled, as this sight was a little different from the usual attacks. Looking at him, she clearly understood that he was simply scared. She saw that his breathing was labored and he was muttering something under his breath in horror. Daylin hugged the young man in bewilderment as she heard him continue to repeat words of denial. Karis came to his senses and realized that he could not offend his companion or touch her. The young lady was shocked and did not understand the fear in which he wandered, but she wanted to bring him back in his favorite ways. A few seconds after she used her power, he came to his senses. A little boy, tied up, sat quietly in some box. He understood that it shouldn't be like this, and he needed to go somewhere. At the same time, he heard eerie voices as the man wanted to sell the boy for a higher price. But then his companion, with a fierce grin, said that they should first give him the medicine, and then they would start selling it. He was scared and understood that this was not right, but no one listened to him. Then the man angrily grabbed the boy by the hair because he understood that he needed to sleep. He told the boy with a haughty grin that his new life would soon begin. After he gave the boy the medicine, he fell to the ground with a crash and the bottle broke into pieces. At the same time, the man still asked with a grin what the boy's name was. But when he said the name, they had a hard time remembering it. They said he was noble, but they also knew he would soon be crawling at someone's feet. And he cast all the memories aside more easily because he heard a familiar voice. The young lady used her power and calmed him down, telling him that he was fine and that he was no longer on the battlefield. She said that he was safe with her. Daylin looked at the young man with a joyful smile as he really did come to his senses. Karis looked intently at his companion but did not answer her. They stared at each other for a moment without saying a word, but the young lady broke the silence and asked if he was okay. At that very moment, he realized that something was missing. She was scared and asked if he was still feeling bad. At the same time, she said that the carriage was no longer there, and he no longer needed to worry about the trip. She wanted to know what was bothering him, but he remained silent. A moment later, Karis tenderly touched her hand and quietly called out. Daylin was a little puzzled by this behavior, but said that she was close to him. She asked him if he was feeling better, and he confirmed her words. But at that very moment, he bent down because he wanted her to stroke his head. The young lady was a little puzzled and did not understand what he wanted from her. He sighed and said that he would like more. Daylin looked at him in surprise and confusion, not understanding what he was talking about. But a moment later, she sighed heavily as he did not give up on his desire. At that very moment, she asked if he really wanted her to just stroke his head. She fulfilled his wish, but he was dissatisfied as he wanted more. Even he asked her to make glitter. Daylin said in surprise that something like that can't be done just like that. She sighed and said that such things cannot be done at random, but he insisted that now was a different case. Daylin was surprised because she realized that her dog had learned to bark. Sighing, she said that if he could negotiate with her, then he was fine, so she suggested that he hurry to the city. Daylin, looking into the distance, said that they would not call the carriage again and would go on foot. To her regret, she didn't have time to finish what she wanted, and suddenly she shook. Karis caught the young lady with ease, and at that moment he looked at her with bewilderment. She sighed and said that she had used too much holy power. Daylin Poblednev said she felt dizzy and needed to sit down somewhere. She also asked for a few minutes to rest. Without a moment's delay, the young man lifted his companion and declared that he could simply carry her. She was shocked and screamed that this was unacceptable because he had completely forgotten about her human dignity. The young man did not understand what was being discussed, but she declared that she was not a sack of potatoes, and he should carry her as if giving a man a little extra. After a moment, he changed his position, but she said that she was no longer so young for such a thing. At that very moment, he changed his position again, and at the same time, the young lady felt a little embarrassed as he was holding her too intimately. After another change of position, the young lady was at a loss as to which sign to hang on herself. He looked at her with bewilderment, as he did not understand what he was guilty of, but she asked him to carry her on his back. Karis thought about her words for a moment. The priestess asked if he was still afraid to turn his back on people. At that very moment, he said that if it was her, then everything was fine. She understood that before, in order to end up on his back, she had to risk her life. But now she didn't know whether it was possible to be happy about something like that. Daylin told her companion that he couldn't just carry just anyone on his back, and that he should only do that for special people. But a moment later, she said that he should not do such a thing at all, since it was not proper for him as a young master to carry someone on his back. They reached the festive streets faster than she expected, but she felt uneasy as soon as she saw the people. Everyone just looked at them and whispered. The seller happily said that it was a great honor for him that they chose him for their first date. The young people supported the lovers and shouted that such wonderful young people needed a discount. After some time, the young people stood quietly to the side, barely tasting the wonderful sweets. Daylin let out a sigh of relief as the sugar helped her come to her senses. At that very moment, she asked her companion if he liked the treat, and without showing emotion, he said that the treat was sweet. She smiled and said that this delicacy can only be eaten on special occasions, because it is simply sweet and unhealthy food. Karis asked if she liked this kind of food. The young lady frowned for a moment and thought. At that very moment, she looked intently at her companion and said that she had tried something like this for the first time. He was surprised by this. She said that she was a bit busy as a child, and now that she was older, she could afford such luxury. She said that her parents had not bought anything like this, but with a smile, she said that he did not need such information and that he needed experience. He agreed with her, since the amount of experience directly affected the chance of winning. She was shocked when she saw that he ate everything, but at that very moment she felt his gaze on her dessert. Daylin held the dessert closer to her companion and asked if he wanted to sit down. Without thinking, he agreed and, taking her hand, pulled the dessert towards him. Daylin was embarrassed by this and said that such things should not be done on the street. But the young man did not pay attention to her words and continued eating. She was very embarrassed by such actions and understood that she could not say anything to him because of his beautiful face. Daylin was glad because everyone was too busy to pay any attention to them. But a moment later, she was taken aback as she did not feel the dessert in her hand that had been there a few seconds ago. She asked in surprise if he had really eaten it all. Daylin happily said that after a good meal, she always has energy. At that moment, she said with a smile that since they had already left, they could try some more delicious street snacks. While the young lady was happily saying that she wanted to try, he stared at her. Daylin looked at the young man with confusion, wondering when he would spit out the wrapper. After some time, the young people sat quietly on the bench as they were very full. Daylin looked at the coin with a smile, because as a child she could not have dreamed of such a thing. But now she understood that money is a privilege. Karis looked at her in surprise because he didn't understand what she was talking about. She looked at the young man in bewilderment and asked if he really didn't know about the money. She was puzzled and didn't know how to explain everything about money to him, or whether she should even talk to him about something like that. But at that very moment, she asked him to give her his palm. A moment later, she poured a handful of coins into his palm. Karis froze in surprise as he realized what money looked like. She smiled and said that if you pay a certain amount, you can get what a person has long wanted, and this is called buying. At that very moment, he animatedly asked if it could be bought. She smiled and said that it could not be bought. She understood that although it happens that people are sold, they cannot be bought and sold for money in the first place. Karis looked closely at his companion and asked how he could get her then. The young lady was taken aback and said that she was a priestess and her life was dedicated to the god, so she could not dispose of it at her own discretion. Karis looked at her intently and said that in that case she should ask God to give her back. She said that it was not so, and besides, he had no money. He sighed heavily and said that it was true because he did not have a single coin. At the same time, she became thoughtful, because she knew that he had fought a lot, but she did not understand how it happened that he had no money. At that moment, she sighed and said that since they were talking about such things, she would teach him how to spend money wisely. Daylin said with a smile that although it couldn't be bought, there was plenty of that in the city that they could buy. She suggested that he go into any store and look for what they would like to buy. But a moment later, the young people froze in place as they saw the crowd chanting. Daylin remembered at that moment that the prince was supposed to take part in the night parade. A few minutes later, they saw the column with its guards, and the people were shouting as they realized that the prince's army was also taking part in the parade. The young lady gazed into the distance, expecting to see the prince. A moment later, she saw a handsome prince, but at that very moment, she froze. To her surprise, she felt a strange sense of déjà vu for some reason. She joked about something unknown, and it seemed to her that she had seen the inside of something. A feeling of awkwardness seemed to have accidentally opened the curtain behind the scenes. It was difficult for her to explain her feelings, so she wanted to remain silent, but at the same time she saw that he was very similar to the third prince. She understood that since the crown prince had not yet been chosen, the second principal was promoting his merits. At the same time, she understood that if the second prince became the heir, it would be difficult for the third one. But she did not want to interfere in someone else's life. So the young priestess cast all her thoughts aside and asked her companion how he would like to live her life. Without hesitation, Karis said that he would like to become a young master. She smiled and said that it was not time to talk about that. She was asking him what he really wanted. But at that very moment, she froze because she realized one truly simple truth. She quietly and upset told her companion that if he became a young master, they would have to separate. So, looking into the distance, she said that she thought he should think about his own life. With experience of living in society, skills for maintaining mental health were selected. She chose the main one and stopped thinking. The priestess knew she had to pretend not to see and pretend not to hear. And if she did this well, she could move forward and avoid trouble. But if she loved something too much, her horizons narrowed. And if she hated something too much, she experienced a lot of stress. The more she knew, the vaguer her opinion became. But she had taught a man to think for himself, and so she wondered if this was right. She wanted her companion to have a lot of things he liked, and she wanted him to be able to speak up when he didn't like something. She wanted him to learn to live his life the way he saw fit, and at the same time, she wondered if she had gotten what she wanted. Daylin knew she shouldn't pay attention to such things, as their measures would soon change. But at that very moment, she was taken aback when she saw the expression on his face. And then he, holding back tears, asked if she was really leaving him. The young lady was very shocked by this and simply froze in place in surprise. But at that very moment, she screamed that this was not so. Because if everything were as he imagined, she would look like a terrible person. Karis was upset and kept saying that she wanted to eat him. She was shocked and didn't understand where he got such words from. Daylin knew she hadn't picked him up or taken responsibility for him. But she also knew that for a puppy, those were the same thing. Daylin was told that if he wanted to become a real master and live a happy life, he would have to break up with her. He kept insisting that even if he became the master, he would live with her. Daylin asked in bewilderment who had told him that. At that moment, the young lady realized that she had gone too far and that she should not have said such a thing. Karis stood frozen in a daze and asked if they would really have to part and he would have to live without her. Karis looked intently at the young priestess and asked if they would not live together. She sighed and said that it was not because she did not want to. She said she just couldn't. She understood that it seemed like a whim, but when he, a former member of the squad, spoke, it sounded impressive and scary. Karis looked closely at the young lady and asked if this meant that she could not continue to live with him, but wanted to. She said with a smile that this was so because she was a priestess and she had to live in the temple. At that very moment, Karis declared that in that case, he too would become a priest. She was shocked that he was willing to go so far. She knew it sounded good and his story would be perfect. But at that very moment, the lady threw all her illusions away. She said that priests are very busy, and even if he becomes a priest, they will not be able to see each other because of work. At that very moment, he said that in that case, she could refuse this job. She knew that he would say something like that, and so she asked how she would then earn a living. Daylin told her companion that money couldn't solve everything, but without it, nothing would work. At that very moment, the young man was taken aback, as he understood what she was talking about. At the same time, she said with a smile that they had enough money to have fun, and only when he started spending money would he understand what it was needed for. Daylin looked at her companion with a smile and suggested that he go and spend a lot of money. But a little later, they already had an empty wallet. The young lady was shocked by everything that was happening, as she did not expect that they would spend the money so quickly. At the same time, a young man with a joyful and contented smile was sitting next to her. She was shocked and at the same time puzzled, as she had worked hard to earn the money but spent it all in one go. She noticed, however, that he behaved the same way in every store. And every time he said that she was like a flower that had been sprinkled with precious dust. But the highlight was the cosmetics store, where the lady greeted them with a joyful smile. In turn, her young lady was already at her limit after visiting many shops. The saleswoman, smiling, advised them to look at the popular blush. Karis looked at her in bewilderment as she did not understand what she was talking about. The saleswoman smiled and suggested that the young man coat his finger and apply the mixture to his lips. At that moment, she handed him a small box, and he obediently did what she ordered. Karis came closer to his companion and called her, but she could barely stand on her feet and did not understand what he wanted from her. Karis quietly said that he would apply the mixture to her lips, and at the same time he touched her lips tenderly. Looking at his companion, he said tenderly that she was like a blossoming bouquet of flowers, and at the same time a wonderful aroma emanated from her. He wanted to continue touching her beautiful lips. The saleswoman watched everything that was happening and was embarrassed by this. At the same time, the young lady was filled with embarrassment only after remembering what had happened. She was stunned by the psychological attack. Dayline threw all her thoughts away and said that they bought her a lot of unnecessary things, but they didn't buy him anything. He said that this was not true and he liked everything, and he also wanted to see how she wore all the things. He said he bought everything for her because he wanted to keep looking at her beauty. Daylin knew perfectly well that she shouldn't raise her head and look into his beautiful eyes. She understood that if they met each other's eyes now, this moment could become irreversible. Dayline thought everything was very nice, and it also seemed like he couldn't live without her, because she was in first place. But she understood that if she gave in to her feelings, she would suffer alone later, so she wanted to keep herself under control. A moment later, the young man said that he had done everything. He looked at her intently without looking away, and at the same time noticed that she was very beautiful. Daylin froze for a moment as she hadn't expected this. But at that very moment, she smiled nervously, and at the same time, she understood that it would be good if human feelings were subject to their will. Daylin smiled and told her protege that he was indeed a fast learner, and she also remarked that she was very beautiful. Daylin sighed as she sorted through her purchases, as she had gotten distracted and hadn't really looked at what they had bought. Karis happily told about all the purchases. She was shocked, because she did not notice how much they bought. At that very moment, Karis bowed down before his companion, and, holding out the shoe to her, said that this was a kind of display of manners. The young lady understood all this, but still the situation was too much. Karis noticed that her legs were like sweet marshmallows. The young lady was shocked and did not understand what nonsense he was talking about. And now she did not know if she could look at him the same way again. After some time, she was dressed in all her purchases, but she realized that she looked too pretentious. Daylin knew her companion was so happy that she couldn't say anything to him. However, she had never dressed up like this before, even for holidays. And for this reason, she wanted to have fun. But at that very moment, she noticed the strange clothes of the people. Taking a closer look, she realized that musicians had come to the festival. He looked at her in bewilderment, but she said that musicians are people who play musical instruments. She smiled and said that when the musicians played, people moved like this, to the melodies. And on holidays, the musicians and dancing created an atmosphere of joy. For a moment, her Liga stared into the distance, never taking her eyes off the crowd. At that very moment, she extended her hand to her companion and asked if he wanted to try dancing. Karis, without hesitation, agreed, and they spent a few minutes or until a new song appeared. A moment later, the young people began to dance. Daylin looked at her partner with a puzzled and confused expression. She didn't understand what was wrong with her, and at the same time, she suspected that her condition was due to the unnecessary thoughts that had recently visited her. She was puzzled and understood that now they could be disgraced, since he did not know how to dance. But she also understood that he would have to dance at the events, so she put all her thoughts aside. A moment later, she was surprised that he was good at dancing. He was surprised by such a statement, and Daylin said that she herself was not very knowledgeable about such things, but still asked if he had danced before. At the same moment, she said with a smile that if he knew, it would mean that his memory was returning. She knew that the sense of rhythm and footwork were different from fencing and martial arts, and one could not immediately learn the movement simply by watching and imitating others. She kept her eyes on him, and judging by the way he was leading her, even though she didn't know how to dance at all, she assumed he had studied as a child. At that very moment, she assumed that he was a nobleman. Daylin understood that this was all strange, because no matter how the lives of nobles turned out, even if they went bankrupt, they would simply become poorer, and not sell a family member into slavery or on the battlefield. At that very moment, she asked him if he wanted to remember his childhood. The young man quickly replied that he hadn't even thought about such a thing. He didn't know if he needed these memories. She thought for a moment and said that since he was asking about something like that, he didn't need those memories either. But she still asked if he didn't want to know about his parents. After all, no matter how angry she was at her family and how much she suffered, she could not completely abandon them because she was afraid. Daylin was afraid of being alone and therefore could not reject her family, who were unfair to her, even if the family is terribly afraid of being thrown outside of it. Sighing, Daylin asked his companion if he was afraid to be alone. Without a moment's hesitation, he gave her a direct answer and said that he was not afraid. She saw that his answer was like that of a man who had not yet freed himself from military discipline. The young lady, in turn, continued to talk to him about the family. But suddenly a man's voice thundered. Everyone froze for a moment and looked away with joy, as next to them a man confessed his love to his beloved and proposed to her. Down on one knee, he opened the box containing a beautiful ring and asked her to marry him. But at that very moment, she looked up with disgust and indignation and swore terribly. The young lady told her companion that even when she politely refused, he did not understand. She asked if he really thought that she would agree, since he proposed to her in public. Before leaving her companion, she rudely refused him. After this, everyone looked closely at the man as they understood that he had disgraced himself, while the young lady felt a little sorry for him. She knew that a public proposal was usually made to someone with whom a wedding had already been agreed upon, and she understood that it was his own fault. At that very moment, she told her companion that relationships between people do not always work out the way they would like them to. But a moment later, the young lady looked at her companion in bewilderment as he began to speak of marriage. Karis, looking into the distance, wondered if the woman had accepted the offer, they would have been together forever. The priestess looked at him in surprise and said that it was so. Dalen said that for this reason, before proposing, you need to be very sure that your partner is ready for something like this, because a marriage cannot be called off so easily. For some time, the young man stared into the distance, but after a few seconds, he turned around and looked intently at his companion. She froze in place as she knew she was about to be struck by lightning. She froze looking at her companion as she realized that she had fallen into a trap. After some time, Dalen was returning back to the mansion in a hurry, and the young man kept calling her. Karis, looking at his companion, began to speak, but she screamed. He wanted her to marry him, but the young lady insisted that she could not. She shouted that she was a priestess, and priestesses were not allowed to get married. Because she was in a hurry, she stumbled and ruined her shoes. The young lady was shocked, and with tears in her eyes, she screamed that she could not do such a thing. Karis was puzzled and did not understand why she refused him. At that moment, she thanked him for catching her, but also said that the life of a priest belongs to the god. A moment later, the young lady was already standing firmly on her feet. She glanced sideways at her companion as he finally calmed down and wondered if he had given up. Karis was not going to give up so easily. He asked what would happen if he defeated God in battle. She was shocked and did not understand what he was even saying. Karis was interested in whether the god fought well. The young lady was shocked. She did not understand why he asked such a thing, and at the same time, she did not know how to answer him. She was puzzled and said that God is the most powerful in the world, and besides, he is far away so they cannot fight. Karis looked closely at his companion and asked if she really served as a priest for the sake of earning money. Karis asked if he brought her a lot of money, would she be able to leave her job, since he could easily get the money. Dalen knew he would soon have a lot of money, as he would become a young gentleman in the civil service. She understood that he was making her a tempting offer, because he was a rich, handsome, and faithful dog who looked only at her. But at that very moment, she remembered how her friend told her that the young gentleman had shown interest in her, and that was why she wanted to leave her job and marry him. Dalen listed all his shortcomings, and her friend burst into tears. At the same time, they both knew that there are no ideal people who loved someone, because if a person who is superior to them in everything says that he loved them, this is an absolute lie. At that moment, she sighed heavily and said that it was not at all easy to give up the work of her life, and money was not everything. The young man did not calm down and asked what else she needed besides money. She knew that beyond trust and money, there was something very important, and that was the reason. Dalen said in a calm manner that she had no reason to leave the service and that she enjoyed her job. He sighed heavily because he understood that in order for her to marry him, she would have to give up her old life, and she had no reason to do so. She was glad that he understood everything. Karis asked, "What could be the reason?" She thought about it but didn't even know the answer. Following his companion, he remembered the man who was shouting to his beloved and declaring his love. Karis, looking after his girlfriend, asked if this was not a reason for marriage. Dalen was a little puzzled by his words because she knew that usually people propose to someone they love. Karis looked at her intently and asked what love was. He kept his eyes on her, wanting to know the answer. The young lady, in turn, froze in a daze as she did not know how to answer his question. For a while, she stood there, as if in a dig, searching for the right words. She never thought she would ever have to talk about this. She wanted to say that she simply didn't know the answer to the question posed, but at the same time, she understood that she was the teacher who had raised the puppy. She understood that she had to explain to the little child everything about love. She understood that it was very simple, because he didn't ask where children came from. At that very moment, she said that love is when God takes care of a person. A warm, soft, and tender feeling. At that very hour, she breathed a sigh of relief as she realized that she had managed to explain clearly and distinctly. But when she looked closely at her companion, she realized that he did not understand anything. She understood that these words were too abstract for his immature consciousness. Karis said that the man had previously said that he had made love to a woman, so he wondered if love was an action. She was puzzled and said that it was probably an action of the soul. He asked how to make love. She was shocked and understood that she had to put aside her pride because this was too much. So the young lady answered honestly that she did not know the answer. He asked in surprise why she did not know. Daylin was on edge and screamed that it was all because she had never tried it herself. He wanted to know why she didn't try, because he was sure that everything could be done. Daylin said that if everything was simple, the man would not have been refused. She sighed and said that love is not something that can be done on purpose, because it comes by itself. She said that love comes unnoticed and naturally. The young man was a little puzzled by her words. At that moment, he noticed that love was like a status effect. And if there was a status effect, then there should be certain symptoms. He looked at her closely and said that in that case, she should feel a rapid heartbeat when she was nervous. She understood that he was not exactly wrong. Daylin thought for a moment and said that love comes differently for everyone. But a person's heart may beat faster when they see their soulmate. So even a person wants to be near him all the time and look at him. She knew this from the confession of the parishioners. Karis, in turn, listened to her attentively. And after hearing everything from her, under the sound of fireworks, he, looking at his companion, confessed that he loved her. She laughed wildly because she didn't believe his words. Daylin looked at him with a smile and said that later, when he became a young master, he should never regret such words. Karis, in turn, looked intently at his companion, but did not answer. His gaze was drawn to her every time, and he involuntarily smiled when he looked at her, without even understanding the meaning of the smile. And after her words, he thought that this was all temporary. A few minutes into their short walk, he told his companion that he smelled blood. Karis, in turn, sensed something was wrong and, trusting his instincts, grabbed his companion. The young lady was shocked and did not understand what was happening. But a moment later, she saw burning flames in the distance and realized that their mansion was on fire. Karis said that armed men were approaching them, and the number was still odd. She was in shock, did not understand what was left with the guards. He reported that everyone was dead, and the enemies were quickly approaching them. Daylin was puzzled and shouted to her companion that they should run towards the city, as they needed to avoid a direct confrontation. He understood that retreat was a priority, so they ran towards the city without a moment's delay. Daylin was furious and knew that it wasn't just a fire, but an ambush. She knew that there was nothing in their house that could have caused such a powerful explosion. She knew that if they had not gone to the festival, they would have stayed in the house. And since the enemies attacked the house during the festive fireworks, no one understood anything. She understood that this incident was planned, and at the same time, she was wondering if everything was okay with the others. Daylin immediately realized that she could no longer trust anyone. As she ran away, she asked her companion if there was a place nearby where they could hide. He said that the area was open and the enemies could easily spot them. He was furious because they were approaching faster than he expected, and so he said that they would have to fight. Daylin was shocked because she hoped that they would escape. At that moment, she suggested that he hide in the bushes. Meanwhile, a group of people quietly followed on their heels. A moment later, the man came across things that had been abandoned in a hurry. The man told his comrades that they could not leave witnesses, so they had to find them immediately. They understood that this was an unnecessary moroka for them, but they knew that they had to find the fugitives. Meanwhile, the young people ran without looking back into the depths of the forest. Daylin was taken aback as she was puzzled by how quickly they were found. Daylin ran in a hurry and did not have time to dodge when suddenly an arrow flew past her and scratched her beautiful face. She was in shock and screamed very loudly. But a moment later, she screamed as if someone was pulling her towards me. Daylin sat in her friend's arms a moment later, stunned to see him catch the daggers instead of her. She was shocked and screamed at him to let her go immediately, as she knew that they tried not to kill the priests, and therefore he had to save himself. He didn't answer her, but she was angry that he was stubborn at the most inopportune moment. At that very moment, the mercenaries saw clearly who was in front of them. Without wasting a minute, Daylin used her power on her enemies. At that very hour, the enemies burst into flames and their cries resounded throughout the forest. Daylin, looking at her companion, said that he should let her go, and at the same time he should fight, and she would somehow take care of herself. Karis quickly replied that he would fight. She said that if he was wounded, she would immediately heal him, but if he died, then it would be the end for them. Karis looked intently at her companion and firmly said that he would not die and everything would be fine. Without wasting a minute, he rushed into battle. At the same time, the young lady looked in a daze at her charge, who, with a furious expression on his face, flew towards his offenders. Karis, in turn, did not skimp on emotions, since he was angry, and therefore, with the speed of lightning, he extended his strong hand towards the enemy. Without a second's hesitation, he easily dealt with the man who was in his way. A few seconds later, a sharp blade flew at him, but the young man easily caught it and in the process seriously injured his hand. But he didn't pay attention to such trifles. While the mercenary rushed towards him with fury, cursing at his enemy, Karis was not going to stop there. He quickly slammed his enemy into the ground. At that same moment, the others realized who was in front of them. And at the same time, they realized that they could not lose their vigilance and needed to attack together. Meanwhile, the young lady stood there, stunned by all the horror. But at the same time, she saw that her ward was stronger than them all. But she was afraid, because she saw that there were too many enemies around. She knew that he was not used to fighting, protecting someone. At the same time, she wanted to protect him, but she understood that if she used magic, she would not be able to heal him. She knew that she had to hold out, because he already had many wounds. For this reason, throwing aside all her thoughts, she rushed to the side as she wanted to distract them onto herself. She understood that if her plan succeeded, it would be good, but if not, her companion could leave. At that very moment, the bandits saw that she was running away. As they chased after her, they shouted to each other that she was running towards residential buildings, so they had to catch her quickly. At the same time, the young lady ran away from the enemies and their sharp blades. She understood that experienced and elite killers were sent after them, since they were faster than her. Tyrann, in turn, had been fighting life for a long time, so she was not going to give up so easily. In a moment, she used her magic. At the same time, her fireballs reached their target and, running away, she listened to the screams of her enemies. But she still didn't deal with everyone, and immediately the man threw a sharp blade at her. At that moment, she managed to dodge and did not receive serious injuries, but the blade hit her leg very hard. She didn't expect this, so she screamed in intense pain. But because of this blow, she lost her balance and, unable to stay on the slope, fell to the ground with a crash. After a few seconds of falling, she landed on the ground with a thud. Later, the young lady managed to open her eyes, at least a little, and she clearly heard her name in the distance. At that moment, she realized that he had not abandoned her, but she wanted him to run away and live in peace. Sometime later, the young man sat quietly on the ground and hugged his companion tightly. At the same time, she felt joy, because when she woke up, she realized that she was alive. But at the same time, she was shocked by the situation in which she woke up. Opening her eyes, the young lady froze in shock as she saw a naked male chest in front of her. She couldn't understand what she saw. But at that very moment, she felt and saw that she was naked. Her inner scream echoed in all directions. At that very moment, she asked her companion where his clothes were. He coldly replied that they were torn. Tyrann looked closely at the young man and said that she understood that this was the reason he simply took her off. But she asked where her clothes were. He, in turn, just as coldly said that she was damaged. She was shocked, and at the same time very embarrassed, and therefore thought that it would be better for her to forget about everything. At that very moment, she sighed and asked him to let her go. But the young man Kolod said that he did not intend to do this, and she was embarrassed and did not understand why he refused her. Karis said that she was not well because there was poison in the dagger with which she was wounded, but he also said that he had removed it. Karis said that he would continue to hold her as they needed to stop the bleeding. The young lady was shocked, and at the same time she turned her attention to his hand. Then she clearly felt a surge of pain. The young lady screamed from the terrible pain that pierced her, but the young man calmly asked her to come to her senses. Tyrann, holding back a surge of pain, asked if he was okay, and if he was in pain. After all, she knew that they were running away from a real hell. He assured that he was okay, but not everything was okay. She looked at her companion in bewilderment, but at that very moment, he said that he was very scared. The young lady froze for a moment. Karis said that he saw no explosions or blood. He only saw her, so he was calm, but then she disappeared. He was puzzled because he heard terrible screams. At that moment, he was pierced by the cries of war, the smell of gunpowder and death. All this was more familiar to him than soft pillows and sweet incense. But a moment later, as soon as he came to his senses, he did not feel his girlfriend next to him. Without wasting a minute, the young man rushed after her. Karis looked intently at the young priestess and said that he was scared. She looked at him intently and understood his fear. At that very moment, she asked for forgiveness. She felt she owed him an apology, even though she wasn't entirely sure why. Karis, in turn, hugged his friend tightly and sighed heavily. They sat quietly in the hut for a while. Then the young lady broke the silence and asked where they were and how much time had passed since their chase. Karis reported that they were now in the nearest empty house, and he said that several hours had passed. The priestess wanted to know if there was anyone nearby, and even more, she wanted to know if they were being looked for. He said that after they had killed several, their patrons might start looking for them. Daylin felt relieved at this, but she knew they had to go. For if the killers called for reinforcements and resumed their search, they would be finished. At that moment, the taller young lady pulled on her exquisite outfit and prepared for battle. Karis looked intently at his companion and asked where they were going. The lady thought for a moment as she understood that now it would be dangerous for them everywhere. She understood that the temple was not safe for them now, and they would not be safe with the prince. And at the same time, she did not know Lauren's boss and could not turn to him. She understood that if they were useful to them, then otherwise they could simply be killed. She knew that the temple was only interested in pure profit, so it was useless to appeal to them. Because if they once helped on the orders of the patron, then with the help of support, they could also kill them. Therefore, she wanted to feel the ground, while she understood that the most reliable option was the third prince, because they expressed their affection with great enthusiasm. She knew it was unlikely they were being pressured or motivated by petty gain, but she didn't know how to get to the palace. The priestess knew she could turn to Lauren. After all, he was a nobleman, and they had developed some kind of relationship. But at the same time, she understood that if he obeyed orders from above, he was not completely heartless. She understood that the problem was that whatever the relationship, the orders of his superiors were more important to them, because for now they did not know their position and could not be sure that they could be trusted. At that very moment, the young lady came to her senses, as her friend called her. She asked for forgiveness. As she thought for a moment, Karis, without hesitation, declared that he would carry her. The young lady was a little surprised and, looking at his wounds, asked if he was in pain, without hesitation and coldly. He answered that he was in pain. The priestess was a little puzzled by his behavior. She was glad that the wound was not fatal, since she had little strength to heal him properly, but she understood that her indignation would not help him. Now they both knew what pain was, but she was puzzled, because she knew that the war was over and they should have lived like human beings. But everything was different. As they left the hut, the young lady said that they should try to get there before dawn, as it would be more difficult later. But a moment later, the young man stopped, as he had already heard someone approaching them. Daylin quickly climbed down from the young man and said that she would hide behind him. At that very moment, they clearly heard the sounds of hooves. Her ice was on guard. She didn't know whether they were reinforcements or hired killers. At that very moment, she shuddered, as she heard someone calling her, and later she heard a familiar voice. Looking at her friend, she asked him not to kill the uninvited guests, but only to capture them. She didn't have time to finish speaking when suddenly the young man rushed to intercept the uninvited guests. At that very moment, the young man was taken aback and cried out. Lauren greeted the young people with a smile a few minutes later. He saw that they had a hard time, but he was still glad that they were not okay. And at the same time, he got a little from his ward. He smiled and said that he was very glad that their heads were intact, since one could tell from his appearance that this was not the case. He said with a smile that if it weren't for the priestess and her training, everything would have been different with him. She smiled, but in turn didn't know what to do. The priestess was a little puzzled and did not know whether she could trust the young man. But looking at his big bump, all doubts somehow disappeared by themselves. A moment later, she decided to help the young man and, using her power, healed him. Lauren looked closely at the young lady, as he was glad that she had managed to return. She sighed as she realized that he had come to his senses. At that moment, she asked what had happened to the rest of the squad. Sighing, he said that the same thing had happened to them as to the young people. At that very moment, his face changed, and he reported that all the mansions where the squad members were located exploded simultaneously. Daylin stood frozen in shock as she didn't expect to hear something like that. He sighed and said that the fireworks had delayed the report, and that when they arrived at the mansion, everything had already been destroyed. But he was glad that they were all right. He looked closely at the young people and said that they needed to be taken to a safe place immediately. And the priestess felt relieved as she realized that they were not going to be killed. Looking at everything that had happened, she wondered how they would ride on the same horse. Lauren said with a smile that he had not come entirely alone and that reinforcements would soon arrive. A few minutes later, reinforcements arrived. The knight looked into the distance and greeted the priestess, as he was glad to see her. But at that very moment, he asked if she was okay. Daylin froze for a moment, looking at her appearance with confusion. She was filled with embarrassment from head to toe, as due to these events, she had completely forgotten what she looked like. But then she said that she was fine and they didn't need to worry. Lauren, looking at the knight, hastily told him to pretend that he had not noticed anything and quickly give him his shirt. At that very moment, the young lady watched intently as the young knight undressed. Lauren looked at the other knight with a smile and told him to also immediately undress and give up his clothes. The young men followed his order without speaking. Lauren looked at his comrades with a smile and gave them the clothes. The young lady thanked them for the task. She was shocked because at their first meeting she had immediately seen a double striptease. But now she felt a taste of power. But at the same time, she was grateful to them. A moment later, the young man was helping the young priestess mount her horse. Tyrann looked at him and asked where exactly they were heading. Sighing, he said that they were heading to a safe place that was under the government of the state, and safety there would be guaranteed for everyone. At that very moment, Karis looked at them and realized that this was educational information for him. He understood that in this situation, given the high status of the young man, it would be worth considering him if he accompanied the priestess. However, Karis saw this picture completely differently. And he didn't care about statuses, since this picture didn't satisfy him at all, but on the contrary, it only angered him. At that very moment, Lauren screamed as someone suddenly pulled his hand. The young lady froze in place as she saw her former companion, who had been sitting next to her, fly away. The young man, in turn, did not fly for long, but fell to the ground with a very loud crash. The young priestess froze in place from shock, but she could not utter a word as she did not expect such a thing. After landing, Lauren looked at the young people with bewilderment, as he did not understand what had happened at all. But after a few seconds, understanding of the situation dawned on him. He could not stand this and immediately attacked the young gentleman, since he did not understand what he was doing at all. But the knights tried to detain the gentleman and asked him to calm down. Karis shouted with rage that he did not want this. Tyrann looked closely at the young man, as she understood that he had always been jealous. Tyrann said with a smile that she would ride on the same horse with her friend. Then she asked him to calm down and sit next to her. A moment later, the young man sat next to his priestess, and at the same time he was filled with happiness from within, Lauren looked after them with fury. Lauren understood perfectly well that in front of him was a member of the squad who had been attacked all night and was wounded. And with everything that had happened, he was like a time bomb, so he did not want to touch him again. Lauren quickly calmed down and came to his senses, and just as quickly he told everyone to follow him. At the same time, the young lady was a little puzzled, since after their conversation, they still did not know where they were heading. She assumed they might be taken to some dark place to be killed quietly, so she wanted to be on guard. She thought so for a while, but soon realized that all her worries were in vain, because after driving through the most expensive areas of the capital, where all the shops are located, they arrived at this place. She was very happy, but at the same time surprised, because they arrived right at the gates of the Imperial Palace. After a shower and a change of clothes, she felt much better. Tyrann clearly understood that she could now forget about the shameful incident that had happened earlier. At that moment, she turned around because she heard the voice of the maid who was asking if the clothes fit her. But a moment later, Lauren came up to her and said with a smile that now they could talk calmly. She understood that it would be calmer if he did not remind her of what happened. But she did not forgive him only because he saved her. And yet she still let him in. Lauren smiled and told the young lady that snacks would be ready soon. But he was at a loss. There is something that she does not eat. She smiled and said that she would be glad to have any food. A moment later, they were sitting quietly opposite each other, sipping tea. Lauren informed the young lady that from now on this room would belong to her. She was glad of this, but still wondered if other servants would come to her. Lauren looked intently at his companion and, changing his tone, asked if she was really curious. She was taken aback in a way she had not expected. Lauren said that she didn't need to worry about the people who previously worked in the mansion. He said that she didn't need to pay attention to them anymore. She looked warily at her companion and asked if they had been recognized as spies. He did not answer her question, but noted that they could not be declared innocent either. She sighed and asked what was happening with the other mansions. Lauren said that everything happened the same way as with them, because in the other mansions all the servants disappeared, and the mansions exploded, and one could say that there were no victims except for members of the ranks and priests. Empty mansions where only a few people remained, the noise of festive fireworks was drowned out by explosions. She understood that it might look like a coincidence, but if this was an assassination attempt, such a coincidence simply could not happen. At that very moment, the young priestess asked if all the workers were bribed spies. He stated that it was unlikely that everything was exactly like that, and most likely they were taken away to avoid unnecessary noise and casualties. The young lady, in turn, felt bitterness in her soul because of the betrayal, because she would have been calmer if she had suspected them from the very beginning. She was angry with herself because she had let her guard down. Lauren apologized to his companion as they had thoroughly checked all people when hiring, but unfortunately were unable to prevent them from being bribed. But he was still grateful that they survived. Dalen remained silent for a few minutes, but still wondered if he was only grateful in words. At this, the young man looked at her with bewilderment and a smile, since he did not understand what she was talking about. Dayline looked at him intently and, changing her expression, said that gratitude could not be expressed only in words. The young man was taken aback and said that he agreed with her. He immediately stated that the reward was already ready, and as soon as everything ended successfully, he would receive everything. But the young lady was of a different mind. Dalen said at that very moment that she couldn't live forever, waiting for her death, because she needed to live, dress, eat, and sleep. Dalen moved closer to her companion and asked if the process itself wasn't important to him. The young man was shocked by this, but in turn said that the support during the process would be much greater than it currently is. She said she was simply grateful to be alive. Dalen sat down in her place and said with a smile that now only her ward remained from this squad. She sighed as she didn't know who was hunting him, but she knew that the assassins were now focused on her and the young master. She looked closely at her interlocutor and asked if this was really a safe place. I wondered if the Imperial Palace was a place where you couldn't trust anyone. He sighed and said that she was right, because in the palace there was no such place where one could trust someone. Dalen sighed heavily, feeling devastated that things had not turned out the way she wanted. She may have served in the temple and been to war, but she was just an ordinary priestess, and now she will have to deal with the courtiers who have been through fire and water. She was well aware of the fact that there were many threats in the palace that even the young master could not cope with. He could recognize assassins and poison, but she might have to protect him from invisible threats. She was so taken aback that she found it hard to breathe just thinking about it. At that very moment, she staggered sharply and drank the cup of tea in one gulp. The young man looked at his interlocutor with bewilderment, as he did not understand why she had suddenly changed. Dalen looked closely at her interlocutor and asked about the protection fee. He looked at her with a smile and bewilderment, but a moment later he said he would triple her rate. Dalen wasn't about to give in so easily and said he had to quadruple her rate. At that very moment, he cried out that he would raise her bet 5 times. At that very moment, the young priestess's face quickly changed and she blessed him with joy. She was well aware that you can't trust people at all, but you can buy yourself security with money. She knew that money was of great value in such a cruel world, and she understood that she would not be able to escape, but she wanted to squeeze out every last coin to survive. While she certainly felt sorry for the other priests and squad members who had died, she knew she needed to focus on her own survival. The young man looked at him intently and asked if her charge was okay. Dalen glanced sideways at the door and said that she didn't know how he was, because he had become very agitated as soon as they entered the palace. Unfortunately, the young master almost fell over as soon as they stepped into the palace. She knew that he was most likely acting this way because he was tired, but he didn't make a single sound. Dalen was puzzled because she could see that he had a psychological problem, and so she knew they would have to start from scratch. The young people were puzzled as they understood that all their labors had gone down the drain. Dayline still asked if they would really be living in the palace permanently now. He said that this was true. After all, Lady Charlotte, having learned about the situation, immediately ordered them to be brought to the palace. He said that they were currently in the nobles' quarters at the third prince's palace, and for now they would remain in their rooms and not meet with other nobles, while he stated that usually one had to pay the palace owner for accommodation, but they did not need to worry about such things. The young lady was shocked that she had to pay for accommodation. He smiled and said that it was true. The daily gifts to the owner of the food palace, the salaries of the maids cost money. Although he understood that, given all the expenses, living in the palace was worth it, the priestess sighed, as she understood that such a place could only be entered with the permission of a member of the imperial family. He said that everything was correct, because only ancient noble families could get into the emperor's palace, and one could get into the prince's palaces if one tried very hard. That was why there was such a fuss. The young lady sighed heavily as she had raised a real center of power, and this made her feel somehow uneasy. But after a moment, she cast aside her anxiety and said that she would like to ask one more question. She asked what had happened to the first prince's palace. Lauren reported that the prince's palace was closed by order of the emperor. She briefly considered the fact that it was closed and suggested that they could live there since there was no one there. He sighed heavily, since the offer given to her was tempting, but entry to the palace was forbidden to everyone. A moment later, their dialogue was interrupted as they heard a loud crash outside the door. At that very moment, a roar penetrated their room because the young master was completely taller than her. They froze in shock as they saw his angry face and eyes filled with rage. Daylin froze for a moment in shock and didn't know what to do. Daylin was frightened and did not understand what had happened to the young master. As he woke up in a rage and attacked the room, she asked him if he was feeling unwell, but he didn't answer her, and only silently pounced on her and hugged her tightly. At that very moment, they fell onto the sofa with a crash. Lauren, taken aback, asked the young priestess if she was okay. She sighed and looked puzzled, saying that she was fine. At that very moment, she heard her name from the young master, but at the same time, she hastened to reassure him. She was shocked because she saw that he had recently changed his clothes, but was already covered in sweat, while she quietly whispered to him that he was safe now, since he was next to her. But she still asked if he was scared. Karis kept calling her, and she kept repeating that she was with him and that everything was fine. The young man, in turn, froze in shock, as he did not know what to do. He saw the picture in a different light, and at the same time he did not understand why it calmed him so much, and what exactly was good in this situation. He knew she was a second away from losing her head, but from the priestess's perspective, everything was different, as he called her tenderly, and she calmed him with the same tenderness. After a few minutes, she finally managed to calm her charge and with a smile asked him to sit normally next to her. Daylin looked at her employer with a puzzled expression and asked if they could secretly move into the prince's palace, where there was no one. He sighed heavily and said that the idea was very tempting, but it was impossible. She said that her ward could get them something to eat, and they would not die of hunger. He sighed as he noticed that she began to think like a squad fighter. Lauren stated that the entrance to the palace was closed by direct order of the emperor, and they could do nothing about it. And if they were discovered, they could be executed for disobeying the imperial order. The priestess sighed heavily as she realized that they would not succeed. She assumed that the imperial palace could become the most dangerous place for her ward, so she asked to arrange housing for them somewhere in the city. Lauren was adamant and told his young interlocutor that they were placed in the palace by order of Lady Charlotte. At the same moment, she asked if Lady Charlotte was involved in the project. He sighed and said that this was also the prince's will, and he could not refuse such a thing. The priestess realized that he would not make concessions, and then asked what about the assassins and the attempt to destroy the squad. Lauren said it was obvious, but she said nothing was obvious to her. And that was why she asked, because she understood that their actions depended on the one who was behind such things. Daylin was puzzled and didn't understand why he was taking such a long time, when he could have just said who was involved, because no matter who was behind this incident, she wouldn't live. He sighed heavily and said that he was only a nobleman, and at the same time, he was a man who was simply trying to get ahead in life. He knew perfectly well that if anyone found out that he had blabbed, he would be finished. So he wanted her to figure it out herself. At that very moment, the young man declared that he was not even the main person in charge. Daylin asked if he was really the main general. Daylin sighed heavily and said that it seemed like he was having a very hard time with the water, but the situation was something he was responsible for, and the second prince's main man. At the same moment, he breathed a sigh of relief, because she understood him. But at that very moment, he realized that he had been seen through and that he had made a mistake. She smiled and said that he was now on the side of the third prince, but was ready to switch to the second if the situation required it, and therefore he did not want to take risks. She smiled and said that, of course, she understood everything. He just wanted to make a career for himself and ended up in a mess. She said with a smile that, of course, she understood him. Daylin looked at the young man with a smile and invited him to sit down. After all, they were comrades in misfortune. The young man was taken aback and puzzled and thanked her. At the next moment, she asked with a smile what kind of person the second prince was. Lauren thought for a moment and looked at his companion with puzzlement, as he did not know how to find the words to describe the prince. She saw that he was having difficulty finding words and said that he should say it briefly and clearly. He swore and said that the prince was an individual, but at that very moment he was taken aback and hesitated. But the young lady understood him. A moment later, Lauren realized that he had made a mistake in front of the young lady. She looked at him intently with a fierce grin on her face, as she realized that if these words reached the prince's ears, it would be the end of them. Daylin, without taking her eyes off him, said with a smile that since he had opened up so much, he should lay it all out. The young man was puzzled, as he understood that he had dug a hole for himself. He sighed and said that there were few murderers in the imperial palace, But many ears and rumors spread quickly, so people usually ignored gossip. Lauren said that there was one person who couldn't do that. She realized it was the prince. He said that although the prince sat away from the battlefield, as if on a picnic, when the prince's army entered after victory, he was the one shouting to attack. The young lady immediately realized what the prince really was. She knew that he even slapped the king when he knelt. At the same time, she understood that he himself hadn't lifted a finger, but had appropriated all the spectacular moments for himself. Lauren Vizdia said that everything was exactly like that, and all the work was done by others, and the glory went to the prince. And at the same time, he was the boss, who was not interested in anything except power. But at the same time, he noticed that the emperor was slow in appointing an heir. He did not know why the emperor was delaying the appointment, but the prince was already at his limit, as were the more influential people who supported the main contenders for the throne. He also noticed that the third prince and Princess Charlotte had also begun to show themselves. He said that the prince's eyes were literally bloodshot, and he acted without thinking. The young man reported that it was then that the prince created the detachment. The young lady was shocked by everything she heard. At the same time, she was puzzled and did not understand why he suddenly began to talk to her so frankly. At that moment, he said clearly and distinctly that the 8th squad was created by the second prince. The young lady screamed and sang as if she didn't want to hear such a thing. At that very moment, he approached his interlocutor closely and, with a grin, said that the idea had been suggested by his closest ally, the Duke of the Empress's family, and that the High Priest had actively participated in its implementation. The young lady was shocked. She screamed that she did not want to know so many details. He smiled and screamed that she asked him to tell her what happened next, but unfortunately, he did not know more details. At that very moment, bursting into tears of happiness, he shouted that now they were real comrades in misfortune, and now he would definitely not die alone. He was glad that the young priestess kept him company. The young priestess, in turn, was filled with bitter tears, since she only wanted to find a way to salvation. And now she felt that she had dug a deep grave for herself. Just yesterday, she had retained some hope for a peaceful life, but today she understood that all her hopes had been unsuccessful. She didn't even imagine that she would find herself in such a shameful situation that she would want death for herself. When she woke up, the girl realized that she had a fever. Daylin knew that, yes, but it was inevitable for her, since she had held up well all day, and most likely, due to the tension, she collapsed. Her employer told her everything without hiding anything, and he was glad that he shared it with her. Sighing, he said that he did not want to upset her, but he told her everything because they were in the palace. At the same time, he said that they would try to gain their trust with a smile on their face, but she should not give in to tricks. The young lady understood that it was unlikely that this would change anything, and even if they ordered her to simply die, she would do it. She understood that she was just a small insect in a huge world. Daylin was overcome with panic and wondered if she should run away. She understood that her ward would not die even if he was left completely alone, but at that moment she threw all her thoughts away since she could not do such a thing to him. She knew that for this reason, one could not be left alone when she was sick. She knew that no one would want to be left alone in such a state. Daylin. In that same moment, she remembered how, as a child, her mother took care of her when she was sick. But even then, the mother asked her daughter for forgiveness, because her clothes had become too small and there was not enough money for medicine. She said with a smile in her eyes that their daughter was strong, and therefore she would recover quickly. She hoped that her daughter would endure everything. At that moment, the young lady cried out through clenched teeth, as the memories of her childhood made it even more difficult for her. And at the same time, she remembered the maids in the palace who looked at her with disdain. She understood that even if she called them in the middle of the night, they would definitely not bring her medicine. She understood that even in the palace, her beggarly fate did not change. Daylin was puzzled, as she was aware of the fact that she was destined to be alone and unhappy all her life. But at that very moment, she opened her eyes, as a young man approached her and called her tenderly. Daylin didn't waste a minute and apologized for making noise, but he said he hadn't. Daylin turned around in an instant and apologized, saying she would cover her mouth with a pillow, but he said that wasn't it. Karis looked intently at his companion and said that he did not want her to get sick at all. She sighed and said that she didn't want to be sick anymore, but it was not in her power. Karis looked at her intently and asked her to simply not get sick. She said that she understood his feelings, but she could not do such a thing. He sighed and said that he could. She looked at him in bewilderment, as she did not understand what he was saying. Karis immediately touched his companion and noticed that she was very hot. The priestess sighed and said that this was so, because she had a fever. But at that very moment, the young man wrapped her in a blanket and lifted her up. She looked at him in bewilderment, as she did not understand what he was doing. But a moment later, the young lady found herself back in bed. Karis looked closely at his companion and said that his temperature was lower. She sighed and said that climbing into bed was prohibited. But at the same time, Tyrann understood that she couldn't do anything with him, since she didn't even have the strength to resist. At that very moment, the young gentleman asked the priestess if she was scared. She sighed and said that sometimes when the human had a fever, she felt chills. He asked in surprise if she was afraid of the temperature. Sighing, she said that because of the heat, everything around seemed colder. At that very moment, the young man pulled her closer to him and quietly said that in this position, the day would be better. Karis looked closely at his companion and said that temperature control and fear all help. She was a little puzzled and didn't know what to answer him. At that moment, she looked him intently in the eyes because she wanted to ask why he was saying such strange things again. But she was unable to utter a word, for she saw his handsome face and wondered if he always had such an expression. At that very moment, for some reason, her mouth went dry, although she didn't want to drink. To her regret, at that very moment, she sneezed loudly. Karis was alarmed by her condition and asked if she was okay. Smiling, she said that she was fine, she just choked on her saliva. But a moment later, the young lady asked her companion if he was teasing her. In a calm manner, Karis said that it would make her feel better. She smiled as she noticed that they were constantly changing roles. Tyrann noticed that people were fickle, and she knew that wasn't right. But once she got sick, everything basically went to hell. As soon as the young lady became a priestess, she became very ill and almost died. Then she was told that caring for her body was also a priestess's duty, because in this way she could spread the will of God. She was severely scolded then, and she sincerely repented. But now it is funny to remember such things, because illness was considered a sin. And when she fell ill from exhaustion at the front, she was able to escape from everything for a short time. Many were indignant about this, but she knew that they could even fire her if they were dissatisfied, because taking care of herself was her duty. She always thought that when she was sick, it was better to be alone, but now she felt the warmth and care of her loved one. At that very moment, Karis hugged his girlfriend tightly and declared that she liked it that way too. But at the same time, she stated that this was not possible, because they were in the palace. Karis sighed and said that he could hear the beating of a heart. The priestess asked if he heard other sounds. He said he heard the clink of glasses, the clink of coins and groans, and he asked if anyone else was sick. And he said he heard the maids talking about the new girl. She realized that this was a good lead and asked him to continue. He said that the maids noticed her and said that she was really pretty, and they also described the young master. At the same time, he said that one of the maids is crazy about black-haired people. At that moment, he looked intently at his companion and said that one of the maids would like to make love to him. The young lady was shocked by what she heard and screamed silently. At that moment, he told her a few more details about what the maids had said. But the young lady quickly covered his ears and told him not to listen to their conversations. At that very moment, Karis asked what it meant to sleep together. Tyrann was filled with embarrassment from such a question. She said that she did not know what it meant, and at the same time, she shouted that he did not need to know such a thing. He looked at her in bewilderment, because he understood that this was very strange and did not understand why she was screaming even though she spoke well. She was shocked and asked him to try not to listen to such conversations. At that very moment, Tyrann burst into bitter tears as she realized that the palace was truly a scary place. She understood that this was a place where depraved and rotten adults gathered. She was in shock, because she understood that now she would have to teach sex education to the young master. Unfortunately, after the night's events, the young lady was unable to sleep a wink. Karis slowly entered the room and greeted the young priestess. Tyrann, in turn, watched the young man closely as he came out in a rather piquant form. She looked at him with a smile as she assumed that he had slept well, and at the same time she greeted him. Tyrann understood that any aristocrat, seeing his smooth body, could go crazy, but she remembered what he told her at night. The young lady couldn't take it anymore and hit the table with a bang. Tyrann was in shock because her mind was polluted with impure thoughts. The young man was confused by her behavior and did not understand what was wrong with her. So he wondered if she still had a fever. She sighed and said she was fine, just a little tired and sentimental, and she had a lot on her mind. But at that very moment, she turned her gaze to the young man. She didn't understand how she could raise him in the imperial palace, which was full of demons. She sighed heavily as she realized that she had to put all her guesses aside and do something instead. Daylin looked at her charge and firmly told him to get dressed immediately and they would begin classes. Previously, she had only thought about sex education, but she realized that before that, she needed to lay the foundation and move straight to the speech of aristocrats. In the years when she was a junior priestess, one of her family companions said something to her. Those words were not pleasant, as she claimed that the girl was simply lucky, because in her life there was only God. She said with a haughty smile that they had too many things to think about and were afraid to communicate with the pious young virgin. They said they were afraid that they might suddenly become infected with her piety. Daylin did not understand her words, and with a smile only said that they were all the same. Then she thought that the girl was simply praising her for her cloudiness, but she began to talk excitedly about faith. Then she became a laughingstock for them for a whole month. If you translate the words of that classmate, it would be as follows. She mocked the young girl and said that she had neither family nor fortune, and when communicating with her, they were afraid that she might smell of poverty. Later, she thought over her so-called friend's words again and understood their meaning, but she could only vent her anger on the harmless pillow. But as she sharpened the blades of revenge and watched, she noticed that the rich ladies communicated with each other in a similar way. She understood that illegitimate children were given to the temple, and similar things happened between them, so she could not say anything about the imperial palace. After all, arrogant people from different countries gathered there. Daylin was still glad that her ward knew something about battles. Daylin. Looking at her student, she asked what would happen if he lost in a sword fight on the battlefield. He immediately replied that he would die. At that very moment, she said that everything was true and the same thing was happening in his high society. She said that you fought in the world not with balls, but with words. So losing in a verbal duel is the same as dying on the battlefield. At that very moment, the young man looked at her in bewilderment, as he did not understand what they were talking about. But in turn, he asked how one could win. He wanted to know how one could become stronger in his verbal battles. Daylin argued that information was essential in combat, and the same was true in verbal battles, because the more he knew, the more advantages he had. She gave him an example of the conversation between the aristocrats the day before, but the young man froze as he did not understand their conversation. Daylin smiled and said they could get straight to the practice, so she asked what everyone around her had just been talking about. Karis, in turn, listened to the conversation behind the wall, but after a moment he said that he would only hear the sound of snoring and grinding of teeth. Then he asked what these sounds meant. She sighed and said that they were simply snoring and grinding their teeth. The young lady was puzzled, as she realized that their experiment had failed because the people in the palace were still asleep, and now she realized that they had woken up quite early. Daylin realized that she should start the lesson a little later, but Karis stopped her at that very moment. Listening closely, he said that someone was approaching them. She was surprised that it took so long to get to them. Someone was in a hurry and asked if it was the killer. Karis said that it was not so, because he heard sounds in addition to the steps, and it seemed to him that the maid was pulling a cart. The young lady breathed a sigh of relief as she realized that a servant was approaching them. Karis informed his companion that they were talking and laughing in front of the door. He said that the maid reported that she had seen a commoner for the first time while working in the palace. Daylin was puzzled, since she was actually from a noble family. Daylin sighed and said that it was a joke about them looking poor and homely. He sighed and said that it was true. Daylin was furious and knew that even if it was true, she still couldn't allow them to humiliate her. Daylin sighed and decided to pull herself together, as she realized that this was a good opportunity for them to practice. At the same moment, she asked what else they were saying. Karis said that they were now talking about him, and they did not spare words for insults, and the maids also said that he arrived at the palace and they carried him in their arms. The maids mocked them and said that they were stupid and poor, and at the same time they assumed that the young man was someone's lover, because he was handsome, and they considered the girl next to him to be just a servant. But they noticed that she was too haughty for a servant, while we did not notice that she was beautiful, but still they mocked her, since someone from the noble family lent her the outfit. The young lady was shocked by what she heard. At the same time, she did not intend to give up so easily and wanted to take revenge for such insults. At that very moment, the young lady drank the tea in one gulp. Karis looked at his companion intently and with bewilderment. Daylin, with a calm grin, said that she also did not want such conversations between working people, but she could not do anything. At that moment, she looked at her student with a joyful smile and told him to watch everything very carefully. A few seconds later, the maid knocked on the door and announced that she had brought breakfast. She walked slowly into the room, and at that very moment, she announced that the breakfast menu consisted of bean soup, bread, eggs, and salad. Daylin, Don't waste another minute." She told the maid that she hadn't even asked what they wanted for breakfast. The maid, without looking up at the young lady, said that breakfast was rarely ordered, so they prepared a standard set. But at the same moment, she heard from the young lady that they did not eat anything like that. The maid said coldly that ordinary people who eat breakfast eat exactly like this. Dalen smiled and said that they were not ordinary people, and their young master was in pain all over. At that very moment, she quoted the glory of the maid, which she had heard earlier, and said that her master was not a necessary man from a noble family, but he still needed to be worried about and well taken care of. At that very moment, the maid froze in place from shock. Dalen said with a smile that since she was someone important, she would have to have breakfast with him too. She looked closely at the maid and asked her what she thought about it. The maid froze in shock, not understanding where her young lady had heard such a thing from. Looking away in confusion, she said that she would bring diet food. Dalen said with a fierce grin that her master simply had a picky taste. Dalen looked at the maid and said that her master was very capricious and that he begged her very hard to come with him, so she could not refuse. But she still asked the maid if this was really what they called hospitality in the imperial palace. The maid was taken aback because she realized that the young lords had definitely heard their conversation earlier, but she did not understand how something like this could happen to her, because they were talking outside. She knew that the palace had perfect soundproofing, but she was worried that someone had managed to report her to them. She was shocked that they had only just arrived for the service, and the young lords had managed to change someone to their side. Dalen, looking at the maid, said that the prince and Mrs. Charlotte had promised to treat her to a delicious meal, so she ended up in such a place, albeit against her will, and she was very upset. The maid was taken aback and asked for forgiveness. Dalen smiled and told the maid that she served in the palace, but she didn't even know such little things. Immediately, she said that she wanted meat for breakfast. Dalen said with a smile that the sick man needed meat, because in order to get better, one needs to eat well. The maid obediently agreed and said that they should wait a little while until they got everything ready. But the young lady with a bright grin told the maid to hurry up, and she cried out that she would bring everything in a few minutes. Dalen watched with a satisfied grin as the maid hurried off to carry out her errands. But a moment later, she stopped the maid, and she, taken aback, turned around, frozen with fear. Dalen, with an innocent smile, told the maid that she should also bring tea and a piece of cake, but she could choose something nice herself. A few seconds later, the maid hurriedly returned to the kitchen. Meanwhile, the young lady sat in her place with a joyful smile and looked intently after her, as she was happy with her small victory. At that moment, she glanced sideways at her student and asked if he had seen everything. Karis immediately said within a minute that he had seen everything clearly. Dalen said with a smile that it was possible to win without even drawing a sword or killing anyone. He sighed and said that he had learned a lot. She was happy and at the same time understood that she had more than 7 years of experience in dealing with difficult clients, and she understood that today was the very day when difficult clients began to bring benefit to her life. To be honest, she didn't really feel comfortable acting like a petulant customer to someone in a similar situation, but she knew she couldn't do anything about it since she had to deal with the person who was making fun of her. Dalen knew that since she was being ridiculed and despised, she simply had to fight back. At that very moment, she happily said that she had previously told him that the information was very important. Dalen said it doesn't have to be that way, as she can understand her opponent's psychology, figure out their weak spot, and attack it to win. At that very moment, the young man looked at her intently and said that she was all shining. She looked at him in bewilderment, as she had not expected such a thing. Karis looked at her intently, and at the same time noticed that she simply wanted to show off in front of him. Dalen, in turn, took his verbal strike in her stride, but she still didn't expect this. So she realized that he had a talent for verbal battles, but she was also aware of the fact that if she let him go, he would become a mad dog in high society. She, smiling, said that he was doing well, but at the same time he had to choose the right time and opponent. He, perplexed, asked how to do this correctly. Dalen said that he should only challenge to battle the one who is hostile to him and attacks first. Karis asked how they should attack. She sighed and thought for a moment, but after a few minutes she said that the aristocrats often did this, and so she wanted to ask the people in the palace when they woke up. Without showing emotion, he said that he understood everything. After some time, the young people sat quietly in the room, waiting for a new opportunity. But they did not have to wait long, as Karis heard someone wake up. Karis quoted the words of the young people, but at the same time they were not very polite to each other. But in this situation they were passionate and wanted to make love early in the morning. Dalen was shocked and did not want to hear such a thing. Dayline saw the Archbishop before her, who with an unperturbed look quoted such piquant details. Daylin was so shocked that she wanted to cover her ears and not hear him. She understood that he, like her, did not have a romantic relationship, but at the same time she immediately understood such conversations, and he did not. Karis, without thinking, asked his companion what a pervert was. Dayline knew perfectly well that she needed to start with the basics, and she began learning the basics in the temple, and gossip helped her with this. She understood that even if something was strictly prohibited, people would still start looking for loopholes to force information out. She was more money and successful than the regime, so she didn't try to actively delve into such things, but by communicating with her peers, she naturally learned some details. Her peers told her all the juicy details and said that their friend had finally decided to renounce her rank. They laughed at the girl and said that the man's embrace was warmer than the embrace of God. Daylin knew perfectly well that if she told the young man everything and he understood the meaning, he would hardly be embarrassed by such words. She understood that she had a good talent for high society, but it was unacceptable for her to talk about such things. She understood that knowing and not knowing were two different things, because she was afraid that he might get into an awkward situation when she was not around. She understood that sex is not shameful, and she should tell him everything. Daylin looked at the young man intently and declared that they would begin his training immediately. At that moment, she couldn't stand it and screamed, but also asked what the perverts were chatting about behind the wall. He looked at her with this same calm expression and said that they were talking now about wanting to try sex in a different position. At the same moment, he asked what they wanted to try and what this pose meant. The young lady froze for a moment in shock. He also asked about some more piquant details with an unperturbed expression on his face. And based on the text, he understood that it was about a part of the body. But at the same time, he understood that the dialogue should have an adjective or description of an action. Karis continued to chat while the young lady looked at him with wide eyes and a smile on her face, as she did not know what to answer. He quoted to her every word spoken by the young and passionate woman, sometimes behind the door. And after a few minutes, the young lady drooped and froze because she did not know how to explain everything to him. She was shocked and wondered if she really had to live under the same roof with such perverts. She really wanted to burn everything to the ground, but she understood that if she fried them well, they would be cleansed of such perverted thoughts. With a heavy sigh, the young lady gathered her courage and began to tell him everything in detail. So the personal explanation on sexual education continued until the maid brought a generous meat dish. Daylin ate the delicious pizza with relish. She knew that the palace maids, while fussy in their manners, were excellent cooks. At that very moment, her meal was interrupted, as the young man said that behind the wall, a man was telling his girlfriend that her skin was elastic. He asked if the man was eating her. Daylin was in shock and burst into tears, but she knew she had to calm down and explain everything to him. A little later, after the start of hardcore sex education, the young master began to ask others. Unexpectedly for his companion, he asked what a kiss was. Daylin looked at her companion in surprise and asked why he suddenly asked her such a question. Karis said that the woman told her companion that he kissed the woman on the bridge of her nose. Daylin was shocked because she realized that they had now moved on to love affairs. She asked her friend to sit next to her with a smile. She understood that now she would hear love squabbles, and there is nothing more exciting and fascinating than other people's adventures. Moreover, the love affairs of the owners of the imperial palace, given their age, the scale of the confusion should be completely different. A live love drama where there was no need to sympathize or respond to love advice, she understood that it was simply impossible to miss. And at that very moment, she wondered what happened next. Karis looked at her in bewilderment and quoted the girl's words because she claimed that although the atmosphere at the party was conducive, she did not understand how he dared to kiss another woman on the bridge of the nose right in front of her. Daylin was very happy to hear the classic beginning of a lover's quarrel. She wanted to know what the man did. She wondered if he apologized on his knees, but the man shouted that everyone did the same because the atmosphere was favorable, and some even kissed each other on the lips right in front of their wives. He did not understand why she was the only one making a scene, while he shouted that she should not be so sensitive and rude. At that very moment, Karis stated that when they went to the festival, some woman asked him to kiss her on the cheek. Daylin froze in shock at what she heard. She was taken aback and screamed as she did not expect to hear anything like that. But at that very moment, she could not resist and asked if he had really kissed her. Karis looked at her with bewilderment and said that she was a woman he didn't know and he didn't understand what she wanted from him, so he simply ignored her. Daylin looked at us with puzzlement at his charge. At that very moment, she was filled with embarrassment, because she realized that it could not have been otherwise. She understood that if he had kissed a girl unknown to him then, she would not have asked about such a thing now. For this reason, she became too excited. She understood that it shouldn't matter to her whether he kissed someone on the cheek or on other parts of the body. At that very moment, he firmly said that he did not want this. Daylin, in turn, was furious because she did not understand how a woman could approach a man who was walking with another girl and ask him to kiss her on the cheek. She was furious and wondered if she was not a person, but some kind of piece of wood. Daylin knew perfectly well that it was essentially a puppy and his human companion on a walk, but she still felt uncomfortable hearing that. She sighed heavily as she understood that they were all dissolute and willful, but she did not understand where their world was heading. Daylin knew that in this dangerous world she had to protect the innocence of her puppy, but she also knew the responsibility that lay ahead of her. Daylin immediately told the young man that there are many rules for kissing and that you can't kiss just anyone. Karis looked closely at his companion and asked what she should and shouldn't do. She sighed as she realized that first she needed to be explained what a kiss was. Daylin said that a kiss was when he touched her lips. He sighed and asked if drinking water was really like kissing the cup, but the young lady said it was not that at all. She understood that it was also impossible to say that this was not the case, because when priests touched objects with their lips for blessing, this was already called a kiss. At that very moment, she said that everything depends on the situation. If you just accidentally touch it is not a kiss, but if you do it on purpose, then it is a kiss. Daylin, looking at the glass, said that she would now show with an example. A moment later, she touched the glass of water and showed no sign of a kiss. But after a few seconds, she tenderly touched the glass and showed her companion a kiss. Karis asked in surprise if it was really a matter of sound. She sighed and said that it was not a matter of sound at all. Daylin was confused and didn't know how to explain to him what a kiss was, so she suggested that he skip the moment. She wanted to start by looking at only the situation where a person kisses a person. At the same time, she reported that the meaning changes depending on what part of the body the person is kissing. This was a social rule for everyone, both commoners and aristocrats, so he had to remember everything carefully. At that very moment, she showed the back of her hand, because a kiss on the back of the hand was a sign of respect. Daylin said that honor is respect, recognition, and was often greeted in this way by people of high status. She reported that men often kiss women's hands when greeting them. Daylin was immediately taken aback as the young man suddenly pulled her by the hand. She looked at her companion, rooted to the spot as he tenderly kissed her hand. But after a moment, he looked at her closely and asked if he had done everything right. Daylin froze in place in embarrassment as she didn't expect this from him. But in turn, she pulled her hand away from him because she understood that she couldn't just take it and do it at her own discretion. She understood that this was not the case at all, and that a certain atmosphere was needed for something like this to happen. But she also understood that something like this did not happen in everyday life. Karis looked at his mentor with bewilderment and called her. She was taken aback and screamed. He looked intently into her eyes and wondered what would happen next. Daylin looked away from him and wondered if she really needed to show him everything again, and she wondered what part of the body wouldn't create an ambiguous atmosphere. She didn't know what she could do just to be polite. At that very moment, she cried out with joy and said that now we would talk about the head. Daylin suddenly reached for the young man's head, and without delay, she tenderly kissed him on the top of his head. At that very moment, she quietly sat back down on the sofa. Daylin was a little confused and nervous because she hadn't intended to do this herself, and she had also been overthinking it and had accidentally messed up. At that very moment, she said she kissed him on the head. Daylin, without looking at her interlocutor, said that this kiss was intended only for close people, family, or friends. Karis said that he did not have any. She understood that even if he didn't have a family, he had a close friend. At that very hour, she decided to throw all thoughts away. After all, she understood that, apart from the head and arm, the rest of the body parts needed to be explained with extreme caution. Daylin looked closely at her charge and told him to concentrate. After all, she knew that things would get even more difficult. However, until this moment, she had no idea what exactly the young man would find out that day. Before teaching her protege, she tried to calm herself by remembering Halt. She knew that they were comrades who had been through fire and water. But at the same time, she understood that they could very well have had a rather close relationship, and a kiss on the top of the head could also be present in their lives, although she understood that these were just her thoughts, and they were not that close. But still, the young lady was tempted to hope that something like this could someday happen between them. She understood that you can't crush a person's head because he didn't want to kiss. Kissing is a common means of communication in high society, and how exactly one refused a partner also influenced the reputation of the one refusing. Daylin looked intently at her companion and said that he should try to stop her kiss right now. She said she would not warn him in advance when she wanted to kiss him, and at the same time she noted that a kiss that needed to be stopped was a sudden attack. It could not be predicted like with a hand or a head. He said that he understood everything and would stop her. For some time, the young lady also looked at him intently without looking away. She understood that she had to do everything as naturally as possible, as if the actions were actually taking place in the light. Daylin. Overcoming her embarrassment and shame, she moved closer to the young man. And at the same time, he was taken aback, and new emotions appeared on his face. At the same moment, she tenderly kissed him on the neck. But the young lady immediately understood what was happening and, taken aback, asked why he had not stopped her sudden attack while he stood rooted to the spot. Karis looked at her intently and quietly said that he did not want to stop her. She was in shock and screamed that it did not matter at all whether he wanted to or not. He had to stop her. Daylin sighed heavily, knowing she just had to calm down because he didn't know what kissing her neck meant yet. At that very moment, she changed her expression and told him to listen to her carefully. She said that kissing the neck is a very deep expression of feelings between lovers. Daylin said he should think for himself because the neck is a vulnerable spot, and the predator first of all clings to the weak and defenseless neck of its victim. So only a truly close person could allow this. Daylin said that even among those who are not in love, there are impudent people who kiss on the neck. And this is a kind of mark. She said that this was a sign that he was someone's property. In other words, if he allows just anyone to kiss him, he will be considered a fool or a pervert. So he must be able to clearly refuse others. The young lady continued to tell her charge everything, but he did not listen to her, as he was focused only on her plump lips. He couldn't take his eyes off her, and at the same time he felt thirsty. At that very moment, the young lady called out his name loudly and distinctly. She looked at him in bewilderment and asked if he was listening to her. Karis, in turn, did not answer her and only stared at her beautiful lips. They stared at each other for a moment without saying a word. The next day, the young lady woke up and slowly got ready. She didn't even notice how half the day had flown by. But at the same time, her memories of their conversation were very fresh, and at that very moment, she clearly refused him. Karis looked at her with bewilderment and asked what would happen if she kissed him. She was shocked and said that it made no difference, and at the same time, she claimed that she could not kiss him. He looked at her intently and said tenderly that he liked it when she kissed his neck. Daylin was shocked and kept telling him that even if he liked it was still not allowed, since he was now learning to refuse. But he did not listen to her, and, without her consent, approached her closely and looked intently into her eyes, while the young and innocent priestess froze in place from embarrassment, and the young man asked what they would study next. Remembering their teachings, the young lady was boiling like a kettle. She did not understand where he had even managed to pick up such tricks, which she had not taught him at all. At that moment, she couldn't even remember any words, and she postponed the lesson under the pretext that she needed to prepare herself. Daylin, looking in the mirror, wondered if, since he was a dog, such things were really in his instincts. But she also assumed that, most likely, it was his nature to seduce all women in a row. But she also could not deny that he had never communicated with any women before, and that was why he did such a thing. She understood that there was no point in guessing about such things, since she knew that nothing good would come out of this situation. Meanwhile, the young man, after taking a shower, stood quietly in the bathroom and listened to the conversations behind the wall. He heard various obscenities from young people in love, while he fondly recalled the kiss that the beautiful priestess had given him earlier. At the same time, he heard words of sincere love. But then he heard the young lady tenderly telling her lover that from now on he should not kiss anyone but her. He stood frozen for a moment, looking at his reflection and thinking about the words spoken behind the wall. Daylin was puzzled as she saw that the sun had set, but the young gentleman's antics did not seem to stop. She did not understand what he was doing instead of sleeping. Then he declared that he would sleep next to her. Daylin said with bewilderment that she was healthy today, so he could go to his bed. He said that she herself had said earlier that she would rest, and then they would continue the lesson. At the same moment, he reported that sounds could be heard at night that could not be distinguished during the day. The priestess reported that she had taught him a lot last night, so that today he could rest. Karis reported that today he heard words that were not there yesterday. He reported that the young lady told her companion that they did something similar in the restroom, and then she asked if he really liked her so much. At the same moment, he told her many more piquant details that he had heard. In turn, he continued to tell her spicy details about the intimate lives of strangers. She was shocked and screamed that she understood everything, and therefore he should stop. Daylin was puzzled as she saw that the young man had changed a lot since they arrived at the palace. Karis looked closely at his companion and asked if he should kiss her earlobe carefully. Daylin was shocked by the aristocrats. She understood that they were locked in the palace and had nothing to do, and so they made love morning, noon, and night. Sighing, she said that it was exactly like that, and it usually meant wanting to kiss someone's lips. He sighed heavily and said that he didn't understand at all what was so special about the earlobe kiss. He looked at her intently and said that if she showed him an example, he would understand everything. The young lady was taken aback as she realized that he was resorting to a trick. At the same time, looking at her ward, she understood that it was not only the aristocrats who were impudent, because in front of her was another very cunning, impudent person. She understood that he was asking her about such ignorance, and at the same time she was shocked and puzzled, because she understood that she had raised not a puppy, but a fox. Daylin realized that it was better for her to simply ignore him. Turning away from her companion, she said that when he had a loved one, then he would have to ask him such spicy questions. He asked his beloved in surprise. She said that you should only kiss on the lips with someone you truly loved. At that very moment, she sighed and said that there are people who kiss anyone, but that makes their love lose its value. She quietly said that she wanted his love to be very, very precious and to be given to only one person for a lifetime. The next morning, the young lady looked at her companion in surprise and asked what he had just said. In turn, Karis sat quietly on his knees next to her. But at that very moment, he calmly and icily said that he wanted to kiss her on the lips. She was shocked because instead of a rooster crowing in the morning, a dog barked. Daylin asked with bewilderment if she had explained something to him incorrectly yesterday. Then she asked who she should kiss on the lips without hesitation. He said that he should kiss only the person he loves. Love should be very precious only for one person for life. Daylin could see that he understood everything, and he remembered every word she said. So with a sigh, she asked what he wanted to do. Karis, without looking at her, said that she was his beloved. And at that very moment, without a shred of doubt, he firmly said that he truly loved her. He also stated that he would marry her. That's why he wanted to kiss her so much. But in turn, the young lady coldly answered him that he should get married, and then he would kiss someone. Karis asked if it was impossible to get married if he was going to earn money and love. She was shocked and said that it was impossible. The young lady, in turn, was puzzled. She understood that most likely he heard some strange sounds from the next room, and that was why he behaved in this way. She was aware of the fact that she would have to explain everything to him again in a new way. Until this moment, she had been in a peaceful delusion. She understood that soon all this would be forgotten, and the news of his feelings would be just a fleeting whim. But at the same time, she was puzzled, because she understood that he was smart and learned quickly, and he also had passion and persistence in abundance. So, getting out of the bath, she bumped into him and was taken aback, because he asked if she would really marry him. Ignoring his question, she pushed him out of the room and stated that she needed to change. A moment later, she came out of the bathroom and froze in place as he was kneeling in front of her, calling her name. Karis, looking at the young mentor with puppy eyes, asked if she would marry him. All day long, he kept telling her that he wanted to marry her. He kept repeating that he wanted to get married. Every moment, he bombarded her with questions and reproaches, as he wanted them to get married. But she fought off all his attacks with a stoicism. She realized that instead of arguing with the puppy, it was wiser to find inner peace and withdraw into herself. So after some time, she noticed that he had become gloomy and wondered if he had given up. But at the same time, she understood that her puppy was a mad dog on the battlefield, choosing no means. She knew he was a master at driving people crazy. So, standing at the door, he shouted and called her. The young lady was shocked by all the commotion he caused, because he started confessing his love to her. She couldn't stand it and rushed towards him in a hurry because she understood that he was simply crazy. After some time, they sat quietly in the room. Karis, hugging his companion with a contented smile, said that he wanted to hear her voice. She sighed heavily and followed his lead. He said that he wanted to see her all the time, and at the same time, he wanted her to respond to him. Karis tenderly embraced his companion and said that he truly loved her. Daylin sighed heavily and asked him to wait a little while before making such confessions. Fortunately, the young master's goal was not to drive her crazy, but to attract her attention, and in doing so, she barely managed to prevent a major disaster. But she understood that preventing a catastrophe was one thing, and yet her anger had not gone away. She was furious because she understood that she had tried her best to teach him wisdom, but it was all in vain. She was already ready to give him a ban bill with all her heart, but then he looked at her with tenderness and embarrassment, as he was glad that she came to him. She was furious and did not understand why he was doing such madness. But looking at the sweet face of her ward, all her determination disappeared. She understood that this was not a problem at all, because there were times when he growled and screamed that he would kill her. Now she didn't know which path to choose, since the wild young Keres was strong and could tear anyone to pieces, and the domestic Keres was a kind young man who simply demanded attention, while she understood that without a doubt she would choose the domestic one since she had already managed to become spoiled. Although indulging his talk of love was a completely different matter, she asked him to leave her alone and sit next to her, while she saw his promise but her facial expression. The young lady understood that she had to be firm, because she was worried that in the future he might propose marriage to the first person he met. She knew that he couldn't just interfere every time and had to teach him everything. Daylin looked closely at her charge and stated that it took experience to make the right choice. She said that without experience, you don't know what to choose from, because after experience, it's already clear whether a person will make a good choice. The young gentleman looked intently at his companion and declared that she was a good choice. At the same moment, she, restraining her anger, asked how he could know such a thing. Daylin was furious and knew she had to endure this and teach him everything. She told the young man that the future was unknown. She said that she was a battlefield. He did not know that soon he would be in warm chambers and eating delicious food, and he also did not know that she would soon be next to him. At that very moment, he confirmed her words. Sighing, she said that everything was true, and the future was full of things that were impossible to imagine. And besides, he didn't communicate with anyone except her. She knew that as soon as he came out into the world, he would help her meet the one whom he would want to marry much more than her. She understood that if he decided to marry and then realized that he loved another, it would be too late. And for another person, it would be like putting half his life on the line and losing. Daylin said it meant taking responsibility for someone's future together, and then she asked if he had the means and ability to be responsible for another's life. She wanted to know if he could provide a home for their life together. She knew he had to see if their shared circumstances and interests matched. Daylin said that marriage was a war, and if you rush into it blindly relying only on your own strength, it would even take your breath away at first. But when a person realizes his mistake, it is already too late. In the temple, she saw so much of this that it made her sick. After all, her brothers and sisters, regardless of their position, suddenly flared up with passion, resigned their ranks, and left. They were freed from the dreary temple life and hard labor. For the time being, everything was wonderful. If they remained happy, it would be worthy of congratulations. But unfortunately, everything was not so wonderful. The young priestesses hoped that their comrades would live happily for a long time. After all, the duty of a priest is to listen to worries, accept and direct according to the will of God, yet many men mistake the peace from the priest's service for love. The trouble is that the priests themselves fall into temptation. Life in the temple is hard, and even seeing the countless falls of their brothers, they thought that this would not happen to them. Unfortunately, their reasons for returning varied. It turned out that the husband had a wife and children. The man wanted to divorce his wife, but reconciled. There were also cases where the man stated that the priestess had become different from what she had been in the temple. At that time, the priest cried and wanted to cancel their choice. Alas, the young lady could only say one thing. Taking heart, the young lady told her sister that abdication was irreversible, and instead she could only pray for her bright future. Daylin looked at her companion intently and said that he didn't even know what love was, so he couldn't understand whether he was wrong or not. Keres looked at her intently because he understood that she was right. And he really knew nothing about love. She smiled and said that he knew nothing about love, so he couldn't think about it now. She knew that if he were a real child, she would have to say cruel things, but she also knew that soon she would have to send him out into the world as an adult, and so she felt bitter at heart. Then the young man called her and she looked at him in bewilderment. He asked if after meeting all the people he would miss her the most, would she marry him? The young lady froze in shock, and at the same time she did not know what to answer him. She was puzzled because he heard all her words correctly. Daylin, in turn, still didn't want to praise him for something like that. At that very moment, she firmly said that she would not marry him. He was furious and didn't understand why she refused him. In her mind, she asked him for forgiveness, but at the same time, she asked if he remembered the first time he heard the word marriage. She said that she had said earlier that marriage is when people love each other. Keres looked at her in surprise and asked if she really didn't love him. She hadn't wanted to resort to something like this at all, but now she realized that the time had come to free him from his obsession. At that very moment, she said with a smile that she didn't love him. The young man stood frozen in shock after her words. But a moment later, her words hit him and realization set in. Karis was shocked because he expected to hear completely different words, but he was in complete shock. The next day, he sat quietly on the windowsill and stared out the window, thinking about what had happened. Karis tirelessly repeated that the young lady did not love him. He was shocked and simply broken because she did not love him. Daylin looked at the young man with a heavy sigh, and she, of course, expected something like this, but it was still hard to look at him in such a state. She came up to him and said with a smile that he needed to eat, but he only looked menacingly at the young lady and said nothing. She saw that he was offended by her. Daylin smiled and told the young man that even if he was angry and sad, he should eat first and then cry. She asked him with a smile what he would like to eat, but after a few minutes she smiled and handed him a beautiful cake, which he loved very much. Without a moment's delay, she tried to feed him, but the young man only looked at her with resentment in his eyes and did nothing. He turned away from her abruptly and said that he didn't want anything. Daylin sighed and said that a puppy that doesn't eat is a bad puppy. He didn't pay attention to her words and only slowly began to walk away. A moment later, the young lady saw him angry, and with a menacing look, Karis declared that he would not listen to her because she did not love him. The young lady froze in surprise for a moment, but a moment later she felt a surge of pride in the young man, as he was already making elaborate speeches. She knew she should have praised him, but she wasn't about to do that. Sighing, she told him he didn't have to eat, but she also informed him that she didn't like a young man who didn't want to eat. He was taken aback and asked if she would really love him if he ate well. At the same moment, she said with a radiant smile that this was not so. Daylin informed the young man that love was not that simple, and that it could not be said that if he did something, she would love him. She said that love was not a thing that could be possessed like gold or food, because it was someone's heart. And if she decides that he doesn't love, then he won't love. And yet the young man steadfastly withstood the pressure of her menacing words. He was puzzled because love is a complicated thing, but at the same time he wondered what love was. He didn't know if love really existed. At that moment, he looked around in bewilderment and began to mutter under his breath about love. Karis stated that love torments and wondered if love is not good. He understood other feelings if he could concentrate, but love even less he understood. He looked at his mentor with tears in his eyes because she taught him everything. But she did not love him. He was shocked and told her that love simply does not exist. Running away from his young companion, he shouted that love does not exist. She understood perfectly well that without love, people did not die, so he could live perfectly well. But despite this, the young lady still walked slowly towards him. At the same time, she saw how menacingly he looked at her. Of course, watching him try so hard, her conscience tormented her a little. She knew she could say she loved him and would marry him. She knew that he was stubborn and persistent with an excellent memory, and at the same time he would cling to her words. So in the future, he would not look at anyone in his life and would faithfully wait for her. Daylin knew she had come to him to teach him how to find a good master, and she was not the one who should be responsible for him all his life. Sighing, she said that he could sit in the room without eating and whine about love. As she was leaving, she said that she was hungry and therefore was going to eat. He shouted that it was impossible. She asked in bewilderment why it was impossible. He didn't answer her question and kept saying that it was impossible. Daylin came back and asked again why. Karis froze for a moment, not expecting such a facial expression or harsh tone. He sighed and said that she didn't love him and wouldn't be there, so he didn't want to. She was in shock and didn't understand what to do with him. She knew she was a priestess and she had no interest or thought about it. She didn't understand what was so special about love that he was so worried about it. Daylin immediately realized that he was most likely going through puberty. She knew she didn't have time for such worries. She sighed and said that from now on, the word love was forbidden. The young man was shocked because he did not expect this. As she was leaving, she said that instead of love, they needed to study mountains of everything connected with the palace. But since he didn't eat and only whined about love, she would have to ban the word love. She understood that since she was looming before his eyes, he wanted to be capricious. As she left, she said she would go get some food, and he could cool off. The young man was shocked. He called her, but she said that it was forbidden to enter her room without permission. Daylin was confused and her head hurt, but she knew it was all for him and his future. She understood that if she left him for a moment, he would forget about everything, and everything would quickly pass. At least that's what she thought at the moment. At the same time, she completely forgot what the Imperial Palace really was.